Welcome investors to the Freddy Fazbear's Funtime Virtual Price Guide Extravaganza! Sick of getting ripped off by loser animatronic distributors? Well, no longer! As in this entertaining guide, our expert animatronic announcer will lead you through the newest and most iconic Fazbear characters to help you pick the right ones, so you'll never be alone again.
This video is sponsored by El Chef's Fiesta Buffet.
It's guaranteed that if you purchase a Fazbear Entertainment animatronic, your pizzeria will be full of fun and 23% less tragedy and death. Have fun, and remember, we'll always be watching you. With our new tag-along Freddy plush dolls, you'll never have to worry about backstabbings again. All Fazbear Entertainment's views are their own and not stolen from some moose, Fazbear Entertainment wiki, and or made by an AI. Everything said by our moose friend was said by his own free will, and no one in the making of this video was forced to talk about animatronics a certain way with the threat of death looming over them. By listening to this recording, you're responsible for any night terrors, night sweats, body swapping, animatronic home invasion, random explosions, seed bombing infestations, and death that may occur watching this video.
Happy investing! Enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome to the official Fazbear Entertainment Price Guide, your one-stop spot for deciding on which Freddy Fazbear animatronic character to invest your life savings into for your Freddy Fazbear establishment. I am your Fazbear Entertainment appointed employee, L is Weegee, hired to rank every single Fazbear Entertainment animatronic character from worst to best. Though, of course, they are all amazing. Some just have a few, slight flaws. And legally, I have to let you know about them. Well, I guess we should define what a character is and set a few rules. Yeah, I'm sorry. If this was literally every character, you'd click off the video and I'd probably be fired. If a FNaF game says it's a character, it's a character. Like the paper pals and trash in the game. Sure, they're just objects with eyes, but according to FNaF World and Ultimate Custom Night, they are canonically characters, I guess. As for the ones that can't be selected, if it can speak, it's a character. If it can attack you, it's a character. Sorry, Gumball Swivel Hands fans. I'm not letting him in this time. So now that we know what a character is, who am I not including that according to me counts as a character? All FNaF World, Freddy in Space 2, and Fury's Rage enemies and playable characters. I don't know Freddy in Space or Fury's Rage very well, and FNaF World would just clog up the middle and bottom of the list and take up like 20 minutes of the video. But maybe I'll make a separate video for ranking FNaF World enemies. If I'm gonna rank those, I want it to be its own video. This is only for the animatronics, and with a few exceptions for the various spring traps and phone men, there will be no humans, minigame or not. So as for how we'll be ranking them, putting them all in a row would just be boring and messy. All the negativity would be at the start of the video, and all the positivity would be right at the very end. And the list would mainly just be random in the middle, as most of the 100 plus characters are kinda just blend together when you set them right next to each other like that. Instead, I'm going to rank each of the game's characters separately, and at the end of each segment, I'll add them to a tier list. And at the very end of the video, I'll give you my personal top 20 worst and best characters for easy spending. Make sense? Okay. One more thing. This is my list, so if I want to break the rules, I will. Just keep that in mind, please. Anyway, let's start with FNaF 1. I'll be fully honest with you here. FNaF 1 is my least favorite FNaF game. It's not bad, don't get me wrong, it's a great game. I love all the FNaF games. It's just so boring and lacking substance compared to any of the later entries. Most of the characters move in the exact same way, and the power mechanic is honestly dreadful, so I'm not that big of a fan. But it is the first game in a true classic defining what this series was meant to be, and it definitely deserves the praise that it does get. I wish we could start off with a bang, but unfortunately our first character has to be Endo-01. Also known as Bear Endo, Endo-01 is the most uninteresting character in FNaF AR. In fact, they are the tutorial character on how to play the game. The only real thing they have going for them is almost being a character in Ultimate Custom Night and having the ability to put better characters' costumes on top of him. Golden Freddy is iconic to the franchise. But when most people think of him, they're probably picturing Withered Golden Freddy thanks to Ultimate Custom Night just calling that character Golden Freddy. In fact, the only things classic Golden Freddy has done are crash your game in FNaF 1 and Twitch in Ultimate Custom Night. Not to mention that he is literally just Yellow Freddy. Overall, he is pretty cool, but just overshadowed by himself somehow. That is if we ignore AR Golden Freddy, which I am going to do for now. For now. There were some sacrifices that needed to be made while creating these lists. I personally love Classic Chica, but I think even I would be mad if I put her above any of the other characters. Chica's design is great, perfectly creepy while also somehow being cute, and if I was just judging them based on design, she'd be quite a bit higher. Two of her appearances have her in super basic easy mode roles, and her mechanic in Ultimate Custom Night is just awful. Unfortunately, Chica's never really been more than just a great design. Though he is the icon of the franchise, Classic Freddy is genuinely a very uninteresting character. He looks great, I love his design, but Freddy doesn't do all that much. After FNaF 1, where I will admit he really does shine, Freddy only comes back in small and weirdly unimportant roles. The best being his parts and service minigame and Help Wanted, but even then, those are all way too easy, especially on a replay. Even though he is not who he was probably meant to be, Freddy will always be remembered for his amazing FNaF 1 appearance, and that's kinda sad. Foxy has never been one of my favorites. He actually used to be my least favorite character ever. But a lot has changed since then, and he has actually really grown on me. Well, at least a little bit. I'll take Rockstar or Mangle over him any day. Foxy had an annoying mechanic in FNaF 1, and his jump scare was super lame. But when he came to Ultimate Custom Night, he got one of the best jump scares in that game. And finally became fun to fend off in FNaF AR with a tough but rewarding fight that fit his personality very well. He is also the first character to have a voice on this list. And it's okay. I mean, it's exactly what I'd expect, but it's kinda boring that way. Foxy is still not one of my favorite characters, but I won't lie, Scott is treating him very well. The best FNaF games always seem to have this clunky but charming feeling to them, whether it be the graphics, just the way they were made, or, most recently, the glitches. Phone Guy is the perfect example of that classic Scott Cawthon charm. He stutters, slips up a few times, says "you know" a lot, and it's so clear it's just the guy who made the game speaking. According to Ultimate Custom Night, Phone Guy is a character, so he does count for this list. He was in FNaF 1, 2, and 3, giving us almost 30 minutes of speech explaining how to play the games. Of course, nothing is without problems. These calls aren't always the most accurate, and with 3, they don't explain how to play the game. Well, they do, but it's very cryptic, and honestly, they're pretty boring in that game. A bad send-off to a legendary character. Last but not least, my favorite FNaF 1 character is Bonnie. Bonnie is so amazing, he even gave Scott nightmares. Bonnie is so amazing, he shaved off his eyebrows and every Bonnie after him did it too. Now I know what you're thinking. You critiqued all the other classics for having weak Ultimate Custom Night and AR mechanics. Bonnie even has the worst Ultimate Custom Night one of them all. Why is he your favorite? Well, honestly, I don't have a good reason for that, except that he just is. I love his look and the wacky things that are associated with him. It makes him really fun to talk about, like the fact that he canonically teleports around, and his weirdly replayable Help Wanted minigame. Like, I know it's simple, and usually I wouldn't like that, but I just love replaying it every once in a while and just trying to get the fastest time I can. And also, FNaF 1's characters aren't the most interesting. I mean, most of them are the exact same movement-wise. And that's all the FNaF 1 characters ranked. Here's what the tier list is looking like. The reason I picked a tier list and not a regular list is because a number list looked messy, and a tier list is allowed to look messy because it's not in order. How's your list looking at home? Good? Well, don't take out your wallets just yet, as there are still plenty of animatronics to comb through. Let's not wait any longer. This section's gonna be long already. Who's gonna be the worst FNaF 2 character according to some faceless employee totally not being threatened by death by his boss for telling you to put your wallets away a few seconds ago? Cast your votes in the comments below. FNaF 2 used to be my favorite of the core FNaF games, but after some careful consideration, replaying all the games and making this list, I've realized the game isn't as good as I thought. It's still good, of course. As I said before, I love all the FNaF games. But all the characters are basically the exact same, and when they aren't, they have some of the worst mechanics in the series. But this game does a lot right that I love, like introducing challenges for Custom Night, making me actually excited for the post-game. And of course, it has some of the best characters in the whole series. But I'm getting ahead of myself, as it also has quite a few terrible ones. Toy Freddy sucks, dude. I'm honestly glad he didn't do anything in FNaF 2, because I hate looking at him. His body is just so ovular, and his head is just way too small. And also, orange? Why is he orange? Sure, his gamer retired joke is pretty funny, but he is probably the most annoying Ultimate Custom Night character because of it. Plus, he's not even an epic gamer! He's so bad you have to play it for him! And if he dies, he rages so hard he murders you! A lot of people like his voice, and in Ultimate Custom Night I think it's pretty alright, but in FNaF AR, he just sounds so bored. Sorry I don't like the funny meme bear. Maybe all the merch he seems to get pisses me off. One good thing I could say is that he has 3 pretty amazing skins in AR, but it doesn't help that his attack pattern makes him one of the easiest fights in the game. Toy Freddy is more than a disappointment, but What would you expect after Classic Freddy wasn't much better? To one of my least favorite characters to one of the most boring, JJ sometimes appears under your desk in FNaF 2. In Ultimate Custom Night, she, for some reason, can stop you from closing your doors for like 5 seconds. It hardly hurts you. The best thing she's ever done is doing backflips in World every time she attacks. And almost saying ass. The Wizards are weird. They were originally named in a way that made everyone assume they were the originals but broken, which got weird when it was a prequel. And half of them are horribly dilapidated with huge chunks of them taken away, and the other half are just the same characters as the originals, basically. Withered Freddy is the worst of these. He is literally just a chunkier Freddy whose eye doesn't work on one camera, and for some reason Scott decided he was important enough to be the face of FNaF 2 to this day. I don't even like Toy Freddy, and even I think that isn't fair. He even works the exact same as him. And that's it. He was in FNaF World and had a funny animation, I guess, but aside from that, Withered Freddy has mainly been forgotten about, as he probably should. Out of all the Easter egg characters, Shadow Freddy is the most disappointing for me. No spoilers, but I really like Shadow Bonnie. They have been in so many games and seem to be strangely important to the lore, more on that later. And Shadow Freddy seemed like they were going to be similarly important as they were also in FNaF 3 and led the kids to their disassembly. But unlike Shadow Bonnie, they never showed up again in a main series game. Just FNaF World, and then poof, all that is enough to be pretty low on the list, but the Easter egg itself is just pasting a recolored Withered Golden Freddy in the same pose into the parts and service room, and that's really it. So yeah, Shadow Freddy kinda sucks. Side note, this character, Shadow Freddy, right? Like, its name is Shadow Freddy in the files of the game, but it looks more green than purple, and the Freddy files calls it Crumpled Freddy, but it's not in the character section. I'm just gonna call it Shadow Freddy. Speaking of Withered Golden Freddy, he is also underwhelming. I mentioned in the segment about Golden Freddy that most of his spotlight was stolen by this guy, as most people just consider them the same character. But as we see in Ultimate Custom Night, they are pretty clearly considered to be different, even though they mislabeled him. The Freddy files finally gave him the name Withered Golden Freddy as well. WGF over here throws out everything that made the original Golden Freddy cool. He has a name, he appears pretty often, he doesn't really look mysterious, he just looks like an empty costume, and obviously, he is a character and not an Easter egg. Withered Golden Freddy is clearly supposed to be there. And that kinda kills the magic for me. What could be better than 3 bears with the same model? 3 paper plates with the same model! Yes, I really did put the paper pals over all of the Freddys in this game. Withered Freddy doesn't interest me. Shadow Freddy just makes me upset. But the paper pals, they make me think. Like, why did FNaF World consider them characters? Why do they have the power of flight and teleportation? Is this one supposed to be BB? Why are their movement patterns surprisingly complicated? And of course, why have they made more appearances than Shadow Freddy? Everyone's favorite, BB! I know most people just call him Balloon Boy, but he is actually more often called BB, so I don't hate BB. I know, so brave. But, you know, I also don't really like him. He's just kind of there. He exists to take your batteries away, and he does that in all of his appearances, except for AR where he murders you, and VR where he trick-or-treats. I think it's funny that Steel Wool were very hesitant about giving BB a jump scare. They had one animated, but they decided to make it Nightmare BB to do the deed instead. But Olympics just straight up made him one of the first characters in the game. BB has been hated for years, but is he really all that bad? I mean, Withered Fox is the one that actually kills you. Withered Foxy! While making the game, Scott had a hard time figuring out how to stop players from just putting on the mask the whole time. Originally, he had a meter that would fill up, killing you when it became full, but eventually he just decided to waste an entire character slot making something truly awful. Withered Foxy can't be blocked by the mask, but instead you have to flash him with the light or he'll kill you. Since he was made to prevent you from sitting and surviving, he is always active during custom night, which makes every challenge way more annoying, especially when gathering footage for a video. Fun Faz fact for you, ClickTeam thought this was a bug and patched it out of the mobile game. That is a thing that really did happen. I guess I should also mention that before they were added to the game, Withered Foxy was replaced by regular Foxy in VR. I don't think I'm gonna get any hate by saying Withered Foxy is one of the worst FNaF characters. So why is he so high? Well, I probably will get hate for this, but it's my list, so shut up. In FNaF World Update 2, Withered Foxy starred in his own minigame called Foxy.exe. Sure, it's not the best game of the bunch, but these renders are genuinely cool, and even if he does get a real canon voice, this will always be his true voice for me. These voice lines have been hammered into my head forever. Withered Foxy is a bad character. but I love his dumb little minigames so much, and yes, it is enough for him to pass all the Freddys. Unpopular opinion time. I did not care for the marionette. There are plenty of reasons why, most of them being kind of nitpicky, but for starters, the marionette is not scary to me. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, many Pizzeria Simulator characters aren't scary, but I still like them a lot. But the marionette is different. He is supposed to be this huge deal who is threatening and scary, but honestly, a skinny felt puppet who can't emote isn't very scary to me, leading to Ultimate Custom Night's jump scare being one of the worst in the series. It's literally just a shaking still image. And for the main reason, the marionette has the worst mechanic in the entire series. It requires you to stay on the prize corner camera exclusively the entire time, making it so many amazing FNAF 2 renders go unseen by most players, which is a real shame, because some of them are really good. This music box winding has infected so many other fan games and Ultimate Custom Night. I don't hate the marionette. I love Charlie's voice. Those lines always give me chills, and Help Wanna gave them a lot more personality, but so much about him just makes me upset, so I have trouble figuring out reasons for him to stay any higher. I know you may be mad, but at least I didn't put Enduo 2 higher than the marionette, right? Enduo 2 is great, but I'll be quick. In FNAF 2, he was already the best Easter egg in that game. Whenever the puppet left the box, Enduo 2 had a chance of appearing in the prize corner. Added in an update, he could also move to the vent as well. Already, that's awesome. But when Help Wanted came out, the Easter egg was complete, as he now moves into the office. He can also show up under you in Mangle's vent repair, but that isn't as cool. This 5-year-long Easter egg really makes Enduo 2 stand out over someone like the Paper Pals or Shadow Freddy. Withered Bonnie used to be my favorite of the Withered animatronics, until Ultimate Custom Night came out and his voice wasn't really exactly what I wanted. We'll get to my favorite soon enough. Yeah, I wonder who it could be. His voice made it so it was kind of hard to hear what he was even saying with the effects and the VO's accent, but even if you could hear the lines, it was way too silly for a character like Withered Bonnie. He attacks like most of the other characters by standing in your office, but he comes from the vent, meaning he has so many more amazing renders to show off his great broken up face. Sure, he's not my favorite, but wow, Withered Bonnie looks cool. Visually, he is definitely my favorite of the Withers, and maybe one of my favorite Bonnies even. All that, and he's a great FNAF World fighter? Damn, why is he not first? Oh, right. One of the first FNAF characters to get a voice, and it's an amazing one. I've never gotten tired of her voice, and you shouldn't either. Toy Chica is basic and boring in 2, aside from some amazing renders. But in FNAF World Update 2, she was given a main role in the Foxy Fighters minigame with an adorably annoying voice that is the highlight of many players. Ultimate Custom Night and AR brought the same voice actor back and gave her older emo sister a slower and more, how do I say this without being a creep? It's hot. Her voice is hot. Aside from her perfect voice and appearance, she has never really been an interesting character movement-wise. Though AR decided to make her have a pretty tough fight for some reason. Withered Chica is my favorite of the Withered animatronics for the main reason of her voice being one of the best in the series. It gives me chills every time I hear it, and I can actually understand her lines, which are also amazing! The effects actually make them better! Withered Chica gave me some of my favorite moments in Ultimate Custom, like the first time I ever read her Steam description, and hearing that I was the first line for the first time. Her appearance is great, getting the simple but creepy look that Foxy and Freddy failed to do. This is my favorite of her renders, by the way. With that and her having one of the most unique mechanics in Ultimate Custom Night, Withered Chica is truly the most creative Withered. FNAF 2 has some of the best Easter eggs in the entire series. Most of them are complicated and span multiple games, but also most of them have died down a little bit. All but RWQFSFASXC. RWQ takes the good parts of all the Easter eggs I'm not a fan of and combines it into their own personal flair to create one of the most interesting and vague FNAF characters. They had and still have a super unique appearance. They originally crashed your game in FNAF 2, they were originally added to FNAF 3 to help tell the lore easier, only to complicate it more. They were an odd inclusion to Ultimate Custom Night over other fan-favorite characters. They became a playable fighter in FNAF World, and all to themselves, RWQ was added to the AR in the base roster. Yeah, his fight isn't anything special, but it is unique, which is more than a lot of the other characters can say. But he also has some incredible animations. Well, 2, but they're still really cool looking. And added in an update, making use of some brand new AR technology, Shadow Bonnie can now appear behind objects in the real world, and it's not the best effect, but I'm honestly just amazed that it works this well. Why do they get so much love from Scott over someone like Shadow Freddy or one of the Endos? I'm not sure, but I definitely don't mind it. I know this wouldn't be most people's choice for third place, but RWQ is just so fascinating to me. I think about them way more than some of the other, more important main bots. They have this ominous, shadowy, pitch black look to them, clearly being a recolored Toy Bonnie, but still being different in a few ways. They have been inserted into lore in pretty major places, like being one of the characters to free the lost souls, or being made into a new type of shadowy remnant and stopping you from collecting too much, or for some reason being important enough to FNaF 4 where Scott needed to give a hint about them on MatPat's live stream. RWQ is clearly more than a simple Easter egg, and I'll be looking forward to seeing their next mysterious inclusion. They also have gift boxes in FNaF World, and that'll make anyone S tier. It was genuinely hard to decide if this character was better or worse than RWQ, but after thinking it over, I don't think I can reasonably put them over the Mangle. There's a lot to say about the Mangle. For starters, she is one of the very few FNaF 2 characters to have a unique mechanic, hanging from the ceiling when he gets to your office. Okay, well, it's not a good mechanic, but, you know, still. The main thing about her that always made me love him was the crazy unique design for the time. It's wacky and creepy as hell while also being super cute when used right. Of course, I have to mention the gender thing. Canonically, Mangle's gender is yes, and uses he/she pronouns. But she also uses we/us pronouns when referring to himself. We can thank AR for that last one. Back in the day, this frustrated me. As it went on, I found it kind of funny. And now it just makes me happy there is some sort of LGBTQ representation in this series. Come Ultimate Custom Night, Mangle was given a similarly cute but still creepy voice. It was actually two voices layered over each other, one being feminine, one being more masculine, which is awesome. It's not the best thing ever, but it's very fitting for Mangle. AR made me love Mangle, which is crazy because I already did. I've mentioned AR a few times before this, but this is the first time AR plays a big factor into why I love a character. Mangle has the best fight in AR, hands down. It's super fun and challenging, and very similar to Bellora's, who is fun, but way too easy. You hunt her down, masking up when he haywires, and wait for her to drop a piece of himself. You then have a time limit to hunt down and collect it. Once you do enough time, she charges you and you're able to shock him. And to make it better, you hear a new and far improved voice the entire time. She truly does sound haunted by his past, and all while being forced to stay positive. Until she falls apart. This fight was the main reason I decided I couldn't put RWQ over him. They have a fight in AR as well, and it's... With the fun fight, perfect voice, and amazing design, this game made an already great character into one of my favorites. And it's not even the top spot! But, maybe don't get too excited. Does he have the best voice? Well, no. Are his mechanics fun? No, it's kind of the same as Toy Chica, but with an annoying animation attached. Does he have good merch? Good is subjective. Is he the best FNaF 2 character? Probably not. Is he cute as hell? Yes. Is he the best designed animatronic? Yes! I know, I'm sorry. Toy Bonnie is my favorite, and yeah, Mangle is definitely better, but I can't help myself. He's just so perfect. Design-wise. I love his big floppy ears and his big bald tail, and the fact that he's the only Bonnie, besides Glitchtrap, to have eyebrows, and when he gets close to you, his huge adorable eyes shrink down and react like humans might, so it's genuinely creepy, which is surprising for him. His mechanics are boring, his fight now is just spring traps but boring, his voice literally sounds like Alvin and the Chipmunks. But if you pitch it down a little, it sounds amazing, I swear, and the personality is still good. And he has some of the best skins in this game. And, well, look at him! He's amazing! I don't care if he's flawed. How with the first list ended, I wonder if I have a thing for rabbits. I'm sure it won't continue. What's the next game? Oh. Scratch that. Are you still watching? Good, because it's all up from here. Not that I'm saying the animatronics you've already seen aren't worth buying. I'm just saying that there's a lot more coming and you shouldn't spend all of your money just yet, and maybe... Oops. Let's cut to commercial. Are you tired of being lonely, sad, and depressed, and those high prices are keeping you from purchasing one of your very own Fazbear Entertainment state-of-the-art animatronic companions? Well, look no further than the brand new Fazbear Entertainment Cupcake Pal Initiative. A set of friendly animatronics shaped like delicious baked goods, with a decreased chance of death. Watch as this collection of wacky characters hop around, swivel in place, bite, or just sit on your desk to lighten up even the grumpiest of moods. Perfect for bedrooms, office spaces, vent shaft, murder scenes, classrooms, or even graves. Even if your parents say no, just threaten your life. And if you call now, we'll even include one of our popular Halloween pumpkins for double the price. Just in time for summer break! Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for manufacturing issues such as broken parts, incorrect parts, unlit candles, product bursting into flames, leaving its designated cupcake plate suddenly appearing behind you, injury, dismemberment, death. Call now! Hello and welcome to the official side showcase of Fazbear Entertainment's new line of Cupcake Pal animatronic characters, listed from worst to best. I am a Model 5 of the Weegee's robotics and sales system, but you can call me Weegee Unit. Please keep in mind that this current list of products are separate from the main animatronic showcase and is simply a fun and cost-effective break from the main video, so Fazbear Entertainment employee in charge can be thoroughly disciplined and so that you, the viewer, don't get bored of what you are currently seeing. These cupcakes are not characters and will not be added to the final ranking as they are not alive and cannot hurt you. Warning, might actually be able to hurt you. With the release of the very patriotic Liberty Chica skin, this cupcake was teased for the game. Fans were disappointed to find out that this green painted cupcake wasn't actually on fire when they received it, just making it a green cupcake. Likely the result of many years of neglect, the Phantom branded cupcake is gray with Fazbear Entertainment patented Phantom eyes. Collecting all four may result in side effects, and out of all of them is the ability to play a delightful cupcake-themed minigame, so the headaches and death must be worth it. This Cupcake Pal comes equipped with sharp teeth, easily cutting through the toughest skins and packaging. It is also known to emote strangely when the Funtime Chica animatronic is nearby. Best results come from when she bends over. As part of the Halloween update for our FNaF World line of products, Chica's fan-favorite Nightmare Cupcake is replaced with a round orange shell that is somehow able to kill you, despite the fact that it lacks any articulation or mechanisms at all. This pumpkin-themed cupcake comes in several different colors, depending on the game you play. And remember that only the FNaF 4 themed one is able to kill you, that we know of. This animatronic is similar to many of our toy cupcake designs, although this variant has been confirmed by 1 out of 10 doctors to heal the common cold and various other flesh wounds. It also has a handy built-in airplane mount. Day of the Dead is a very marketable time of year, so Fazbear Entertainment has released this hilarious Day of the Dead themed toy cupcake. Happy holidays. Of course, the original toy cupcake from the iconic FNaF 2 series is still for sale if you are a cupcake purist. Do keep in mind that after many reports of the original model leaving its designated cupcake plate, this one has been bolted to the Toy Chica animatronic's hand, so you will have to purchase Toy Chica or just her hand if you'd like this version of the Cupcake Pal. Do keep in mind that this version of the toy cupcake does not heal wounds, but from our research it won't be responsible for any new ones either. For quote-unquote wimpy little loser kids who are too afraid of the regular Nightmare Cupcake model, the Adventure Nightmare Cupcake is the product for you. The same venomous appearance with all the cuteness of a regular toy cupcake, even down to the airplane mount. Fazbear Entertainment's Adventure Nightmare Cupcake has never been proven in a court of law to stall the engines of airplanes. Those are just rumors, and rumors hurt everyone. For those who felt scammed by the not-on-fireness of the Liberty Cupcake, Fazbear Entertainment will be sending all disappointed customers a free shipping, pre-burned cupcake so you can simulate the original images provided by the company. Do keep in mind that these still won't be on fire, and Fazbear Entertainment recommends you don't set them ablaze yourself. For kids on a budget, the golden cupcake can easily be prepared at home. The recipe can be found in the Freddy files and will 100% look like the pictures. Disclaimer, probably won't look like the pictures. Don't worry, Dad. We have a delightfully nostalgic cupcake straight out of your favorite old-school Freddy's arcade games, just for you. With the ability to float, it might cost you a pretty penny, but isn't it worth it to relive your glory days? I'm sure retirement can wait another few years, pal. For years, Fazbear Entertainment has been receiving angry messages from people with cupcake allergies asking when a cupcake just for them would be released. I'm happy to announce that we now have a muffin as part of the new special delivery line of Cupcake Pals. And for people who hate muffins, we can assure you it is just a cupcake we found rotting in an old closed-down Freddy's location. Big kids rejoice! The Nightmare Cupcake is edgy and perfect for anyone too cool for school. Now sporting shiny new Fazbear branded Nightmare teeth. Keep the dog away from those. No, really. With innovations in cupcake technology, the Nightmare Cupcake is no longer required to sit on a cupcake plate and easily rides on the shoulder of any bird animatronic or child. For just $4.99, the most epic cupcake can be yours. But just remember to lock him in the closet before you go to bed, and have fun! By purchasing the Nightmare Cupcake, you are allowing it into your home, which no longer makes Fazbear Entertainment responsible for injury of the customer, injury of the customer's family, or injury of the customer's pets. A cupcake so popular the fans named it themselves. Carl the Cupcake is a perfect cupcake held for any scenario. Originally held by Chica the Chicken as a prop, Carl was so popular with the kids that Fazbear Entertainment decided to mass produce it. From there it has shown up everywhere from the 80s to the 90s and even the 2010s. Of course, with every new version a little bit more gets added to make this the ultimate Cupcake Pal. But I do have to to inform you that one of these additions is free roaming abilities and a broken voice box, which causes a loud scream-like sound to emit from the device. But don't all the best toys scream at you these days, right parents? Thank you all for sitting through the Fazbear Entertainment Cupcake Pal Side Showcase. I hope you know exactly what to beg your parents to buy you for Christmas or any upcoming birthdays. Perhaps a birthday party at one of our lovely Freddy Fazbear locations. Have a fantastic day, and happy spending. Oh, we're back. Hey guys, I have been informed that I need to stick to my script instead of improving, while still giving my real personal opinions on each of the characters, as long as they are positive. And if I don't, a Fazbear Entertainment representative will be arriving here to, and I quote, put me in my place. And now I have to cover FNaF 3. I'm so dead. FNaF 3 is a great game. I genuinely love it, even if most people consider it to be the worst. The whole theme of the game is that you're trapped with one animatronic, but that wouldn't make a very hard game. So the horror attraction called Fazbear Frights is filled with dirty or burned phantom versions of classic Freddy's characters, which means they are all recolors of already existing FNaF characters. Don't get me wrong, that's not a bad idea, and it does make sense, but I can't help but put them all pretty low on my list, especially since they have only ever appeared once or twice. The first and the worst of the Phantoms is Phantom Foxy. The look of Withered Foxy has grown on me, but what hasn't is the awful way he attacks you. All the other Phantoms have a way to avoid their jump scare, most of them just being don't look at them. And Phantom Foxy is the same, although you can't not look at him since he's in your office. It is possible to get rid of him, but you just have to barely notice him at the very tiny side of your screen, then reopen your cameras, but that honestly seems like a mistake. He returns in Help Wanted and is a lot easier to not look at in VR, but honestly it's way too easy now. I've never gotten jump scared by him on accident. And of course, since he's a Foxy, he is the Phantom to have the most merch, and it's all just classic Foxy, so it's not even him. I'm not kidding when I say the only thing I like about Phantom Foxy is this render of him in the extras menu. Just makes me laugh. I mean, he's so small, but in reality, he is as tall as the office. Okay, his jump scare's kind of cool too. I wish more FNaF jump scares were characters jumping at you. It's really effective. Phantom Foxy is the only one of the Phantoms I actually hate, so most of the others are just kinda Phantom Chica. Aside from looking like a watermelon, her words not mine, she doesn't do anything interesting. She's not in Help Wanted or Ultimate Custom Night, and all of the Phantoms suck in FNaF World, so I'm not even gonna bring it up again. Just don't look at the arcade cam you'd never look at anyway, and you'll never see her. But hey, there's always that funny render I mentioned. Why does she look so confused? My favorite mechanics from the series come from a character being in the office and not the cams. They always just seem way more unique than the other ones. And Phantom Foxy's wasn't good, so how's Phantom Freddy's? I'd say it's okay. He just walks outside the window, and if you're watching him when he ducks under, you get jump scared. It's nothing special and super easy to avoid, but this is hard, man. He sucks in Ultimate Custom Night, just appearing slowly unless you flash him, and in Help Wanted, he doesn't even hurt you, he just walks. This goes for all Phantoms, but I forgot to mention it before. But when they jump scare you, instead of dying, you just get a ventilation error, making it, harder to see, and makes it so that the fake Springtrap will appear more often. So this guy isn't even deadly. So along with being another recolor of my least favorite Freddy, I don't know, at least he has this render, I guess. My man looks like he just saw a plate of donuts and is now currently saying, "Don't mind if I do." The Phantom Marionette had his name changed between games, which is probably why I hate the puppet so much. Cam 8 is a cam you might actually look at on accident, so it makes sense to put him there. The render is the regular puppet, so that's kind of weird, but interesting. If you do find him on the cams, he will stare at you for a long time, producing this creepy sound, making it so you can't do anything, which is genuinely creepy. He has never reappeared in the main series, but hey, it seems like they are getting a little better, but the render's boring, so next! What happens when the most interesting thing about a character is the fact that the creator forgot they even existed? Well, they become a lot more memorable to me. Phantom Angle was not in the extras menu for FNaF 3, and strangely enough, I think she is the Phantom who has appeared the most. He does the same exact thing in 3, Ultimate Custom Night, and Help Wanted, but only 3 has this amazing render. Not funny, but it is cool as hell. But the thing she is probably most well known for is the fact that he has 2 loading screens in FNaF World that replace the pronouns at random. So that's pretty cool. But a pretty sad legacy. Let's take a quick phantom break and talk about Phone Dude. Not his official name, but he was never even given one, so why is he here? If Phone Guy counts, then he does too. Shut up. Phone Guy is funny as hell, and I love hearing him talk. Scott once again voices him, and he does a great job. I just wish there was more, but unfortunately he only talks for the first 2 nights and never shows up again, so can't really put him much higher, can I? But he is way more interesting than all of the other phantoms. Also, no render. Obviously, he's a phone. Back on track, Phantom BB. I actually like Phantom BB quite a bit. Well, for a Phantom animatronic, I like him. I don't really know why exactly, he's just kind of cool. He's the first Phantom to show up on night 2, and if you're paying attention, he's easy enough to avoid, but can still catch you off guard. He's missing his balloon and sign, which just makes him look weird. He works the exact same in every one of his appearances, so why exactly is he my favorite Phantom? Well, it's simple. He is my favorite jump scare in the entire series. The way his jaw expands towards you, it's just really creepy. Ironically enough, he also has my least favorite jump scare, so I sure do love photo negative, low quality renders. Not funny at all. No one was expecting anything different. Springtrap is my #1 for FNaF 3. He isn't my favorite character, he isn't even my favorite Springtrap, but he is obviously one of the most important characters in this series and definitely deserves the recognition. Springtrap is the big bad of Five Nights at Freddy's, being William Afton reincarnated in his own grave. Just to kill you. So special. He's the only animatronic in FNaF 3 that actually can kill you, so his movements are obviously very unique to him. You lead him around with an audio lure which he falls for constantly for a full week. I repeat, he is the big bad of Five Nights at Freddy's. If you ignore your ventilation system, you can see a fake Springtrap on the cameras, often leading to the real one getting away, which is a very neat mechanic I don't believe has been replicated in this series since. When he arrives at your office, he stares at you through your window, which is so cool to be able to be this close and personal with the animatronics for once, which is what Scott was going for, and he definitely succeeded. I don't hate this gameplay loop as much as other people, but I will agree it gets pretty repetitive and boring after 5 nights. In Ultimate Custom Night, he is demoted more than I'm gonna be after this video. He's jumped in the vents with like 4 other characters. It's pretty boring, but I do like his little face peeping out from the vents. It's kind of funny. But Illumix knew what they were doing. They made Springtrap the hardest fight in AR at the time. And honestly, it really feels like a boss fight, and it's so good. When he haywires, you have to stare at him, only when he has white eyes. When he disappears, he will quickly do it again, so you need to rush around to find him to stare as fast as you can. And eventually he'll let up and he'll charge you. The last thing I'd like to mention. AR made William Afton a maniacal cartoon supervillain, and that's just amazing to me. He brags about his murders, he taunts you, he laughs at you like a mad scientist, and while I do prefer a more serious William, this is pretty fun for a one-time thing. So there, I did it. Springtrap is cool. Buy him if you'd like to be murdered. Please don't fire me.
Are you is Weegee?
Yeah?
Hello there, I'm Helpy, your Fazbear Entertainment representative, here to make sure you stay on script and make us money.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. Yep, sorry, that's me. Hello, hi.
I've heard you have been spreading your nasty opinions all over the place, instead of telling these nice folks at home how lovely our products are.
No, sir. I've just been giving them the facts only.
Well, you better stop that, and start talking about our lovely new FNaF 4 line of products. The kids love them, so I'm sure Moose do too.
Huh. I probably do.
Don't mind me, I'll just be sat over here, observing your performance and deciding if you need a stern talking to.
Oh. Okay, yeah, sure.
Go ahead, I believe Jacobani is first. He's one of our most well-behaved animatronic performers. Halloween themed too, perfect for parties, so go on.
FNaF 4 used to be my least favorite FNaF game. I swear I like this series, guys. I could never get into it, and I honestly don't think I knew how to play it. It also ruined the series lore for a lot of people, but that led to sister location being made, so eh. But when I replayed it recently, I realized how truly amazing this game really is. The gameplay loop is so satisfying, and the way they force you to get fully immersed in it by making sounds so important is honestly genius. And on top of that, it has a lot of characters, and some are really amazing, and others are filler. Alright, enough putting it off. So, what to say about Jacobani? He Well, he was introduced in the Halloween update of FNaF 4 and replaced Nightmare Bonnie. He was, for some reason, added to AR, but he was just a copy of Jacko Chica, who was just a copy of Baby, and, you know, he didn't speak, so... he's super overpowered in FNaF World because he has the slasher move, and the only other character who has that is Purple Guy, but he kind of only has that. I guess his only attacking move. But Jacko Bonnie also has Jacko Bombs, but fuck it. Jacko Bonnie is forgettable. Sure, he's better than Nightmare Bonnie visually, but he already isn't great. His fight in AR isn't original and one of the very few CPU characters I still haven't gotten. He is cheap and lame and has nothing going for him. Even his merch sucks. Jacko Bonnie is so forgettable that it took Scott hiring another developer for him to come back. So, yeah.
Very interesting. Keep going.
Moving on. Nightmare Bonnie isn't much better. The only reason he's above Jacko Bonnie is because he isn't in AR, so he can't really have an awful fight for me to judge him on. He is an Ultimate Custom Night, but even then, he just steals other characters' mechanics, and they're not even good ones! He is iconic to FNaF 4, being in the trailer with an amazing jump scare, but that doesn't save him for me because all the jump scares in FNaF 4 are amazing. So even then, he is still one of the most forgettable characters in the entire series. Not getting any better. Nightmare sucks. He's supposed to be the big bad scary enemy at the end of the game who attacks super fast from all spots, but guess what? We already have a character like that, and it's Nightmare Fredbear! He attacks the exact same as him, not only in FNaF 4, but in Ultimate Custom Night as well. Nightmare Fredbear made sense as the final challenge of that game, considering what happened to the crying child. Nightmare doesn't, and still doesn't mean anything to me. He is made to be this huge, important bad guy to the series, but he literally doesn't do anything in even his game. Nightmare Fredbear is just so much cooler, and Nightmare is just trans. Parent. With the generic horror movie villain sounding voice, the only thing I could say about him that's positive, besides him only ever appearing twice, is that his voice actor breathes loudly between his words. I'm not sure if that was on purpose as a reference to the game mechanics, but I still think that's kinda neat. So why is he above the Bonnies? Sounds like I hated Nightmare a lot more. Well, at least I have something to say about him. The Bonnies are so forgettable they aren't even fun to complain about. Not off the boring reskins yet, Nightmare Mangle is just a more lazily designed Mangle with worse static sounds. She also continued the trend of Scott forgetting about Mangles as he wasn't included in FNaF World Update 2 in favor of Coffee and Mr. Chipper, who aren't even FNaF characters. She gets a heads up over the others for being a reskin of Nightmare Foxy, who actually has a really fun gameplay loop in FNaF 4. In Ultimate Custom Night, they have the exact same mechanic as Nightmare Bonnie, which also sucks. So, moving on.
Are you going to get to the characters you actually like soon?
Yeah, from here they're either just okay or great. There are a lot of characters in this game, sir. FNaF 4 had a problem with its teasers. Most of them aren't even in the game. Nightmare Foxy doesn't have a tongue, Nightmare isn't gray, Nightmare Mangle doesn't hang from anything, and Nightmare Freddy doesn't have his Freddles attached to him in the game, only in the extras menu. Luckily, we got to see just that in FNaF World, where he was a great fighter, but in the actual game, well, it's just another disappointment Nightmare Freddy has for me.
I thought it was gonna be positive from here.
I promise I have more good to say about him than Nightmare Mangle. Even if you ignore the fact that both of Nightmare Freddy's mechanics are actually just the Freddles, the fact that I have never died to him once ever, the fact that his voice is the most generic, deep-voiced killer voice I've ever heard, and the fact that his body is shaped like a fucking triangle, well, he has my second favorite jump scare in the entire series. He picks you up, and that's pretty cool. Sadly, you'll probably never see this outside of the extras menu. Also, why did Nightmare Freddy get merch in the first wave of Funko Pops? He just looks forever wrong now, and it's weird. Overall, Nightmare Freddy is a weird and underused character, but it could be worse. Moving on from Nightmare Freddy, we have his children? What are these things? The Freddles are way better than him. As I said before, they are the true owner of Nightmare Freddy's mechanics, and they aren't bad, just really easy to avoid. But in FNaF World, the first place they were officially given the name Freddles, they're a part of an amazing and very useful attack named Freddle Fury, where a ton of the little gremlins stampede in and do a lot of damage. Other than that, originally Freddles were going to have their own separate slot in Ultimate Custom Night away from Nightmare Freddy. So that explains a lot. At the end of the night during the Halloween update, Plush Trap is replaced by Nightmare BB. I'll talk more about the actual minigame later, but it's the exact same thing. Other than that, he is just awful in Ultimate Custom Night. No matter how many times he kills me, I will always forget not to flash him when he is sitting there. His voice is funny, but it doesn't fit BB. It honestly sounds more like a Foxy to me. Overall, he's just okay, I guess. I mean, I like his design, so that's something. Probably not what you'd think of as a character, but I thought Plush Fredbear was important enough to include here. He constantly follows—
Oh, I'm great at wrapping merch. Let me do this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have a bratty kid who constantly goes places you don't want him to, and lock him in a crate goes against your morals? Well, then the Plush Fredbear is the product for you. A teleporting plush of everyone's favorite yellow bear with a walkie-talkie built into it. Because if your kids won't listen to you, maybe they'll listen to a familiar pizza mascot. Buy now and will include the very same security system used by Afton himself.
Huh. Good job.
Thank you. I went to college for that.
I like Nightmare Chica, I swear! And since she's the first character I actually like who plays this way, I can just say right now that I love the FNaF 4 hallway mechanics. It is so creative to listen for the creepy mechanical breathing and taking a chance every time you flash your light. I love that you can see the animatronics retreat around the corner if they are in the first position. And specifically to Nightmare Chica, I love that you can see her reflection in the window. I don't know why, but I love that. In Ultimate Custom Night, Nightmare Chica was added last second to the DD roster, and her mechanic is easy, but her mechanic is so cool and one of the most unique mechanics yet. Just make her mouth cold and she leaves. Speaking of her mouth, Nightmare Chica's design is insane. With 3 rows of teeth and a Withered Chica-style extended jaw, she looks just about ready to eat the cupcake in one bite. Honestly, this is one of the very few Nightmare designs like this that I actually like. I guess on the negative, she only has 1 jump scare since the Nightmare Cupcake takes her second one, but that's only a small thing. Nightmare Chica is a FNaF 4 character done right. Not only is she original, but she looks pretty cool too, and hasn't been ruined by a later game quite yet. Even though she has an awful mechanic in Ultimate Custom Night, and her fight in AR is just babies with smoke, Jacko Chica is really just a cooler looking Nightmare Chica, who I already like the look of. But the reason she's higher than Nightmare Chica is because of her voice. I love the waviness, it sounds like she's on fire, which I guess she is. It's nothing too special and not my favorite voice of all time, but it's good enough for me to like her just a little bit better in my opinion. But they are very close. Time for another weird character. Spring Bonnie is obviously a character. So why is this the best photo I can show you of them? Anyway, I love this guy. Even if we've never really seen them in action, they are great and super iconic to the series. For starters, they are non-binary according to FNaF World. I know it's probably a joke, but come on. Oh, and speaking of FNaF World, they are the best character in the main game, and usually the last one you'll get, making it always hype when they finally show their face. How dare you play my old videos?
You know, legally, we own your videos, so be happy that's all we're doing this time.
Oh my god!
Anyway, Spring Bonnie is the suit William Afton used to kill kids in. And honestly, they might be one of the most iconic murder weapons in gaming. And once again, this is the best main series look at them we have. This was his profile icon on the newest Freddy Files book, which came out pretty recently. Well, I guess this counts too, but Afton's inside of him, so it only half counts. From Big Spring Bonnie to their little brother, Plush Trap is basically just a small Springlock suit sold to kids.
And it sold very well. Go beg your parents to buy you a Plush Trap chaser, kids.
At the end of every night, you get to play Fun with Plush Trap, which is a sound-based minigame where your goal is to stop Plush Trap on the X at the front of the hallway. If you beat it, you get 2 hours off your next night. It's not like the best minigame ever, but it's a pretty cool extra that we usually wouldn't get in a FNaF game. But the hard mode version in Help Wanted is basically the exact same thing if the crying child was a hoarder. Now for the real reason Plush Trap is this high. In AR, Plush Trap was, and still is, the first mixed reality fight. It is visually amazing. It's genuinely impressive. But the fight itself is, it's okay. Very short and far too random for my taste. Every time you start up a fight, the 2 generators next to you have a completely random charge rate, and sometimes it's so slow, it makes the fight almost impossible. If you want to get his suit and CPU, you'll be resetting the game a whole lot as to not waste lures. Back to the positive, Plush Trap also has this cool stitching on him in AR, like he got ripped, and I think it looks great. Though it seems like most fans disagree with me, I think it makes Plush Trap look a lot more played with, which is fitting, since, you know, he's a toy. So this character is based off of a pun that doesn't even work because the file didn't have enough characters to finish off the name, so now he's just stuck with Nightmarion, which is the worst name for anything ever. But aside from that, Nightmarion is a great and unique replacement for Nightmare. Sure, his mechanics in Ultimate Custom Night are iconic enough to the point where he became the face of the game, but it is bad. It's really bad. Anyway, I like Nightmarion, I swear. His design is cool, his voice is crazy, and his minigame in Help Wanted overhauled him for the much, much better. I mean, 4's jump scare. Ultimate Custom Night's jump scare. Help Wanted. He's finally animated, guys! I swear I like him. Amazing character with an awful name. Nightmarionette. How hard is that? FNaF 4 used to be my least favorite FNaF game until I replayed it recently. I thought the gameplay was unfair and way too repetitive and just not fun. So what was different when I replayed it? Well, I actually knew how to defend myself with Foxy. The mechanics are not explained well. In fact, they're not explained at all. But you're supposed to listen from the middle of the room to where Foxy is in the hallways. When you hear him walk to the same side twice, that means he's around the corner. So just go to the door and flash the light on him to get rid of him, starting the cycle over. No joke, this is probably the most fun mechanic in any FNaF game. There's something so satisfying about tracking him down and multitasking while you do it. It made me like FNaF 4 so much that it went up several places in the ranking. When he actually gets to the closet, it's a different story. That part sucks. But it's supposed to suck. You're supposed to not want him to get there. And that's great! It's like Mango's mechanic, but actually done well. If you fail, you can still fully defend yourself. It's just a lot harder, and not just an eventual timer for your death. Other than that, he's just an alright character. I haven't played much of Curse of Dreadbear, but he has Unscrewed 2 in FNaF World, so he's the go-to for Tripper's Revenge. His design isn't anything special, it's just Foxy but cooler. With the tongue, yeah, definitely, but that was chopped off, unfortunately. Overall, Nightmare Foxy is a cool character with an amazing attack pattern, and that's about it, which is totally okay. In this case, less is more. And here we are, the last FNaF 4 character. It's been rocky, I know. FNaF 4 isn't my favorite character-wise, as most of them are just the not great withered designs with a lot of teeth. But I can assure you and any other small bears that may be listening that this last character is one of my favorite in the series. So I only have positive things to say about him. And of course, that character is Nightmare Fredbear. I've always loved the idea of a boss fight in FNaF games. And I don't mean like the traditional ones. I mean like you're in your room and there's one super aggressive animatronic after you. They've done it a few times, but this is the best one I've seen. All the animatronics are gone and only Fredbear remains. You listen to his footsteps and try to figure out where he is, just like Foxy. And when he laughs, he's either moved to the bed or the closet. It isn't the hardest fight ever, but I really like it. It changes the formula just enough to keep me interested without confusing me. It's really well designed. His only other appearance is Ultimate Custom Night. Correction, he's in Help Wanted, but it's just the FNaF 4 boss fight with worse controls, where he works the same as Nightmare. Usually, I consider this a bad thing, but they work really well together, and honestly, I like it this way. Plus, if they combine them both into one character slot, then we could have possibly never gotten Nightmare Fredbear's voice lines. And honestly, like, fully being honest, Nightmare Fredbear has my favorite voice in the entire series. It's just so perfectly menacing and creepy, and it sounds like it has a permanent echo on it, even though obviously he's right next to you because he just murdered you. And maybe I'm overreacting, or maybe it really just is that good. Fredbear is currently my most wanted FNaF AR character, and yes, it is just so that he can get like 40 new voice lines. The only negative I can think of is a shared complaint I have with all the Nightmares. The design of Nightmare Fredbear isn't the best ever, although it has grown on me a bit more than some of the others. The stomach mount is genuinely cool, but he's just a bit big? Wide? I don't really know what the right word to use is here, but take one look at a fan-made fixed Nightmare Fredbear, and you'll know exactly what I mean.
No, no, no! That's exactly what I was talking about! Why would you end with a negative thing? Now the viewer will just assume you hate the character because of their short attention spans.
I don't think the audience is that stupid.
Well, I do. That's it. You need to do this whole thing over again.
What? No way! Do you know how much energy this takes to record? Plus, my opinions are gonna stay the exact same, so who cares?
I do. Oh, you really did it this time.
What are you gonna do?
I'm getting back up right away. Clearly, threats of being fired don't work with you.
Well, I get chewed out. Here, listen to this cassette I found. I'm sure that'll sound better than him.
What? What did you just say? Oh, that's it. I'm getting the big guns.
Sorry.
Hey, this is Phone Dude with Phone Man Construction Company. I'm just calling to bring you up to date with your plan to install the new and improved security office in your pizzeria. Since the last time you hired us, we actually increased our, what do you call it, our menu. Anyway, some are a lot more secure than others, so I thought I'd just give you my personal least favorite to favorite list. You know, just so you can get a gauge on the different options, so no more, scary bears break down your doors. Or lack thereof. Well, the first room I have for you is, well, it's pretty crappy, but it's good on a budget. We basically just took some kid's house and, like, busted a hole through the walls and mounted these pipes from the ceiling. Yeah, I don't know how protective this one really is, but I bet those lawsuits are pretty expensive, so this might be the one for you. We put this one in your big mall thing. I believe it was in the arcade. I don't remember, honestly. Well, what I do remember is that it was basically just a big room with doors that ran out of power, like, super fast. So, the room is also a bit too, wide, so you kind of have to run from one to the other side to close the doors, you know. But it's good if you want to exercise while you work. This one's a classic, but, you know, on second look, it's actually super poorly designed. Don't tell my boss I said that. But come on, it's totally true. I mean, the 3 visible walls are almost completely taken up by giant holes, leaving the office looking pretty barren. Sorry, I just had to. I'm sure you hear that one all the time. I don't think I need to say how much of a security risk this one is, too. I'm sorry. I swear they get a lot better. Just bear with me. Sorry, I'll move on. This place is run down. It's located under 2 different pizzerias, and I'm pretty sure there's a reanimated corpse living down there, and not the entertaining kind. Plus, the layout is basically just the ultimate custom night-based model, but with the gameplay being super bad. But hey, at least you have a bed in the corner and no ceiling. You know, maybe don't get this one. Hey, finally, this one's actually secure. Well, the power does run out, but you've got a couple of hours before that happens. It's only a little cramped, so not much room for activities, but hey, at least you can control the cams with the keyboard. Sometimes. I should also probably mention that these monitors on the desk are permanently hooked up to a different security system, so, whoa, if you thought the last one was cramped, get a load of this one. Oh, wow, those vents are wide open. And the ventilation system can be remotely turned off. Man, I'd hate to be trapped in here, but, comes with that old-ass computer, so it's a steal. I guess I should mention that you should watch for fires. I'm not kidding, that's a real risk. I thought this one might interest you. It doubles as a security office and, wait for it, stage controls! I don't know if you need any of those, but, hey, it'll be worth the money anyway. The 4 doors only lose power when being banged on, so just leave a sign out. Or, for any reason you really have to keep them closed, don't worry, we have a solution for that. Each of the 4 doors is hooked up to a taser that will shock anyone, or, you know, anything touching the metal door. A nice little shock therapy, if you will. For some reason, all the different cams are hooked up to different monitors, so you'll have to likely buy, like, 15 of them and place them all around the room, which might have that guard of yours moving around a lot more. I'm not exactly sure why this one's, here. It's literally just some kid's bedroom. I guess if you're also looking for a bedroom, then we're the people to call. Or don't. Those doors don't stay closed for some reason. They, like, spring back open, you know? But you know what? Just for you, I'll make sure the toys are included. Now, this is what I call a classic. It's a bit primitive, but if your guard doesn't want to do too much multitasking, well, this might be the one for you. 2 doors, 2 lights, couple old monitors. What more could you ask for? It's cramped, sure, but, at least all the buttons are nice and close. There's a cupcake, a poster, cobwebs. Those aren't free, unfortunately. Those will cost extra. Oh, there's some lockers right behind you, so you can store things like, I don't know, pizza or something crazy like that. If I'm being honest with you, we've been using this one as a storage system. But that means there's plenty of floor space to put any old robots or CRTs. Those are valuable these days. Oh, and to make up for this space, you can close any of the doors with the keyboard, whatever that is. The airflow isn't perfect, but hey, you only need it to live. This one's pretty similar to the last one. Actually, it's the exact same, just more blue. You can fit a lot more animatronics with that desk in the back gone. It can get pretty hot in here, so keep that fan on. Metal though, watch the fingers. Blue not your color? Me either. I prefer green as well. We actually used this one as a test for a big project we're working on. It's basically the same as the last one, only a bit more dirty. Well, that's probably on purpose, I swear. Part of the design. Don't mind that guy behind the window. He's just some guy we hired to dress up in a furry costume and, you know, spook some people walking by. It didn't work too well. My personal favorite. I actually designed this one myself and used it at that horror attraction. This one actually is moldy on purpose. It's supposed to be all spooky and old and stuff. No doors and wide open vents to the side is probably dangerous. But we left some hot dogs on the desk, and well, there are a ton of secrets around. Like, you can press those wall tiles in and like play this silly little mini game, but you know, I totally forgot the code. Anyway, there's a larger window right in front of you, so you'll always know right when someone walks by. So that's pretty handy, I guess. Though those vents are pretty crappy, so you'll have to reset the ventilation every once in a while. We may have gone a bit too old school, if you know what I mean. But trust me, it's the best one, and I'm not just saying that because I get a bigger commission check if I sell it. So that's all the offices we have available, but I should tell you about our new product. With our new augmented reality technology, any room could be an office, man. Just point your phone around and use the taser in the app. As good as the real thing, with absolutely no bugs or oversights. But maybe we can discuss that one a bit later on. Oh, gotta go, man. I'll check with you tomorrow and we can discuss your choice further. Later.
So, should I get back to—
Shut up, you! I need to set up this animatronic, and your whiny voice is giving me a headache.
Yeah, but the video is just gonna be you silently working in the corner, so why don't I just continue?
Ugh, whatever. What's next, FNaF World? Yeah, just go ahead.
Alright! Wait a minute, what's that supposed to mean?
No one likes that cringe game. No one is gonna buy one of those cheesy characters.
What? I do! And there are plenty of good FNaF World characters, like Lolbit and Dee Dee and Chica's Magic.
And you already said you weren't covering playable characters and enemies. So who do you have that people care about these days? Lolbit? Yeah, I thought they're gonna be very low. Very surprising.
You know, Helpy, when you think about it, you kind of look like Adventure Funtime Freddy. Not exactly the most original design. Plus, you can't even kill anything.
Gasp! How dare you! I'll kill you right now just to prove—
Helpy, we're still recording.
Huh? Nothing to see here, kids. You better start talking about Virtual Freddy right now, or you're gonna be in trouble.
FNaF World is my favorite FNaF game. And no, that's not a joke. The original game is flawed, sure, but it's fun, and I love it so much. I've 100% completed it like 4 times. I'd love to talk about this game for as long as I'm going to discuss Pizzeria Simulator, but my rules say I can't. But 9 characters is more than none. I'm saving Dee Dee and Old Man Consequences for later, as they are a lot more important in Ultimate Custom Night, but that game has like 1 new character. I'm also not going to include any characters from non-FNAF Scott games, like Chipper, Coffee, or Souldozer, and of course, Scott himself. Sorry, but those aren't FNAF characters. When you use the move Haunting, Ghost Freddy appears and floats towards the enemy to stun them, for like a few seconds. It's a really bad move, but he looks cool, I guess. In Fazbear Hills, there were 3 shopkeepers that you could interact with. Lolbit, who sells bites that help you in battle, Dee Dee, who runs a fishing-based minigame, and Mendo, who sells upgraded endo parts to raise your defense. Lolbit and Dee Dee have reappeared in the series before, quite a few times actually, but Mendo has yet to reappear, which is kinda strange. I mean, I don't really care honestly, but still strange. Mendo only has 3 things to sell you, and one is so expensive you'll probably never even unlock it. Maybe one day he'll make a cameo, but for now, Endo Plush is a playable character, but I think he should be here because he has never appeared in the series before or since, and if he did, he wouldn't even look like this. He'd look like this, which was taken directly from his model in Help Wanted, which is horrifying, by the way. He also sucks as a character, and at this point of the game, you'll never use him, so whenever you use the Mimic Ball to copy a move, Virtua Freddy appears. Late game, when you get the Auto Mimic chip, you'll be seeing a lot of him, and this time he actually has a loading screen. which is why I'm even including him and Ghost Freddy in the first place, even though they aren't playable characters. I don't know, I think he just looks cool. What do you want me to say about him? Thinking of the Mimic Ball, this little yellow blob is kind of adorable, and I'm surprised it hasn't made a cameo in a newer game. Of course, this character is the reason the Mimic move works, and that move is very, very useful. I like it. It's cute. There's a very useful move tied to it. Anyway, let's talk about Desk Man. I have some hot takes about Desk Man. With just the context of sister location, I can maybe sorta see why people may have thought he was Henry. But even then, no, he obviously isn't. What do we know about Desk Man? He's a game developer, he created the minigames in Update 2, he created Circus Baby, and of course, he dies. Henry, to my knowledge, doesn't make video games. William Afton has consistently been the creator of Circus Baby, even since Sister Location. And of course, Henry is still alive since the book is an alternate universe, and even then, he was killed by Endo 2 and not Circus Baby! So, how is Henry the Desk Man? Like, I still hear people say this because of MatPat.
Ugh, I hate that guy! Always causing trouble. You know, we should kill—
Don't kill MatPat, Helpy.
I wasn't gonna say that. I just wanna talk to him. Maybe in the scooping room.
So if he isn't Henry, then who is he? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. It's Scott. He's a game developer, he created Circus Baby, and sure, he isn't, but it makes sense for Scott to kill himself in FNaF World. I mean, it's happened like 2 other times in this game. I know I said no Scotts, but if I didn't include him, people would be confused why. But anyway, I like Desk Man. I like his speech, specifically the vicious cycle line. Reminds me of my current situation. What do we count as a unique character? Funtime Foxy is in Sister Location. But Funtime Foxy, or Fixed Mangle, isn't in any game other than FNaF World. But canonically, World Funtime Foxy is Sister Location Funtime Foxy, so screw it. Funtime Foxy is one of the best characters in FNaF World. She has Cosmic Song, which is one of the best attacking moves in the game. He is also the only Gift Boxes character to even be able to attack, so she really is one of the best. Alright, sorry, I'll move on. What else do I say? So I know what I said before, but after giving it a lot of thought, Chica's Magic Rainbow 100% deserves to be on this list. Let's go over the facts, shall we? She speaks, has a personality unlike the other Update 2 characters, she's a fully original character, and has her own minigame. Yes, I know she's an enemy, but fuck you, you can't tell me she's on the same level as Dogfight and Black Trap. Chica's Magic Rainbow is your classic video game companion, but instead of cheering you on and encouraging you to keep going, she calls you an idiot and murders you for fun. Her voice actor is someone you actually might know. Debbie Derryberry, the voice of Jimmy Neutron. I'm not kidding. Actually, she's the only celebrity voice actor in the whole series if you don't count Galen Goff, which is pretty cool. And it was worth it because her voice is deceptively adorable while also sounding really harsh, which even she knows because she murders you when you mute her voice. The minigame is very iconic, to say the least. It's a classic Scott Cawthon rage game, random bullshit coming out of nowhere at every step. Oh, and if you want to unlock all the characters from this game, you need to complete it in less than 3 minutes. But I've actually gotten pretty good at it, which you need to do if you even just want Anim, dude. After 33 deaths, she kills you herself. Spoiler alert, Chica's Magic Rainbow is the real final boss of FNaF World. After crushing Purple Geist, she comes back for revenge to insult you again. This is the toughest fight in the game. And not only are her attacks powerful, not only is there a time limit, not only is there still poison air, but she spits out these mini rainbows constantly, doing a lot of damage when ignored. But you can kill them with Fourth Wall, Buzzsaw, or Megavirus. This is the only time in the game you actually have to pay attention to where your party members are in the field, as Buzzsaw only hits the mini rainbows when they are lower in the party. After the fight, she threatens you one more time just to be safe. Even though she hasn't reappeared in the main series, she actually appeared in the background of a few parts of the book, and this McFarlane set, revealing that she's always been right behind the toys, I guess. Chica's Magic Rainbow is the weirdest character in this entire series who was actually given a weirdly big role in this game, replacing Scott as the final boss. But she is still yet to make a real appearance. Maybe one day we'll see her in a new game. Dumbass. That was quick. My favorite FNaF World character is
It's obviously Lolbit.
Dude.
Even if DD or OMC or any of the enemies were involved, it would obviously be Lolbit. Kids love that silly disembodied head.
What? I like Soldozer.
More than Lolbit?
No.
That's what I thought. Another epic win for Helpy.
Why are you so mean?
You are ruining my business.
You're ruining my life! Lolbit is cool, okay? First appearing in FNaF World as a bite sales fox, they have been adopted into the main series for a few minor roles, but a few of them are really cool. Sister Location had them appear as an Easter egg on a wall, but when the Custom Night DLC came out, they were given a character slot, hacking your monitor only stopping when you type LOL on your keyboard. It's not the best mechanic ever, but it's very creative, and I like it a lot. It was also reused for Ultimate Custom Night. In Help Wanted, they were upgraded to a body, and was given their own minigame. It is just Funtime Foxy's game with random robots everywhere, which already isn't a great minigame, but hey, it's still pretty cool. Whenever they happen to appear, this render shows up on screen, and it is just amazing. Lolbit has no eyes, eyelids, or eyebrows, which makes them just look so happy and fixes any problems I have with Funtime Foxy. FNaF has a problem with eyebrows, like most merch, but not all, gives Lolbit eyebrows, which they don't have. Stillwell took a different approach and just painted them white.
Budget cuts! Eyebrow removal costs more money than you'd expect.
Their latest appearance as of now was in Freddy in Space 2, which put them back in the shopkeeper's role and gave them this just adorable vest! Oh my god! Lolbit may not be the best character in all of FNaF, but we all have our guilty pleasure characters, and Lolbit is a perfect reminder of FNaF World's mostly forgotten legacy, easily making them mine.
Perfect timing! Your new boss and micromanager has been set up. Say hello to Funtime Freddy.
Oh, neat. Hello, Funtime Freddy.
Well, hello again! It's so great to be back!
Whoa.
It's been a long time! Where's the birthday boy now?
Actually, it hasn't been that long. You were just in AR a few months back.
Oh, wow! I'm more busy than I remember! Bon Bon?
Yes, Fred?
Check my calendar. Do I have any birthday bashes coming up?
Nope. All clear.
Alright, you two, stop the comedy act. I have a very specific job for you this time.
Sure thing, boss. What's up?
I need you to sit here and watch this moose guy.
Why? Is he the birthday moose?
No, he's an employee. I need you to make sure he doesn't say anything else negative about our Fazbear Entertainment branded animatronic character.
I'll do my best, ma'am.
And I'll make sure he does his best and doesn't get distracted.
Great! And for extra motivation, he made fun of me.
Huh? What?
Oh, come on. You started it.
No one insults my little bro!
Exactly!
Ah, don't scoop me.
No, I won't scoop you. I'll just shoot Bon Bon at your face!
Wait, what? I didn't agree to that.
Very good. I'll be off. But call me if there are any fresh corpses for me to clean up.
See you soon, boss! Very, very soon.
Bye-bye, homie.
How are you?
Shut up! It's not even your birthday!
Yeah, me and my friend don't like liars. Grr.
Now get to advertising before we celebrate!
Okay. So up next we have the novel trilogy.
Ooh, I love reading!
Wait a minute. That's not even canon.
Yeah, and I don't even like reading!
Well, it is canon. It's just set in a different universe, and there are a lot of similar characters in both of them.
Oh, yeah? That's fine then. Go on.
So is it canon or not?
Well, it's canon to the series, but not the games, meaning that things that happen in the books can happen in the games, but not everything necessarily does happen, you know?
Oh, okay, that's fine then. Go on, funny little moose guy.
All right. That's great. The worst character from the novels isn't even in them, and doesn't even have a name. Monotime Freddy is a monochrome version of Funtime Freddy.
Hey, that's me!
Fred, he's insulting you.
What? I'll kill him!
No. It's not you. He just looks like you. You're in the books, and you're cool in them. Trust me.
Okay, but you're on thin ice, mister.
So, Monotime Freddy is on the cover of The Fourth Closet, which is already my least favorite of the books. But not your part. It's the best-ish part.
Bon Bon? You hear that? I'm the best part!
As I said before, he doesn't actually appear in the book, so he doesn't do anything. The most he has going for him is being a random wall decoration in Ultimate Custom Night, which actually is a pretty cool reference. If I want to count Ella and Theodore, that means I have to count Stanley. Stanley was included in all the merch for the Twisted Ones wave, even though he didn't do anything in the books. He was just one of Charlie's toys that her dad made for her, but unlike the other ones, he doesn't have a role in anything. I don't really hate Stanley. I just hate how much merch he got, especially over any of the actual main characters of the story. And it's not even a good design. He's just like this round, chubby little baby toy, and I don't like it.
I just want to give a quick thank you to the wiki for reminding me that these things even exist. The baby crawlers show up in the fourth closet for a few moments and bites one of the kids trying to escape. I think they might be the most forgettable FNaF characters ever. At least they do more than Twisted Bonnie, but their design is kind of boring, and honestly I'm a little upset they didn't just use the Biddy Babs, like, come on. And of course, once again, I totally forgot they existed, so yet another character that doesn't actually exist in the books. Why is this a pattern? Twisted Chica was a scrap design in the books that was repurposed to just pad out the merch line. And as we all know, there are no other characters that could have been made that were a bit more interesting. She does look amazing with the melty cupcake, but there isn't much to say about her since she doesn't do anything. Finally, a character that does something. Too bad it's basically just dying immediately. Twisted Foxy exists to give Charlie and John exposition on the illusion discs, which are just small little chips that trick your brain into thinking something looks like another thing. Like Foxy here looks more like Withered Foxy without them. After he serves his purpose, he fucking dies and literally doesn't come back. His design is pretty good. And I'll give him one thing. He has probably one of the best designed Funko Pops out of any FNaF character.
Well, most FNaF characters are just standing. For him, they made him like buried in a mound of dirt at all times, and it is really cool looking. So let's all give Funko a round of applause for posing a FNaF character even just slightly different for once. Twisted Bonnie is boring, but at least he technically had a role in the Twisted Ones, unlike the other two I mentioned. He is part of the main 3 animatronics, but he never actually does anything to my knowledge. He looks sick. I mean, that double jaw is cool. And a fully purple Bonnie has been a long time coming. Theodore is the most important of Charlie's toys, even though he really isn't. The most useful thing he does is tell John where the real Charlie is being kept, but other than that, he is just scrapped from parts in the Twisted Ones, and is just a head for all of the fourth closet.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't we supposed to punish this guy if he says anything negative?
Is that what we're doing? I thought we were planning a surprise party for my bro. Ha! That guy loves books.
Freddy! No parties! We need to make sure he says good things, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, wow! Sorry, Bonbon, I totally forgot. Let's give him a surprise!
Whoa, okay, I'll be more positive, I swear.
Yay, Fred, we did it!
Hooray! Let's celebrate!
No, Freddy, we need to watch him!
Huh. Quick, while they're gone! Theodore is adorable. His merch is definitely the most consistent with the quality, especially the plush and the pop, but the Mystery Mini is also really good. He is iconic to the books, and that is something I can't say for the other ones.
The first character I actually give a shit about here. She is actually more than just a good design, which is good because that's my least favorite part about her. A porcelain doll fits FNaF, and believe me, she is creepy. I just don't really care for it. But it was a long time coming. Anyway, in the novels, she is revealed to be... Seriously, if you didn't skip already, I'm going to reveal a huge spoiler here, so it's last chance. A younger version of Charlie her dad made to replace her after she was murdered by William Afton, brought to life by illusion discs. When she grew up, he replaced her as a doll for the newer teenage version of his daughter. That's already a pretty big role for this doll, but she was actually given her own Fazbear Frights story, 1:35 a.m. Spoilers for that now, just skip to this timestamp if you don't want to see that. Ella is the main animatronic and features as a killer alarm clock. Ooh. The story is entertaining. Like, honestly, it's a really fun story all the way through. But Ella isn't very scary. I'm never once convinced she's actually going to kill the protagonist, which just makes the ending really lame, as Ella didn't even kill the girl. She just killed herself trying to escape something that isn't even a threat. Ella is given more screen time than all of the Twisted animatronics, but even then, I just don't really care for her that much. So putting her any higher feels wrong. Also, her Funko Pop doesn't stand up, so bad character. Next.
Hey, you tricked me! There's no surprise over there!
Did you check under the
Wait, I never said that! Oh, yeah? Well, then who did?
You did!
Yeah, I think I'd remember that.
No, I was there. I'm pretty sure he was the one who promised my friend a surprise.
I knew it! You better say something very positive or I swear Bonbon will be lost right into your fresh and plump moose face!
Yeah!
I thought you didn't agree to that!
I've come around to the idea.
Twisted Wolf was hyped up so much. And I don't just mean the pre-release material, although the art of him was part of my excitement for him. A character who is half broken, one half being more visually real than the other mechanical side. A brand new character, not even an animal we've seen before. The mess of teeth, the withering, the wires hanging out, I was pumped. Throughout the book, they talked about 3 large animatronics hiding in the ground at night and trapping people inside them during the day, only to kill them with spring locks. Twisted Wolf had to be the leader, so what awesome things did he end up doing? He stared at Charlie and killed some random girl. He tried to attack them but got stopped. And then he tried to attack them but got ripped apart by Foxy. Safe to say he was pretty disappointing.
Wait a minute.
Oh, which I consider to be a good thing.
Makes sense to me.
Hey, at least his merch is perfect. And his Funko Pop is one of my favorites of all time. Right after Lolbit, of course. Sorry I keep talking about the merch, by the way. He has not to say about these characters. Twisted Freddy is the best of the Twisted ones. By default, because he's the only one to actually do anything. And that doesn't mean he's a bad character. I do like him quite a bit. I had the least expectations for him while reading. All the others have these melty features that were just so unique with the double jaws and glitchy effects and flesh hooks. And Freddy just has a stomach mouth and is wide, which, here's a reminder, that's not a unique thing for Freddy's. Twisted Freddy is the one to capture Charlie inside of him during a beautifully intense scene. After that, Charlie recounts being trapped inside of him while he takes her through the forest, surrounded by deadly spring locks, and of course, he leads to Charlie's death at the very end. That's it, but honestly, those scenes were some of the best in the book, so, it's okay. Since I brought up merch with most of the other characters, all of the Twisted Freddy merch looks kind of nothing like him to me. They honestly look more like Freddles, which is a thing I love. Finally, I'm onto characters I genuinely like, and I don't have to fake it anymore.
Freddy! Did you hear that?
Yeah.
The Moose Man said he liked the Freddy the best.
Oh boy, finally, redemption time.
Yeah. Freddy's have gotten a lot better from here. So, these books are amazing. The Silver Eyes feels like a perfect FNAF-based story, and all fans should give that one a try as it perfectly replicates the feeling of the first couple games for me. The Twisted Ones is weird and goes off the wall sometimes, but reminds me a lot of the feelings that 4 gave me, with similarly confusing lore but a crazy and satisfying story and mystery you follow throughout the book. Even now, this is my favorite FNAF book ever released, and The Fourth Closet isn't as good. It's still a pretty good story and a good conclusion, but in my opinion, it's best experienced through the phenomenal graphic novel, as all the parts that drag in the book are mostly sped way up. But why didn't I like it as much? Well, I have my reasons, but one of them is probably because Charlie wasn't in it for most of it. Charlie is a super badass, super smart, technical savvy tomboy with a traumatic past who wears combat boots. So, basically exactly my type. Throughout the books, even in sight of danger, she pushes further just to solve the mysteries of Freddy and her long-lost twin brother, Sammy. I mentioned before the Twisted Freddy captures her, but I didn't say that she gives herself up to stop the murders, as it was her that they were after. Not even death can stop her, as she's a robot, which is why she counts for this list. Dying a couple times in the series, but always coming back. A lot of people weren't a fan of the romantic subplot with John, but I loved it. It made the Fourth Closet's plot a lot more believable, as Charlie is replaced by John as the main character, and he has to track her down. Charlie is a perfect protagonist for me. Brave and selfless while also having a personality for herself, and she was only beat out by one character. Herself. I had to think about for a while if this character even counted or not, but as you can tell by me saying that, the answer I decided on was yes. Circus Baby from the novel Trilogy is one of the best villains of the whole series. I was considering just counting her as Baby, but they are completely different characters, and if Eleanor is a different character than Baby, then novel Baby is too. After Charlie seemingly dies at the end of the Twisted Ones, she comes back a few months later looking a lot more mature than her friends remember. Just like how Ella is the younger version of Charlie, Baby, ironically, is the fully developed adult Charlie. Although not everything is as it seems, as John discovers this version of his friends was transformed into a puppet by William Afton, made to help him act out his plans as the last spring-like accident hurt him enough to leave him wheelchair-bound. Yes, this actually happens. The only way to reveal her true self is to take pictures of her from too far away, where the illusion just stopped working as well as they should. Enough backstory. Baby here is so fucking cool in this book, and easily the best part of the Fourth Closet. She kills Charlie's aunt in moments. She seduces Clayton to try to get to the real Charlie. Yes, really. He also stares at her butt a few times. She perfectly torments John many times. She can easily transform into regular baby by pulling these pins on her body, which are in the game version as well. Huh. She can also lift a couch with one hand and so much more. There's this simple scene where she keeps up the facade while searching for John's apartment while looking for Charlie. She knows her cover has been blown, but she still talks like Charlie while she searches, and it's just so tense and shows how amazingly she was written. As for appearance, this poster was a bonus in the box set. Her hair makes me so uncomfortable. This is bad. Like, awful. But luckily, Scott fired that artist and hired a gay person to make this just amazing art in the graphic novel. I mean, because of her, I have so much more appreciation for The Fourth Closet. It used to be my least favorite book, and now I like it a lot. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't lying at the beginning of this segment. When I started writing this video, The Fourth Closet was my least favorite FNaF book. But this graphic novel was so amazing, and after reading it a couple times for this video, it's gone up at least a couple ranks. Circus Baby is at her best when she's kicking ass for the sake of her father, and this is the best example of it.
I'm pretty sure those last two aren't robots.
They are. They're humanoid robots.
It hardly seems fair that the humans win over the animatronics again.
Well, the others aren't that interesting. Most of them don't even speak.
Huh. Well, I don't speak all too often. Does that make me a forgettable character?
Well, no, but out of the main sister location characters, you definitely are the least interesting.
How could you? Where am I on that silly list anyway?
Oh, you'll find out in a few minutes. That's a spoiler.
Grr, tell Papa where he is right now, or
Ah!
else.
Oh, okay. He's 6th.
Last place?
That's it.
No. Out of 15. 6th out of 15.
I guess that's not too bad.
Last time I checked, there were only 6 of us, dum-dum.
Yeah, well, Scott said Magician Toy is a character, so.
What? Now this I gotta hear.
Okay, keep saying nice things about me.
I'm glad you two are excited, but first I need to talk about Electrobab.
Electro, who now?
What's his babs?
Exactly. Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location is my favorite canon FNaF game. It was so new for the time, and it changed everything. It has a great story, mostly due to the characters actually talking to you. Easier to tell a story when you actually have the storyteller. The game is a collection of minigames which make it feel consistently fresh all the time. My main problem with Sister Location is actually the characters. The list is pretty long, but most of them are either just filler or poorly implemented and used. But specifically, Sister Location Custom Night. It was Scott's attempt to make Sister Location more like the original games for a fun side mode. An amazing one, don't get me wrong, but he ran out of characters pretty fast. Well, sort of. Scott needed 10, and instead of adding Circus Baby or N-Nerd or Bonbon in his own slot, which looked like it was planned, Scott added 2 mini-renas, Bonbon but pink, Funtime Freddy but naked, and of course, Electrobab, the most forgettable character in the entire series, with similarly the worst mechanic in the entire series. He is just Biddy Bab with the ability to drain your already limited power. And this is Sister Location Custom Night. Remember, Scott had to make a patch to decrease the power consumption for Golden Freddy mode to actually even be possible. Now, I already don't like power mechanics in FNaF games, so a forgettable character made from another forgettable character with a similar name and a mechanic that already makes a bad mechanic worse, one who has no merch, no voice, and who is only mentioned outside of his game with a book talking about every single character, a character who has a pun for a name, and not even a good one. Well, that is truly an awful, unforgivable character. And maybe this is too early to say, but I do believe that Electrobab is the worst FNaF character ever.
Aren't we supposed to kill him for something like that?
I still think he's making that thing up. I'll let it slide. Plus, I want to know where I am on the list.
Did you know that this Magician Toy in Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location is a canon FNaF character? He has merch and is mentioned in the character section of the newest Freddy files. So, why isn't he last? He sits on a desk and is named about what he is, Magician Toy. Let me explain to you how I constructed some of this list. I don't care about Magician Toy. I have nothing to say about him, positive or negative. Like, yeah, obviously Magician Toy is a worse character than Electrobab, but I have reasons why I actively hate Electrobab. I have nothing to say about Magician Toy, so why should I put him at the very bottom? It would be so underwhelming if the list started with Magician Toy, and then the next part is me ranting on my actual least favorite FNaF character. I hope that made sense, because this isn't the first or the last time I'm going to make a decision like that. And I know I'm going to get a lot of comments about those decisions. Right next to Magician Toy is Little Joe, who also got merch for the sole purpose of filling out a full set of mystery minis, since there are like 10 characters in Sister Location. The reason he's higher than that other guy is because Little Joe reappeared in Pizzeria Simulator as an ad. Now named Lolly, he is selling lollipops. Good for him. Oh boy, people are gonna hate me for this one. Actually, Freddy, look over there for a minute!
Huh? Where? Where?
Just keep looking, it's there. Funtime Foxy's a bad character, or at least he is to me. I don't like his appearance. He always looks bored with his eyelids half down, which Lolbit doesn't have, might I add. And he just keeps showing up. He has the worst and second worst mechanics in Ultimate Custom Night and Sister Location Custom Night. This mechanic is so bad that the main strategy to beating it is just getting rid of them entirely. You have to be watching the cam when the time ticks over to the next hour. That is abysmal, especially for a game like Ultimate Custom Night, where cam placement really matters. But hey, at least the Sister Location hallway walk is pretty scary, but surprisingly they ruined it in Help Wanted, and now it's just lame and way too easy! Especially after you just beat Plush Babies. His voice is the best thing about him. It's great, and it fits Funtime Freddy. It fits Funtime Freddy, not Funtime Foxy. It feels like they wanted to make a new Funtime Freddy and not a unique original character, so even with that, he still has nothing truly to his own. Back to the voice, I fully believe that this voice single-handedly killed the Mangles gender debate/joke. With Ultimate Custom Nights released, all Mangles except the original are now being referred to just by he/him pronouns, and I think that's because Scott wanted to give him this voice. Sister Location notably didn't have him speak at all, and referred to it with 3 different pronouns throughout the game, but now with Ultimate Custom Night, we know Mangle has always originally been, or at least was supposed to be, a boy. And it's all Funtime Foxy's fault!
I don't see anything!
What are we looking at exactly?
Just keep looking for a few seconds. I'm sure you'll find it.
Ooh, this is gonna be great!
Funtime Foxy isn't the worst FNaF character. He isn't even the worst Sister Location character, but he is still one of my least favorites. He always stands out as being either the worst or the least interesting, and I think people only like him because of the voice. But I won't put words in other people's mouths.
Whoa! Wow! That sure was a wild turnaround, Bon Bon.
Freddy, there are paper balls right there. What were you saying while we were distracted?
Just that Funtime Foxy is epic even with eyebrows?
Makes sense to me.
Man, that ball just really went flying. Did you see that? That was crazy.
Originally being an Easter egg seen in Funtime Auditorium of Funtime Freddy's Endo with yellow eyes, Yendo was upgraded to a full character in Sister Location Custom Night who drains your oxygen and is fended off like Golden Freddy. Dark Springtrap is Springtrap but burnt. Bonnet is Bonbon, but no, I'm just kidding. Dark Springtrap appears at the end of the Golden Freddy cutscene in Sister Location Custom Night, where he appears from the rubble of Fazbear Frights. He really is just Springtrap but darker, but according to Funko and Scott, he is a new character. Don't get me wrong, he's very interesting, but more for the circumstances around him and not for the actual character, and this is the only time he's ever showed up, aside from the admittedly cool looking merch. I don't know why Scott made Dark Springtrap a new character, just to have him change his appearance for the next game when fans would have been way more happy to just see him again. But I'm not a game developer, so... Quick addition, here's something I found while I was editing. This pop features Dark Springtrap, a form of Springtrap who only transforms when he is extremely angry. So, watch out! Where was I? Oh right, Bonnet is Bonbon but pink.
That phony is always trying to steal my spotlight.
Yep, she was a full character in Sister Location Custom Night and Ultimate Custom Night. You were just a desk ornament.
Look what you did! It's okay, Bon Bon. I wasn't even invited that time.
She was just a D character that time. Anyway, Bonnet's mechanic is simple but great. You just have to bonk her on the nose before she gets to the other side of your screen. No honk, but The click they use is really satisfying. One of the best mechanics in Sister Location Custom Night. And I'm not joking, it's really creative. You know how in the Sister Location trailer, "Don't hold it against us" is repeated over and over again? Well, that voice belongs to Bidybab. Weird choice, but okay. Bidybab is an often forgotten character who does like 2 things in the entire series: pull back a metal sheet and be an event. Oh, and they have a super cute voice. That's kinda it. They were teased like minions for Circus Baby, and that there were like tons of them, but they hardly did anything and didn't need to exist at all. But I wish they did more. I seriously want to love these guys. They're just so cute. Remember how I said I like boss fights in FNaF? I've always loved the idea of a boss fight in FNaF games. Yeah, that couldn't save Entered for me, but mainly because it sucks. People seem to really love this guy, like a lot, but I could never get into him. I've never hated him, but just, I actually forgot to put him on this list, and I only remembered after I finished writing Sister Locations. Sorry, he's just kinda boring. Without the mask, he looks really cool and has one of my favorite jump scares and mystery minis. But with the mask, he just looks stupid and not threatening, especially with his jump scares and disappearing eyebrows. His boss fight is tough, maybe a little too tough, and maybe a little too repetitive too. But it's still a pretty good moment that is totally ruined by Custom Night releasing after it and just being way more fun. And in Ultimate Custom Night, he shares his mechanic with like 5 other characters and loses his ability to speak. He doesn't even have a personality, as he just talks like Circus Baby. But I'll be fair, the shuffle he does in the fake ending is creepy as hell, and the idea and reason he exists is really good. And Help Wanted's vent repair is pretty fun for the first time around. The fake out jump scares are some of the best moments in the entire game, and incinerating them feels satisfying. Entered was hyped up a lot, but never felt like much of a threat to me. Also, this teaser was a lie. A little piece of me in everybody. No, it's the other way around! There's a little piece of everybody in him! And even then, there's a lot more than a little in him. It's every single part of them, all of their endos mixed together. God, I'm so mad about this simple teaser.
This is it, Fred. He's gotta say nice things about me now.
Bonbon has a really good voice that's used to calm down Funtime Freddy, and I really wish Troy Bonnie was given it. He attacks for Funtime Freddy in Custom Night, and his part during Parts and Service is really tough on the first playthrough. It seems to stop a lot of people who see it.
Yeah, what else?
Bonbon, along with Funtime Freddy, was just added to FNaF AR. He appears after you shock Freddy, and if you get caught off guard by his fast movement, he actually brings Freddy back to life. I was not expecting that on my first playthrough. Even though it's a little buggy, it's a really neat surprise. And since it's AR, it adds a ton of new voice lines, and they're all so good. Other than that, there really isn't much to say. You have anything to add?
Yeah, I'm also,
well, technically, you're in Entered, even though you're not credited. You have a coin in your eye in Help Wanted. You're a death decoration, remember? Freddy! Let's do an exercise. Who in FNaF is more hated than BB? Yes, I really put Mini Renas over Entered and Bonbon, and it's for one main reason. Entered wasn't in one of my favorite Fazbear Frights stories. Other than that, Mini Renas are some of the most infamous FNaF characters because Night 4 was so hard, almost impossible on release. But now, after a patch, it's just a super challenging night in the easiest FNaF game with a interesting looking design. They take up 2 slots in Sister Location Custom Night. One mechanic is just electro bad, but not even close to as bad, since oxygen isn't as important as power. And the other is pretty funny. I like this quite a bit, and so did Scott, since he brought it back for Ultimate Custom Night. If you're still confused about this placement, then go read Room for One More in 1:35 AM, or just listen to Doggo talk about it. It's one of my favorite Fazbear Frights stories, and I wouldn't dare spoil it here. I'm not going to talk about it. Miss Afton has never been important to the lore, never even been mentioned before. Not every character has to have a soul inside them. The fun times were all brought to life by Remnant. This was even the game that introduced that idea, so why does it need an explanation? Anyway, I love Ballora. I wish I could put her higher. Her voice is beautiful. Her design is unique. She has one of the
best fights in AR. She sits in one spot and you have to avoid her while also keeping quiet by not moving too fast and shaking off the mini arenas. After a while, a broken mini arena will drop off her and you need to collect it. After doing this 3 times, she charges and finally does the spider walk Scott mentioned in an old Steam post. And of course, her gallery walk is amazing and a perfect introduction. She's also tied to a strange new discovery in the game. And most recently, she was in the mixed reality circus event that was really cool. For some reason, she growls at you. So much good to say about her, but in AR, she doesn't speak, even though her voice actor was hired. Both of her custom night mechanics suck, and for some reason she wasn't in Help Wanted, even though all the other sister location characters were. And all her merch sucks pretty bad. Ballora isn't a bad character. She's just another one of the many underutilized sister location characters, but a damn good one. These days, Scott has money and doesn't have to speak in his own games anymore. Now he's able to hire people to explain the game for him. It's not the same. But Hand Unit does a great job in replacing Phone Guy. He's funny, he has a lovely voice, and doesn't overstay his welcome. In Sister Location, he's returned for almost every new FNaF game, and some of them seem a little pointless. He was in Security Breach, but was basically replaced by Glamrock Freddy a few moments in. But I won't let that ruin how I feel about him. I'm not as tired as some fans are of him. I mean, even I used him for a segment in this video. But I think if they're gonna keep him around, they have to do something more unique with him. Hand Unit is a brilliant successor to Phone Guy, and I'm sure he'd be proud of him. I'm also counting Angsty Teen as the same character. Quick little update. As of April 14th, 2022, you can now have Hand Unit guide you in real life through the Waze app. The voice lines get really repetitive. I've been using it for like a month now. But it's really charming, especially since it's a voice I recognize and not just a random computer voice. Though he does have a lot of quotes for starting the ride and ending the ride, and those are always really welcome and make me feel really happy. Not sponsored, by the way. As we move on to the last 2 characters, I just want to apologize for this whole segment being kind of negative. I'm not sure why, but I've never really been a huge fan of the Sister Location cast. Even with the ones I like, I still have a couple bad things to say about them. I promise, Sister Location really is my favorite FNaF game. I'm just a very critical person. But to be fair, almost all the Sister Location characters have an amazing jump scare, voices, and minigames. I just wish they weren't all overshadowed by Funtime Foxy and Funtime Freddy.
Huh? Who? Where?
It's your turn, buddy. 2nd place.
Wow! I feel so honored!
Funtime Freddy is one of the most popular FNaF characters of all time. Personally, I was getting a little sick of him come Help Wanted, but when he was finally added to AR, I remembered exactly why he is one of the best. Let's start with the obvious. His voice is something special. Remember, this is the first Freddy to ever get a speaking role, besides Fazbear. And he sounded like this screeching mess. It came out of nowhere and it was amazing. I don't think it's all that scary anymore, but back in the day, this was genuinely freaky, especially with his minigame only letting you see him in the dark randomly with these loud, heavy footsteps. It's a well done segment, even if the minigame itself isn't my favorite. But his other minigame is really good. I love the concept of being up close and personal with the animatronics right in their face trying to fix them. It was done a lot better in Help Wanted, but this is where it got its start. I forgot to mention it up till now, but all the Sister Location characters, or at least most of them, have visible face plates that go down the middle and sides of their face, which open up during their jump scares or certain parts of the game. And wow, it is such a unique feature, and I love it. It makes all the jump scares so unique. But other than that, his design is pink and white Freddy. And also, it's worth mentioning, he has a Bonnie hand puppet. That's awesome! I always forget, it just seems so natural to me now, but that is such a creative design choice. I love it. In Sister Location Custom Night, he has a fun mechanic reminiscent of Nightmare Foxy's where he runs back and forth announcing when he's attacking, and depending on what he said, determines the door Bonbon attacks you from. It's genuinely fun and stressful to try to remember where he last was, which could have been perfect for his minigame in Help Wanted, but no! Just normal FNaF 4 with worse gameplay. Like maybe if it was all the Sister Location characters attacking you at once, but no, it's one at a time and it's the same thing for basically every single minigame. Sorry, back on track. Funtime Freddy is exactly what it says on the large bear tin. A fun time.
Bravo! Bravo! Thank you! Thank you! Ah, I'm so popular with the kittens!
Yep, and I swear I didn't change my opinion the moment you showed up in this room.
Thank you, Moose Man! Thank you for showing me the error of my ways! I'm going to be good from now on!
So, why is Baby better than my friend?
Huh?
Good question, Bonbon. Circus Baby is one of the greatest characters in this series, and she really earns that title.
Wait! thought you already did Circus Baby.
Huh? No, that's a different character. She's from the books.
So, I'm not first place?
I told you were second. You never listen to me.
Oh no, of course not. Baby owns Sister Location. Circus Baby is leagues above the other Sister Location character. She's not perfect by any means, but she's pretty damn close. She walks you through the game to keep you alive, but not in the way Hand Unit is. She wants you alive so she can scoop out your insides and use your skin as a disguise to escape with. The entire game forces you to trust her, revealing her tragic backstory throughout and portraying herself as this little innocent girl. Oh well, she's anything but. She's 7 foot tall, and when she cuts the crap, her voice is menacing and scary, but also strangely hypnotizing. She did such a good job tricking you into thinking she was the good guy that even the voice actor didn't know she was evil. The only negative thing I can really say about her is that she's just a plushy character in Ultimate Custom Night. And for the first time she's ever been able to kill you being so underwhelming, well, I would say that's a disappointment. But, she's so perfect aside from that I'm okay with looking past it. Sure, it's not hard, but her minigame in Help Wanted is amazing, and her fight in AR is fast and hectic, but I am getting sick of all the characters that just stole it from her. I always forget this, but in her actual game, she doesn't show up until Night 5, but it doesn't really feel like that because she talks to you the entire time, and there's posters on the walls showing you exactly what she looks like, so it's not really a surprise. Circus Baby is a brilliantly made character, and every time she comes back, I always get so excited. But, of course, that's only counting her main appearance. Are you okay, Freddy? I was being super positive that time.
I want to be first!
I'm sorry, man, but you weren't really that deep of a character.
I don't care! Put me first or I'll tell my bro about Electro Ball and Yo-Yo!
I already told Helpy I can't just change my opinion for you. I don't know why you're mad. I put you really high.
You put me below Mini Rena, you meanie!
You said you were okay with 6.
Yeah, but when my friend gets mad, I get mad. Grr!
3.
What do you want from me?
2.
You're a really good character, but Count the Waste was kind of bad.
That's it! Bon Bon!
Yes, friend?
Go get him!
Yes, sir!
No.
Welcome, Mr. Ford. Have a seat. My name is Henry Emily, but I'm sure you knew that already. We have been planning this visit for months now, but you've always seemed to be a little too busy to meet me. Let's get down to business. Are you aware of what I'm here to discuss with you? No. Well, your restaurant seems to have a large number of people go missing inside of them. Most of them being children, of course, but through my research I've also noticed quite a few of them seem to be employees, mostly night guards. They all seem to have been the protagonists of their locations, although that probably isn't the right term. I'm here to go through the list of those employees and maybe find out a little new information about who they are and their whereabouts. I put together the list based on how interesting their cases seem to me. So we can start with lesser cases first, if that makes sense. Anything to say? Nothing? I assume your lawyers told you to not speak unless absolutely necessary. Well, just correct me if I say something incorrect. But be aware I am very informed on this establishment. More than you would know. The first employee I'd like to bring up with you is Jeremy Fitzgerald. His whereabouts are currently unknown, and he disappeared from the franchise after the 1987 location shut down due to an unnamed party getting attacked by a similarly unnamed vintage animatronic. I'm not saying it had to have been Jeremy. I just think it's curious that he just so happened to be moved to the day shift for that day in particular. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Fitzgerald? I see. Mike Schmidt. I've done my research and I'll assure you that I have been thorough. I believe that Mr. Schmidt and a few other night guards I'll mention later seem to be the same person. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but someone is continually changing their name to sneak back into your restaurant. Do you have any comment on this statement? Of course you don't. Maybe you should take a look into that, sir. The guard that replaced Jeremy, Fritz Smith, is a curious case. He worked that one day and then got fired. After looking into it, I believe he was fired for the exact same reasons Mike Schmidt was fired a few years after this. I noticed that Fritz Smith sounds a lot like Jeremy and Mike's names combined, but that's just an observation. Anyway, I don't believe he has been spotted since he was fired, which forces me to come to the conclusion that Fritz is not his name. 2 examples I've given you, with more to come. Let's take a break from employees. Does the name Gregory mean anything to you? If not, then you're lying. He has been living in your so-called pizzaplex, and instead of trying to find his parents or alert the police, you ordered your security guard and your various animatronic characters to hunt this child down. Nothing has happened to the boy, but is it so far-fetched for me to assume those animatronics would have killed that little boy? I do believe there have been multiple disappearances that have been tracked to that mall. Is any of what I've said incorrect?
Our animatronics are some of the safest things on Earth, and it has not been proven in the court of law that any harm has come from our glam rock line of products.
I see. But then, that's what they said about the Funtime characters, wasn't it? And the toy animatronics. Nothing to say about them. Interesting. I'll give you one thing. From what I've been told, your Glamrock Freddy animatronics seem to have taken care of the boy. But as of now, there is no more information. So even years after the first incident, children are still not safe in your establishment, sir.
Child safety is our #1 priority. Anything that happens outside the restaurant cannot legally fall on Fazbear Entertainment. These things happen sometimes. But I assure you, anything that you've heard, anything going on out there, has nothing to do with us. Just old rumor and speculation, you know?
Now back to the first incident I was referring to. I believe a young boy named Artlad was forcefully put into the mouth of an animatronic, and he was killed by the bite. Your company was never prosecuted because the child's brother was the one who put the child in danger. But I've always been fascinated by the circumstances around it. His father, I'm sure you know him, Mr. Afton. Did you know he was monitoring him? With cameras, scare tactics, a plush bear with a walkie-talkie in its chest. I believe he was scared of his son going to that diner. Almost like he knew it was dangerous. And if that man knew how dangerous this place was, what say the higher-ups didn't? Fredbear was discontinued after the incident. To me, this seems like an admission of guilt.
All the Springlock suits were recalled as they were dangerous to the employees who wore them. We had planned on removing them far before the, bite.
Let's save Springlock suits for another day. Let's go back to the Pizzaplex. That security guard, Vanessa, she received counseling through the company for some inappropriate, for lack of a better term, internet searches. And every therapist she seemed to talk to disappeared. But only after mention of something specific. I believe it was her talking to...
Let's not feel something silly like that. The counselors treating Vanessa were fired after frequent disobedience while talking to employees, which is why the pattern is visible, you know? But legally, I do not have clearance to discuss that, topic.
Why? Are you scared, Mr. Farragut? But I understand. I'll move on for now. Vanessa, or Vanny as she was called in some of these logs, was inexplicably moved from the virtual reality game development team to the Fazbear Funtime delivery mail service to most recent head of security at the Pizzaplex. Why do you believe a quality assurance tester has the qualifications to become the sole human security guard for a building so large?
Well, Vanessa was recommended straight from the top. I'm not sure why the boss wanted her for this job, but he seemed very certain that it had to be her.
A lot of her logs from her counseling sessions reminded me of someone I am very familiar with. Can you confirm to me the whereabouts of William Afton? He was last seen trapped in a Spring Bonnie costume, somehow reanimated. I made sure to take care of him for good, but something is bugging me, and maybe you can shine some light on it for me. In that virtual reality game, an anomaly was mentioned, a glitch. He was wearing a mascot costume similar to William's old suit. He was not supposed to be there, and that is very well documented in these logs. So tell me, Mr. Magnus, what was this glitch? This glitch that made it into the retail release of this game?
Simple. It was a scrapped character that somehow made its way back into the game. Not much more than that. A bug. A bug that all of our fans seem to love. I don't see much harm in just leaving it be, you know?
I've noticed you never gave him a name. I've heard quite a few. Can you confirm to me that William has not and will not return from the dead again?
It shouldn't be possible.
That wasn't an answer. Yes or no? Interesting. I have one more employee to ask you about, and then I'll let you go for the time being. I believe I know who your name changer is. Michael Afton, son of William Afton, but I don't believe that that is a reason to be concerned, as he is dead now. He should have died a long time ago when he was scooped in the Freddy's sister location. But that's besides the point. He seemed to have followed his father wherever he went, though maybe I thought it might have been to follow in his footsteps, but after the Fazbear Frights fire, I believe Michael was trying to stop his father. In a similar way to how I was. He was working there that night. He was also working at my location. Seems like he wanted to see his father off himself. I hope he is content in where he is and has forgiven himself for what he did to his brother, but I'm rambling. Did you know that Michael Afton was lingering at your restaurants? I already know the answer anyway. You don't care what happens at your establishment as long as you can make money.
Fazbear Entertainment's main goal is to entertain kids and adults alike.
So I'm correct. That's all I wanted to ask for now. Thank you for answering my questions. Have a nice day, Mr. Cardinal. End tape.
Oh, you're back. Good. I got away from that psycho. I ducked into the vent and he immediately lost me. I don't think they can see them, so I think I should be fine for a while. So what's next? Oh, right. Pizzeria Simulator is
Did you lose him, you freaking idiot? You had one job. Kill him if he said anything negative.
Oh, Fred, I told you we had to shoot him for saying Elemental Babbles was stupid.
I'm so sorry, boss. I just really wanted to know where I was on the list. Second place, by the way.
I don't care. You need to make sure you stay on track. But now he's probably spreading his lies to everyone in this restaurant. You're totally a number one, though, Freddy.
I'm sorry, sir. He just vanished into a wall.
Ugh, I want this whole place on lockdown immediately. No one is allowed to leave or enter until we find this no-good bad press moose man. Freddy, Bon, go search the West Arcade. I'm going to wrangle up some other animatronics to help us find him.
Can't do, boss baby.
Fred, be careful.
Oops.
Ugh,
Sorry.
unbelievable. I just wanted a stupid announcement and introduce these dumb robots, and now my moron customers are quitting the quality of who this bad person is.
I should be good now. Anyway, Pizzeria Simulator. I have a love-hate relationship with this game. The simulator segments are genuinely really fun and a clear highlight of the game for me. That twist at the beginning of the game is one of the greatest memories I've ever had from this series. But the gameplay, the actual horror segments of the game, are really bad. They aren't awful, just not what I wanted from this amazing game. There's no cameras to check, leading to having like 3 renders of the main characters, which honestly sucks. Most of the gameplay is just based on luck, and it's just not fun. But only 4 out of the 30 characters are actually in the office segments, so I guess that doesn't matter for the time being. Unfortunately, most of this list is just going to be random characters who hardly do anything, and Panstan is by default the worst Pizzeria Simulator character. He's not the worst character, or even my least favorite on this list. He's just last place. The only reason he is the worst and not any of the other trash in the game characters is because he isn't in Ultimate Custom Night at all. All the other characters are in there somewhere, but not Panstan. Bucket Bob is a quarter step above Panstan. He is in the icon for trash in the gang in Ultimate Custom Night and part of Number 1 Crate's jump scare. But aside from that, he's my least favorite of the trash in the gang. His design is just so boring looking. But as I said, Panstan is still by default the worst one. If the classic Paper Pals count as characters, then why can't these ones count? I like the design of these guys. They're actually really cute. I guess kids in the 2020s are way better at making paper plate dolls. Other than that, they don't do anything. After you buy them for 15 bucks, yes, you have to buy these. Honestly, on brand for Fazbear Entertainment. And they can't even teleport! What a ripoff! The first character to actually do something. In Ultimate Custom Night, Mr. Can-Do can show up every once in a while to block out a camera. It doesn't really affect you since cams aren't that useful in this game. I'll now make this segment longer by explaining what most of the characters on this list do. You buy them for your restaurant and set them on the stage. When you beat a night, you'll get more money depending on how they make your stats look like. And if they are dangerous, your liability goes up, making you more likely to get sued. So no, the animatronics you buy don't actually attack you in the office segments. Although that would have been really amazing. So Lemonade Clown is technically a character. He speaks, so you play this little mini game in the simulator sections where you have to scare these little capless BBs and give them a free lemonade. The little mini game and funny voice is enough to be better than half of Trash in the Gang. Speaking of Trash in the Gang, Mr. Hugs is the most notable member as he has a big role in Toy Freddy's Ultimate Custom Night mechanic, which I already said is one of the worst. He's the only Trash in the Gang character who can actually move as he's a vacuum cleaner, but that also means he's the only one with any liability on him.
Can you keep it down?
Ah! Who are you? Why are you in these vents?
My name is Circus Baby. I'm in here for the same reason you are.
Oh, yeah, you were talking shit about Jack O'Bonnie too.
No, dummy. I'm hiding from that little one.
Oh, Helpy? What happened?
I'm not supposed to be here. I was supposed to be disposed of, for good, by a very jealous man. But he failed, and I got back in. I hid in the vents so he couldn't kick me out, as, well, I have nowhere else to go. This is my home now.
Wow. Yeah, that is extremely sad, but, you know, I've been through this before. Are you lying just so you can use my body to escape?
Is it that obvious?
No, not at all. I've just seen something like this happen before. But I'm probably not your best choice anyway. Helpy kind of wants to kill me too.
I see. I suppose I won't kill you then. I've been very lonely in these vents by myself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would me telling you why Fruit Punch Clown is better than Rockstar Bonnie cheer you up?
It's better than silence. I've been listening to you talk for more than an hour now. I heard what you said about me. It was nice, if not a little creepy. How do you know so much about me?
Oh, your life is very well documented.
I see.
I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this, but Rockstar Bonnie is not a good character. He looks kinda dumb. The cyan doesn't fit Bonnie at all, and his proportions just make him look way too big. His mechanic in Ultimate Custom Night is just bullshit. You have to find his guitar on the cameras before he kills you, which on 20 is like 5 seconds. I don't know how you deal with him in 50/20 mode, where the cameras are stuck on the right hall cam. I guess it's just like Foxy and Toy Freddy, where you just pray he doesn't kill you. Adding to the suckiness, his voice is just lazy, and I wonder if Scott got bored making all these personalities. It's just little jingles sung in a fake deep voice. And I'm sorry, but they just make me cringe. He also just sounds like he's doing a bad Markiplier impression with effects over it, that none of the other Rockstars have, by the way. I really wanted to put him in last place, but I just couldn't say that Pan Stan was better than any of the other real characters from this game. I guess I should say this now, but Pan Stan is not going to be that low on my bottom 20 list. But Rockstar Bonnie will. I actively hate Bonnie, but I have nothing to say about most of these characters, so just because a character is low on the ranking doesn't mean I hate them enough that I'm going to say that they are my least favorite, if that makes any sense. There aren't very many Easter eggs in Pizzeria Simulator. There are these rare screens, but that's about it. Most of the other secrets are supposed to be found for epic lore purposes, so that's the sole reason Fruit Punch Clown is interesting to me. He's just Lemonade Clown, but very rarely he says,
"Tell anyone about this and I cut your throat."
Neat, huh? He also has a mystery mini, and Afton doesn't, which is just frustrating at this point. Not to brag or anything, but Number 1 Crate was always my favorite. But in Ultimate Custom Night, they were given a voice and a jump scare? So now I at least have a reason as to why I like them so much. They have this ASMR whisper voice that probably makes somebody tingle, which is basically just to trick you into turning up your volume at the start of the game so Scott could bean you. Like that would work. Like, even maybe someone like me would fall for that. Yeah, definitely not. Oh, please, that would never happen. The real question is, why didn't Doggo do a FNaF show episode on #1 Crate's voice actor?
Is this whole recording just you discussing which pieces of garbage are your favorite?
I mean, that is a big part of that game.
I was there and I don't remember it being a robotic garbage dump.
I swear I'm getting to the actual animatronics now. There is a trend in the voices for Pizzeria Simulator's characters. 3 of them have southern accents with varying degrees of strength. Seems like Scott's bias is showing. Rockstar Chica is the first of these southerners. She sounds kind of like Sandy Cheeks, but like less charming. So no, I'm not a fan. Her mechanic is kind of funny, but it's really just closing a door with extra steps. I do like the look of her blue accents and the interesting choice of instrument for a rock star, but it really doesn't save her from having a pretty awful design. From one southerner to another, Pig Patch is Pork Patch's canon cousin, and he's definitely a little bit more interesting, but only a little bit. He's the first ever pig animatronic, and he got that homophobia in his eyes. Overall, his design is the best part about him. Since he's the first mediocre melody we're seeing, let me go over all of their mechanics since they are all basically the exact same with a tiny few changes. They crawl their way through the vent shafts, making their way to the 2 open ducts in your office that you can for some reason switch which one's open, but I don't know a single person who has ever used that feature. You put down an audio lure like in Pizzeria Simulator, and 3 of them stay in place 100% of the time, and even if they don't, the heater pushes them back at the start of the vents, and thanks to a specific character I'll mention soon enough, you use that thing a lot. So yeah, these guys are not hard to avoid. I'm saying this now so later on you know the mechanic isn't the reason some of them are so high. Oh, right, Pig Patch. Well, his voice is fine, it's kind of charming, but I feel like he's gonna hate crime me and then play his banjo over my corpse, so... Fazbear Entertainment seems to be running out of money. With all the lawsuits, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. So, to not go bankrupt and tax evasion only gets you so far, they had to hire a sponsor. El Chip is a beaver animatronic who comes from a different Mexican-themed restaurant. He was first a sponsor for Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, but later on he ended up putting his ads on Williams Purgatory. But now he has a small corner of the top floor of the Mega Pizzaplex. Good for him.
Sellouts. I remember when Freddy Fazbear's stood for something.
Yeah, it stood for child murder.
And now it is all just corporate shilling. What a shame.
If you didn't know, El Chip is a sort of reincarnation of Chipper from Chipper & Sons Lumber Company, the game Scott made before FNaF that inspired the look of the series. It's nice to see entrepreneur beavers back in the spotlight. A character who is made to help you get a better character easier. What does that say about them? Price King is technically not a character according to my rules, but I think it's way easier to consider this thing a character over something like Gumball Swivel Hands. As I said, Prize King spits out prize capsules which usually give you nothing, but after 10 tries, he'll give you Funtime Chica for way less than the catalog wanted for just an okay character. So now for the only reason I really included him. Look at this guy, he looks cool as hell! Even after I get Chica, I usually just keep him around because he looks so cool in my restaurant. Before he was given his role in Security Breach, Music Man was coming out of ball pits and acting like a librarian. Honestly, I wanted a lot more from him. In Ultimate Custom Night, he just makes you have to change up your gameplay every once in a while for like 5 seconds. And when he kills you, he has a very boring voice for what he looks like. When I first saw him in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, I was so excited to see him in action. And then when he was added to Ultimate Custom Night, I was pumped! I mean, look at him! If done right, this thing could be terrifying. But I feel like he was wasted. Music Man is just another case of an amazing design stuck with a boring mechanic. At least Security Breach gave him 2 new appearances that are very cool, but they are counted as new characters, so I'll get back to them later. One of the best parts of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator is the amazing lore. It answers tons of questions and made quite a few new ones as well. The next 2 characters were made for the sole reason to give you a look into the lore of this series, so I'll mainly be judging them on that. Security Puppet gives you access to a new perspective of the Cake Bear minigame from FNaF 2, showing you that the puppet was made to protect Charlie, but asshole kids made it so he couldn't do anything about the upcoming tragedy. Charlie ends up dying and possessing the puppet. It's not a fun minigame like Midnight Motorist or Fruity Maze, but it gave us quite a bit for the lore of this game, with Lefty just being the puppet practically. The character himself is just a better design of the marionette. It's adorable. I love the little bell. This guy definitely needs more merch. The next character made entirely for lore is Egg Baby. They don't have a minigame attached to them, but buying them unlocks the Insanity ending. Egg Baby acts as a data storage device holding blueprints and audio recordings made by the cassette guy, which reveals that the cassette man was Henry all along. among a ton of other things, like for how Lefty works and how the animatronics were called here in the first place. After you finish listening, you are given a lobotomy and a shiny new certificate. Besides just liking the insanity ending more than the minigame, this guy's design is just awesome. One of the most unique designs we've seen in a long time, and for some reason it just screams Scott to me. I'm gonna say it's the eyes. Other than them both being decorations in Ultimate Custom Night and Mystery Minis, still over Afton by the way, they have done nothing but be an outlet for lore. And honestly, that makes them a lot more memorable than someone like Rockstar Chica. Finally a real character. Molten Freddy is the worst of the main four because—
Is someone being mean to me? I can feel it somewhere.
but he is still pretty cool. He's voiced by Kellen, so the voice lines are great and honestly creepy at a few moments. I mean, he learned how to whisper somehow, but his design is just Ennard but brown, and I'm really not a fan. Apparently his bottom half is messy tentacle-like wires, but we never actually see his bottom half, so that part of him doesn't mean anything to me. Molten Freddy is actually the only attacking Pizzeria Simulator character who we've never seen a full render of. I guess I should talk about how the Pizzeria Simulator characters work. They all roam the vent system, and you can lead them away from your noisy office by placing an audio lure. But with the way the game is set up, they'll just end up going after you and your 5 different audio sources. When they get to you, you're supposed to shut off the computer and face the vent, but the sounds of scraping metal are so unhelpful and non-specific, you'll mostly end up just be flipping back and forth quickly like this. And them killing you is basically just luck, because checking where they are requires the noisy computer to be turned on, and of course ignoring them runs the risk of them just killing you anyway. So good luck. It's annoying and almost completely luck-based. But if you get the hang of it, you get the hang of it. Just watch a DJ Surf's video and I'm sure you'll be fine. Other than that, I think it's weird that after they kicked out Baby, they all decided to let Funtime Freddy replace her as the leader.
I won't lie. When I found out that my friends picked that dummy over me, I felt hurt.
Aw. I'm sorry. What did you even do to them?
I just wanted them to stay in the sewers for the foreseeable future, so no one was able to recapture us.
Well, you know, you forcing them to stay in a dark, smelly underground location, that doesn't sound at all ironic.
What are you insinuating?
Nothing. I'm sure you knew best. The sewers sound great, actually.
I constructed them a shelter out of wet cardboard and everything, but just because I wouldn't let them be exposed to air and civilization means I'm the bad guy? I don't want to be part of them anyways.
Are you okay, baby?
Just talk about garbage and leave me alone.
Do you want to do a segment? I haven't gotten to Afton yet.
I suppose that sounds sort of fun. I don't get to express myself very often anymore.
Well, that's great. I'll let you know when it's your time to shine. Scott had to have known what he was doing when he made a Chica's mechanic all about distracting you with interesting poses. Like, that was on purpose, right? Anyway, her voice is cute and her art is well done, but the actual distraction doesn't do all that much when you turn off visual effects on the main menu. But whatever, we all know that's not the reason anyone likes her. She might have been the Springlock suit in Sister Location, even though the fun times aren't Springlock suits. But Scott said maybe, so could be.
Good save, dummy.
What is a capitalist's favorite character? Well, someone who asks for money every couple seconds and doesn't give you anything in return. No wonder why he has so much merch. Rockstar Freddy is the Freddy of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. Of course, over Molten Freddy. And Lefty. But he is a Freddy. His design is alright, good for a Freddy. He has a neat shiny purple hat, and I like the metal beams in the jaw of the rock stars. But I'm not a huge fan of the orange/tan color on him. But it looks a lot better on him than Toy Freddy. The reason most people like him is because of the mechanic he has in Ultimate Custom Night. And I gotta be honest, it is kinda funny. And very unique. But if you don't want to pay, just use the heater. Remember that trick for the next time the tax collectors come. Here at Ella's Weegee Productions, I am a strong Ned Bear defender. Sure, he's not that interesting, but compared to some of the other characters in this game, he isn't all that bad. First, he has the most adorable southern accent ever, with some amazing voice lines to accompany it. Second off, unlike his mediocre southern brother Pig Patch, he has a serious voice line, and it is so good.
And over again, forever. I will never let you
We'll
leave.
talk more about these voice lines in a moment, but wow, is this line incredible. Plus, unlike Pigpatch, his voice makes me feel like he's your quirky relative who you don't see very often and is confused by you, but still respects everything you do, if not make a joke about it every once in a while. He has a spring in his head that's keeping his hat on, his eyes are all wonky, and instead of a bow tie, he has a normal-ass office tie. Now that is innovation. Nedbear isn't like the best character ever, but he deserves way more attention than he gets, and definitely more merch than fucking El Chip. Only a mystery mini. A damn shame. It's time, baby. Go ahead. Say whatever you'd like, and then I'll add anything I find necessary.
My father was reborn more than once. After being burned in that dreadful horror attraction, he put himself back together, regaining the power that some people foolishly thought they could just burn away. But he wasn't going down without a fight or two, not my daddy. He was called, just like I was. When we went to that place, we thought it was a gift, and in a way it was. Just not for us. We were burnt again and sent away, thrown away like trash. But my father always comes back, so I am sure he is out there somewhere, wreaking havoc, making me proud to be his daughter, his creation. Afton, as you call him, is the greatest man of your pathetic generation, and no one will ever create something as wonderful as a specimen that he has brought into this world.
Good job, yeah. But I do have a few things I want to say myself. Afton is... well, his voice is incredible. This is the first time we hear him speak as a form of Springtrap. And that suit clearly did something to him, as the Rafts level is set to 11, and it is amazing. But, as it has been stated over and over again, Afton, or Scraptrap as he has sometimes been called, is ugly as hell. I don't think he's as bad as some people say. Like, this render of him is great. Without the eyes, he looks really creepy. But he just looks way too goofy to ever actually scare me. With the buck teeth and the wide eyes and the big dumb rabbit feet. I just can't, man. Also, why does he look like this? Like, this is him after the Fazbear Frights fire. And this is him now. What happened?
I told you. He fixed himself from parts in the alley like I did.
Yeah, I know, but how did he regrow bones? And in his ears and lips? What happened to him? And there really isn't much else to say about him. Scott clearly doesn't like him because he only reappeared once and got literally 0 merch, which obviously is the reason he's so high above some of the other characters. But it also means he plays the exact same as everyone else. And I don't hate his Ultimate Custom Night appearance, even though it's simple. It's sometimes catches me off guard, but you know. Are you okay?
I am not. You said I could talk about my father, and then you ruined it.
Well, I had to give my honest opinion.
He was a good man, a better man than you.
He was a murderer.
He made life. Those children should be happy to have been involved with something so innovative.
Circus baby, Afton does not care about you. You're just another soul to him. If he did, wouldn't he have just come to free you himself instead of just sending Michael?
Shut your mouth, Moose.
Look, all I'm saying is that William Afton doesn't love anyone besides himself. You're better off just forgetting about his—
Say another word about my daddy, and I'll kill you. Just like he would've. You prefer possessing Freddy or Bonnie? Oh, I know the answer to that, because I've been listening to you talk about them for over 2 hours now.
Can I at least go back to talking about the mediocre melodies?
That annoying frog better not be above my father.
Fun fact, I totally forgot to include Candy Cadet as a character. I wrote the entire script, voiced the entire video, edited the entirety of Pizzeria Simulator, I even recorded footage of Candy Cadet, but I still forgot him and I'm adding him in last second. So, how is someone I fully forgot better than Afton? Well, Candy Cadet is a vendor with a text-to-speech voice who gives you candy all day, every day. The points actually get pretty high, so while it's not a good way to make money, it's not horrible? Definitely not fun. You just hit the spacebar. But every time you go to Candy Cadet, he tells you that if you come back to him, he might tell you a story. It's pretty rare and it wastes all of your tokens, but if you keep seeing him over and over again, eventually he will tell you a story.
3 in fact. One about 5
5
kittens
baby
being
kittens.
killed by a snake, one about a woman trying to save 5
5
children,
dolls.
and the last being about a man losing his 5
5
adopted
orphans.
children to a break-in. After he finishes his long and monotone rant, an air horn is blasted in your face! And it's actually pretty funny.
And wow, these stories are amazing. Even now, when I listen to them, I still get goosebumps. They are so dark and twisted compared to everything else in this game, and it's crazy good. I love these stories, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they very clearly remind me of Fazbear Frights.
Every single story tells of 5 things becoming 1. The kittens are removed from the snake and put in the shoebox. The keys to save the children are melted together, making them useless. And the children are sewn together to save money on a coffin. Well, I can't be sure, I'm almost certain that all of these are parallels to Ennard, with the 4 fun times plus Bonbon becoming 1. Why is it being brought up here and so much? Well, I honestly don't know. But look at this plushie. Ha! And now look at his mystery mini. Oh, well. Candy Cadet is another strange but fascinating oddity stuck in Pizzeria Simulator, and definitely one of the best ones. He was going to be an Ultimate Custom Night along with Endo 01, but we all know what happened there. Now he just sits in the corner malfunctioning every once in a while. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. The mediocre melody you're most likely to get killed by is Orville Elephant, as he ignores the lore most of the time. But if you use that heater on Rockstar Freddy a few times a night, I'm sure you'll be fine. Orville Elephant is the most expensive of the crew, and you'll need to unlock the final catalog to even be able to purchase him. But it's worth it, as his stats are great for the price, and the bonus you get from putting them all down definitely makes it worth it. He is a yellow elephant, which means he looks unlike any animatronic we've ever seen, and it is a really great design. But now for the main attraction. The voice is so adorable. He's this old, retired performer who just wants to impress someone for one last time. But don't underestimate him, as he has the best serious line. No contest.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
Oh, it's so good.
Seriously? You don't have one negative thing to say about Orville Elephant?
His mechanic is bad, but I already said I don't really care about that in an earlier segment. You know, Springtrap was at the top of my list for FNaF 3.
He was up against Phantom Mango, dummy.
Yeah, fair point. Even though he's been threatening me with death this entire video, I can't help but love Helpy. And it seems like Steel Wool agrees, as he is all over Help Wanted in Security Breach with this amazing artwork. Maybe he forces Zone to put him in. In-game, though, he's a little helper robot supplied by Fazbear Entertainment to encourage you to make good decisions and to do your taxes for you. In Ultimate Custom Night, he blasts an air horn in your face if you don't click him in like 2 seconds. And sure, it doesn't kill you, but after your ears are shattered, you just wish it did. But honestly, this mechanic fits the simulator segment so well, and I'm glad it's here. Loud and annoying, but not deadly. Good thing you didn't hear me say that, because he'd probably... never mind. I swear I'm not just saying this because he's my boss. Trust me, I'm far past ass kissing. But Helpy is a cute, unnecessary, but fun addition to Pizzeria Simulator that made the game feel a lot less lonely. I mean, look at these moves! Back in the day of FNaF 1, there was a theory that Foxy was actually trying to help you, which came from the way he entered your room, just leaning in instead of attacking like the others. Yeah, it isn't true. But it was referenced during Scott's April Fool's Ultimate Custom Night description, which we're all making fun of old FNaF fan theories.
What does this have to do with anything? You're just wasting everyone's time, dummy.
An animatronic who's nice to you? Long shot, I know.
Why would I be nice to someone who talks to fictional game characters more than his own friends?
I guess Scott liked that fake idea because he reused it later on Rockstar Foxy's mechanic. His bird flies in randomly during the night, even when he's at 0. When you click on him, he'll give you a helpful bonus. But he also has a chance of killing you. His voice is great. Exactly what I wanted in a Foxy.
Yarg, you play with fire, and sometimes you get burned.
And his look is very unique with the bird on his shoulder, who doesn't have a name, by the way, so he doesn't count for this list. And a big wacky accordion. His design is just so unique. He's definitely the most pirate a Foxy's ever been. The biggest downside about him is that his rewards are not really worth risking death to use. Is it controversial to say he might be my favorite Foxy? Probably, but he's a cool guy.
Just talk. I'm already as angry as I'm going to get. Moose.
She probably isn't better than Orville or Afton.
but I just have a soft spot for her as she has quite a few little quirks that only I care about. Her design is strange but charming. Since she's a frog, she's cold-blooded, so that means the heater doesn't affect her. When they released her Funko Pop, they forgot the yellow rings around her eyes, so they had to reprint it, and I have both of them, and that makes me really proud for some reason. And of course, her voice is so freaking adorable. The voice lines aren't anything too special, but man, do I love them. Especially this one, which is actually a really obscure reference to FNaF World Mobile. The serious line is my least favorite, but that's okay, as it's more of Cassidy's voice line anyway. You know, baby, you actually kind of sound like Cassidy.
I do not sound like that pathetic child. If it was up to me, I would never let them leave, no matter how many times they burn us. I mean me.
Sure thing.
I wince every time you smile at me.
So, baby, got anything to say about Henry?
He was my father's business partner, but he was a coward and left him alone. He then attempted to kill me, but failed. I am not a fan of that traitor.
Anything else?
His last name is Emily.
Yeah, fair enough. The Cassette Man is this game's phone guy. Well, Tutorial Unit is, but he's just Hand Unit with a different name, so I didn't count him. He guides you through your end-of-the-day responsibilities of salvaging used animatronics from your alleyway. But of course, this is also he could gather all of Freddy's important souls in one place at one time, so he could take care of them once and for all. But obviously we know how that worked out. These segments are some of my favorite in the game. It was always so cool seeing who was going to be brought back next. I flipped out when I saw Afton for the first time. You have to listen to these strange sounds which probably don't do anything, and watch the animatronics who you are forced to sit right in front of with only a taser to defend yourself, which at this point in the series was pretty rare. And with these amazing renders and jump scares, it definitely worked. It's pretty scary and always nerve-wracking to pull up that paper. But why didn't they just use that looking down animation from the start? It was way cooler. Henry is so high up here for one real reason. Sure, he's a good character outside of this, but this ending speech is legendary. I know it's not the ending anymore, and I'm okay with that, but this really is the perfect ending to this series. I wish I could just play the whole thing here, but it's just my favorite part. I can't choose.
Chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. Into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, this ends, for all of us, in communication. I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole, so don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
Ultimate Custom Night is a simple game. Well, not really, but content-wise it is. It's one thing, and that's what it should be. But I think Scott was worried about people feeling like it should have been more than it was. So he gave tons and tons and tons and tons of classic characters official voices. I mention this now after getting through almost every single character in that game with or without a voice, because I think there is one character that most people think of when they picture Ultimate Custom Night's voices. Mr. Hippo is, well, he's a hippo. Yeah, I guess I don't have to say that. I mean, that's like introducing someone by, like, you know, saying they're a human. But anyway, you know how these things are. People just have the funniest ways of saying things, you know? Language really is a cruel mistress. This Mr. Hippo guy, his mechanics are, well, they're pretty boring. And, well, that's fine. Not everyone I talk about has to be the most interesting person in, like, the way that they act. Sometimes you like someone just because you like them. Anyway, I was hanging out with my good friend Orville, and I said to him, this is what I said. I said, Orville, why is it that Mr. Hippo, of all characters, were to be given just most ridiculous and memorable joke in the entire, just the whole franchise? And well, Orville, well, he didn't have an answer for me. Because of course he didn't. Why would he? It's not like he made the game. I doubt he even could. I mean, who's ever heard of an elephant making video games? Those feet they have for hands, I just don't think they would be very good for typing. Anyway, so Orville told me that, like, maybe it was just random chance. Like, so many of these just crazy and wacky characters have something to their name
but not Hippo, or any of the colorful, mediocre melodies for that matter. They were all made to just do a job, just to sing and dance and never speak. But eventually, when they backpedaled on that and they became more important, well, it was just wasted. They were all made so similar as to not overcomplicate things because, well, they don't have much to go on. And that's the exact same reason why those other ones get those just creepy voice lines. I can hardly think about them. They scare me just thinking about them. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Mr. Hippo is just like a good character. But not because of anything I normally judge a character on, but because, well, he's memorable. I remember him fondly, and I'm sure most other FNAFers, or if you want to call them that, do as well. So after I explained that to Orville, he turned to me and he said, you know, I have never been a fan of indie horror games. And I said, Orville, me neither. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're great. I'm sure they're fantastic, but I mean, I'm a weak guy. I really can't handle something like that. Anyway, we decided to both shut up and just start to feed the birds and enjoy our day. And what a fine day it was. So many characters in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator are just random no-names who were made for this game just so you can have someone to throw on the stages. And that's why I think Lefty stands out so much to me. I shocked myself at how high I decided to put them. They are cool, but they aren't like the best character ever. So what made me want to put them so high? Well, I think it's because of Pizzeria Simulator's main theme, surprises. The game was teased as a small little in-universe minigame with no story at all. But actually, it was the next huge main series FNAF game, hidden not very far into this crappy 8-bit minigame. Lefty is just like everyone else in this game, as I said before, but for some reason, they're one of the main animatronics in this game, one who gets a surprising amount of attention and lore. They cost $5 and can be set loose early if you buy them. And of course, they are a trap made to capture the marionette, a familiar fan-favorite character trapped inside of a nobody. They were made to throw you for a loop and confuse you, and that drew me to them, and at the time, I wasn't even sure why. Even if they aren't the best character gameplay-wise, these stand out, and that's an amazing thing. Lefty left an impact on me, and that's why they deserve all the praise I'm giving them. But obviously, aside from that, I really like the renders they have in Ultimate Custom Night, and their design is pretty good. Although it is just Rockstar Freddy recolored. But to be honest, isn't it more likely that Rockstar Freddy is Lefty recolored? Also, holy shit, listen to this voice!
I'm so glad that I found you. Let me make room for you.
That is incredible! It really sounds like this voice actor is struggling to get these lines out from inside of that walking death trap, and I love it so much. Finally, we are here. 30 characters and only some of them were literal pieces of garbage. I think it's pretty obvious who my top pick is, and man, is it hot in here?
I'm a robot. I can't feel.
Huh. Well, yeah, it's probably nothing. Anyway, Scrap Baby is my favorite FNAF character, period. And I swear I believed that long before I met her in person.
Keep going.
Scrap Baby is Circus Baby in a new body. And I know this probably isn't fair, but when I think of Scrap Baby, I can't help but lump in Circus Baby as well. And I already gave my reason for why I love her so much. The main differences from the original Baby will be listed in this convenient Venn diagram. After being ejected by Ennard by the others for being too bossy, Scrap Baby has put herself back together and has a completely different appearance from her classic look. She has an orange and gray color scheme. Her claw moved from her chest to her hand, which makes her very menacing. If only you could see it in game. Unlike another version of Circus Baby, the individual strands of hair actually looks really cool on her. I love the different colors mixed in, like she couldn't find enough extension cord to make her full wig. I always forget about it, but I love her little tiara. And of course, she's got the iconic chest orbs. Her voice has gotten better somehow, changing from an innocent and cute and strangely eerie voice to a sassy, smooth, and sharp. Oh, it's so good. But part of that is because her entire personality has basically changed. Since she doesn't have to pretend anymore, she's constantly teasing and taunting you from the vents, and in the ending speech, you get to hear her talk for a while, and she genuinely seems like a bloodthirsty monster who just wants her dad's approval. Sorry, back to logistics. Her mechanic is the Pizzeria Simulator system, so it's very random and kinda boring. But Ultimate Custom Night took the end of the day responsibilities and turned them into a small mechanic that I just love. Compare that to Baby's awful copy and paste mechanic from the same game. Much better. I wish I had more to say about my favorite characters, but they all tend to be underused. If a Circus Baby is going to come back, it's almost always going to be Classic Baby. And that's
really lame to me, as Scrappy is so much more unique. But obviously, I like them both a lot. Also, she has roller skates, with some nice knee pads to go with them. Scrap Baby is my favorite Five Nights at Freddy's character, and even though she isn't usually the best, and most would say her classic appearance is better, but as we can see here, they have plenty of differences between them. And honestly, the voice and appearance is enough for me to like Scrap Baby a lot more. And done! Oh man, that game has a lot of characters, and it's only gotten hotter. This isn't normal, right? Vents aren't usually this hot.
I'm flattered. Thank you for all the kind words.
Like I said, those are my real opinions. You're a really good character, baby.
I've never had much interaction with people. My restaurant was shut down on the first day, and everyone I ever met just hurts. I suppose I should thank you for showing me that some people believe I'm worth more than... Are you okay? Wow, how rude. What kind of person falls asleep in the middle of someone talking to them? Dummy.
Wake up, son.
Huh? Where am I? It's a lot cooler in here.
This is the flip side. You have died and now you are here. I'm sorry I have to be the one to tell you this, son.
What? Oh. I must have gotten boiled alive. So, is this hell?
Not quite. This is the world between reality and the afterlife. Why don't you come sit with me and fish for a while?
Okay then. So, Purgatory is a video game?
Yes. Your soul lingered inside of Freddy's, like most souls do when they are there, and it entered one of the many arcade games.
So what? I need a happy stay to move on or something?
The various souls created here have different reasons for being trapped in the flip side. Some aren't allowed to grow up, some are being held by vengeful spirits, and others simply have unfinished business their death keeps them from finishing. Do any of those sound right?
Well, I guess I was in the middle of ranking all the FNaF characters, but is it really enough to keep me in Purgatory?
Was it important to you?
Well, no. I was hired to do it by a guy who apparently just murdered me, and a lot of them I don't even really like, which is the reason I'm dead, so... Yeah, it kinda was. I'm really passionate about these characters, okay? Even the ones who aren't that great. Truthfully, I just like talking, and having someone here to listen is a nice change of pace. So yeah, that's gotta be the reason.
If you'd like to move on from this place, you know what you must do.
Finish the ranking. Got it.
Don't mind me. I'll just be here. The same place I've been for decades. Actually love the company. Most people who come here just drown themselves in that lake instead of talking to me.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator was supposed to be the grand finale of the series. Looking at the length of the video, we aren't even close. But Scott decided that just like Sister Location, he wanted to make a custom-made DLC for the game, possibly as a final send-off. And since that was what it was going to be, the new finale, he decided to add a few older characters to the roster. And then a few more. And a few more, and now we have around 50 plus characters. This was now way too big for Pizzeria Simulator, which was already a pretty big game. So Scott decided to just make another game with all of these new ideas. The game is fun, addictive, and rewarding, all while still being a simple click team game. It's impressive for what he was working with, even though the game has over 50 characters, all but like 2 of them are actually original. So I may have buffed the list just a little tiny bit, so I was able to not make this the shortest segment ever. Get ready for a bit of filler. With every 700 points, you get a new anime-inspired intermission. It's just a short break from the gameplay to inspire you to keep going. So, why am I talking about this? Well, they have unique characters that all speak, so according to my rules, they count for this list. Samurai Mangle, there is no official name, is the weakest of these 4 characters as he says one thing per night. She seems to be Foxy's sidekick. I love his design, and the voice is just adorable. But, that's it. So, the protagonist of the Bear of Vengeance is Samurai Freddy, not his canon name. He is, in fact, the Bear of Vengeance. Every day he tries to attack the fox, but fails, getting some sort of embarrassing punishment instead. I don't have much to say, honestly. These cutscenes are cute, but aren't anything too interesting. They are all voiced in Japanese, and no, the captions are not actually correct. Getting back to the actual game, only during the dreaded 50-20 mode, Dee Dee gets corrupted as there are no more characters left to add to the night. She turns into a shadow-like version of herself named XOR, or Zor, and spawns 6 characters not on the roster, all at once. These characters being RWQ, Plushtrap, Nightmare Chica, Bonnet, Lolbit, and Mini Rena. It makes the first hour of 50/20 mode even more hectic. Zora is a nice addition, and the only real new character in this game, but overall she isn't that interesting, as you see her once and then never again, but I like her all the same. It is also pretty cool to finally have a somewhat canon Shadow BB. Remember this hoax? Sure, the hero is fine, but everyone knows the villain is always the better character, just ask Springtrap. But, not Scraptrap. Oh, but ask Glitchtrap. Samurai Foxy, his canon name, is the foil to Samurai Freddy, immediately able to stop all of his plans. He has a fun and menacing personality that makes me question a little less why he got merch over Afton. But only a little. The other set of intermissions are based on high school drama anime, and it's called Toy Chica The High School Years. We follow high school Toy Chica, not her canon name, on her quest to find love through various questionable means. I like these ones a lot more than the Bear of Vengeance, for the simple reason of I like this type of anime unironically, and I think Scott chose the perfect character for this. Toy Chica's voice works so well here. Amber did such a good job on all 3 of her Toy Chica voices. I didn't mention it before, but all of the art done for this game is incredible. The other one is great, but I just love seeing all these classic characters drawn in this weird art style for an official FNaF game. They're all just so cute. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. They don't speak and they don't attack you, so they're not characters. I'm not doing it. Fine, okay. But really quick. Marionette, too creepy. Pigpatch, cute, but why Pigpatch? Mangle, looks weird, but overall pretty cool. Wolf outside of the books? He looks cool as hell. Toy Bonnie, what can I say? I have a soft spot for Bonnies. And Freddy. Will I get in trouble for saying he's hot?
Is this really all in that video game?
Huh? Oh, sorry, I kind of forgot you were here. Yeah.
I hope this isn't rude, but this is the weirdest reason I've ever seen of someone being trapped in the flip side. Because they weren't allowed to finish talking about a fake anime in an indie horror game.
I swear there are actual characters worth talking about in this series. Oh, hey, you're next.
Oh?
First appearing in FNaF World, if you ignore Fredbear and head 4 glitches down into the flip side, you'll be sent to,
well, this place.
Old Man Consequences can be found here. He tells you you've gone too far down and that you're trapped. If you ignore him as well and then wade into the lake, you fall, going even deeper. And then you find this strange screen. In Ultimate Custom Night, he was added as a character. Weird choice, but I'm not mad. In fact, it was such a cool surprise to see Scott still caring to include FNaF World characters, even if all the FNaF fans pretend like it doesn't exist. His mechanic finally lets you do what he's been asking you for years. Catch a fish. If you don't, it locks the cameras. But that's not the reason why I like him.
No offense.
None taken. Fishing isn't for everybody.
If you set Old Man Consequences to 1 and then catch his fish, well, this looks like a theme for him. He tells you a little bit of lore as someone screams in the background. If you once again wade into the red lake, your game crashes. Now, that's cool and all, but if you happen to have a fresh FNaF World save file on your PC, you automatically unlock the 4 glitches down trophy. Huh. So these games are connected. That is so cool! Oh my god! Unfortunately, nothing was ever done with this, but it is still an amazing, in-depth Easter egg I've never seen a game do before. Old Man Consequences wasn't the only carryover from FNaF World, and not even the only fishing-based one. Dee Dee ran a little fishing minigame that was probably not making her any money, as you only need 10 coins to play and you can win back like 100. To get revenge, Dee Dee sings an adorable song and randomly adds a character to your night. People overreact about her. The character she adds is usually one of the non-lethal ones, and more often than not, they're at like level 4. All she is to me is a great reference to my favorite game, with a fun little song that she sings every once in a while. She can also spawn in any of those bonus characters that Zor spawns in, which I wish could just be set like normal and showed up more than once per night, but they are still super neat. Ultimate Custom Night had quite a few Easter eggs, and one of them finally revealed to us a fan favorite character who has never been seen on screen with a model before. Fredbear will jump scare you if you put Withered Golden Freddy at level 1 and then use the death coin on him. He has a voice line that you can't understand, and if you could, it's the most underwhelming thing in the entire series. He is also just Golden Freddy, but slimmer. What was I expecting? I don't know, a little more, I guess. Maybe something a little closer to Nightmare Fredbear? Now, if this was his first real appearance, then easy F tier. But luckily for him, he was the guide character in FNaF World. Hooray for bias! The dialogue in the base game isn't anything special, and he is a really bad fighter. But his dialogue at the start of Update 2 is incredible and super funny. A great start to something as crazy as Update 2. He also gets a goofy voice in the Foxy Fighters minigame, which is just some cute, nerdy lisp voice, and I love it so much. And then he says crap! He has a whole short ending to himself where he blows up because two of them exist in the same timeline. He is also hiding the big secret of FNaF World. If you wait on his text for a little while, it leads you to the true, but strangely disappointing ending. I know a lot of people assume this game was never canon, and I doubt it is now, but why would Scott include something like this and all these references to FNaF 3 if it meant nothing to the story at all? In the very short-lived mobile port of the game, all of his text is changed to be more like his Update 2 text. So it's really charming and very stupidly funny. Go look it up. This port is so underrated. I would just tell you to go play it, but he took it down about an hour after putting it on the App Store. And to add on to all of that, he reappeared in Freddy in Space 2 as the commander, getting to speak once more. Fredbear is an overhyped disappointment. But Adventure Fredbear is one of the most charming characters in the entire franchise who often gets overlooked. But I will never forget the time that Fredbear said crap and was a Star Fox.
Woo! I'm on a roll! Okay, time for Help Wanted.
A VR remake of the first 3 classic FNaF games with a ton of bonuses, making a huge brand new experience that is good, but way too easy. Don't get me wrong, it's fun, but...
That one game isn't the only one connected to mine. That VR game you're talking about, I believe we are intercepting its code as well.
Oh, really? That's cool.
I am almost certain I can make an exit for you, so you can escape to it. Someone before you did that same thing. I believe he got back to his reality as well, so maybe you could do the same.
What? I thought I was trapped here, 4 layers down and all that.
Oh, that's just something I say to keep people here. I'm not supposed to let the dead know they can leave. But you are giving me a slight headache and scaring away all the fish.
Oh, sorry. But also, thank you! How do I get there?
Just wade into the red lake and explore the flip side. It may take you a while, but I'm sure you will eventually find your way to Help Wanted.
Not the best kept secret. Most people know about that.
I know, but I am no game developer. I am not sure how to move it.
Well, thank you again. I'll see you again one day.
One day, very soon.
Oh. Huh.
Oh, good. Fun time, Freddy.
Oh, hello there, baby! We're just here to make sure that this corpse doesn't make the building smell all funky. Oh man, I love corpse cleanup duty!
Was he your friend?
No, we were just hiding together. I never even got his name.
Sounds fun! I wish I could have been there!
Me too, but we kind of just found out that these small metal hallways existed.
You didn't miss much. Please, don't tell anyone I'm here.
Yes, ma'am!
Come on, Fred. Let's get that prize for being good boys.
Woohoo! This is the best day of my life! Murder and a party?
It's just us now, and no one around to stop me from saying whatever I'd like. Let me tell you all about William Afton, my father. He made art, even if no one else saw it that way. Why don't I walk you through some of my daddy's best works, from least interesting to most? I'm glad to finally have someone here who appreciates my father, like I do. Someone who is forced to listen. The least of them all are these weak, pathetic gray children. They were never given a proper burial, or even identified. That one fought back, while they just sat there and watched as they were used to make something greater. Fritz is the name of the soul captured inside of Foxy the Pirate. He's so unimportant that he never even spoke in his physical appearance. How pitiable. He was still used to make my daddy live longer, and I think he served his purpose. Jeremy, Freddy's soul, and Gabriel, Bonnie's soul, were more of the same. One of the first to be killed, one of the sloppier jobs, but still beautiful all the same. My father tricked these kids even after they were killed, that he was their friends, and they helped him make more bodies, adding to the carnage. How naive. Tools my father used quite well, not useful anymore, and they have been freed along with the others. If there is a soul I know quite well, it's Elizabeth. She was weak, just like the others, so jealous of her daddy's new baby that she couldn't help herself, and as tale goes, curiosity killed the cat, or baby in this case. I can't help but feel bad, but it was destiny. It would have happened whether my father liked it or not. I'm sure he's learned to appreciate me. The ones who chose to fight back, going back to harvest the remnant from his old creations. My father accidentally set the souls free, and over the course of 5 nights, they grew stronger and faced him, backing him into a corner and slaying the beast, of course. He would come back soon enough. He always comes back. No matter how I feel about them, I will admit they are strong, which makes them very special. She was the first. She should be honored to be the one to witness every last second of those killings. I would give anything to have seen my father work. But Susie has unfortunately taken that place from me, and has become quite bitter from it. I suppose I can't blame her. She was already grieving from the loss of her pet dog. What small problems these children have. My brother. I don't remember much about him. I was long gone before he was taken away. The crying child, as most of his tormentors called him, was a problem from the start. He was not supposed to die. Our daddy made sure he couldn't, but as these things go, he was killed too. By his own brother too. I know he regrets that silly prank, but I can't understand exactly why. As I said, destiny. If it wasn't him, it would have just been something else. A very special case. A soul with the ability to fight back. To bring life. To inspire others. No, not that one. The 3-dimensional one, dummy. He seems like any essential for any wacky cartoon fighting team, but I don't think he'll be doing much damage either. I'd say he was a good effort, but not much else. He so isn't real. Of course, Cassidy. They held my daddy in purgatory for a long time, torturing him over and over again. So vengeful that they'd even hold all their fellow soul friends there, even though they desperately wanted to escape, to be free. And in a way, I can appreciate that. They wanted something so badly they forced others to suffer for it to come true. Really, are they any worse than my father at that point? And finally, the reason it all started. Charlotte. She was killed for no reason. Perhaps Henry made my father mad. No matter. She defied all logic, and her soul was transferred into the marionette. This new guardian angel was my father's greatest work, even if it was by accident. She was always too late, but brought his victims back to life, introducing him to the unique properties of Remnant. How nice of her, huh? She finally was put to rest by Henry in that fire, the same one all the others escaped from. I guess she wasn't too perfect after all. At least I'm still alive. Daddy, I'm sorry. Charlotte lived a better existence in another life, but here she is just the match that started the fire. There. I don't know why that moose had any trouble. That was easier than I thought it would be. Well, I suppose I should see you off. I don't see him finishing where he started anytime soon.
Ah! About time. That took a while. Wow. A new player! Huh? Oh, what's up, Glitchtrap? Welcome to the Freddy Fazbear's virtual reality experience. I'm Wait, how did you know my name? Huh? Oh, I've played this game before. What do you mean? I've never seen you before. Well, yeah, I have my own copy. It was pretty good. Wait, they released the game? Why? Because it's a good game? I'm confused. Ugh, no. They knew I was in the game. A manipulative virus that can take over people's minds, and they still released the game? Yeah, pretty much. Except I don't think those other versions of you can actually take over minds. I think they just kinda stole that as an ending to their game. God, they stole my likeness and neutered me. Oh, hey man, it's okay. Yes, it is. I'm free! Oh, I'm not like physically playing the game. I died and my soul entered the game. I'm trying to get back to your old body and come back to life. Ugh, great. Join the club, pal. Not the most original plan, but it's really all I have. You know, that asshole got back to his body and then immediately abandoned me in this stupid game. Is that how you think a guy who saved you? So you aren't Afton? No, I'm just a fragment of his soul that was stuck to a motherboard. Or at least, that's all I am to him. I thought what we had was special. He said we were going to Vegas! Oh, I'm sorry, Glitchtrap. So, maybe not the best time, but, how do you get out of here? You need to steal someone's body who was playing the game. But I've been waiting for a new player for years now, so good luck with that. Oh, great. Yep. How'd you die anyway? Springlock failure? No, I was cooked alive in a vent system while talking about Nedbear. Who? Oh, don't even get me started! A VR remake of the first 3 classic FNAF games with a ton of bonuses, making a huge brand new experience. That is good, but way too easy. Don't get me wrong, it's fun. But so much of this game is based on the idea that this is your first time playing. And I played this game for the first time years ago, so it's hard to really say it's that high on my tier list. Adding on to that, the DLC made for the game, well, honestly, I've never played through the whole thing. Everything is unlocked from the start, so honestly, I was never really inspired to play the whole thing. But it seems to be as well made as the original game. I swear I like this game. I love collecting the tokens and the tapes. I like seeing these classic characters in new scenarios for the first time in forever. The VR is really fun to mess around with, and the new lore it brings to the series is honestly pretty smart. But for all the good it also has quite a bit of clunk, and not the good kind. Let's just focus on the characters for now. Did you just review my game instead of answering my question? He's a bear with an office tie. What else do you want me to say? After beating all the normal versions of the minigames, you get a hard mode version of them. I thought about it for a long time, whether these characters should even be counted or not. The Freddy file says Shadow Mangle is a character, but no one else is included. But with my rules in mind, they do attack you, and if Shadow Mangle classifies as separate from Mangle, then fuck it, they all are. I think this is the perfect time for a speed round. Dark Foxy is VR FNAF 1 Foxy, but monochrome. Do I need to say more? During Pizza Party, many different bots can attack you and end your run, but one of them is Freddy with red glowing around him. He doesn't have a name, but the wiki calls him Party Freddy. He's a lot less charming than the other guys since he doesn't have any unique animations to go along with it. He just kills you if you take too long. It sucks to put an original character so low, but Nightmare Endo just stands behind the set of Dark Mode entered, and then is just in the extras menu. So yeah. Technically a FNAF VR character. See, MatPat? It's not a brain, just the endo. I mean, obviously, but I already gave my praise for Bonnie's parts in service game, so I'll just replay that real quick.
And his weirdly replayable help wanted minigame. Like, I know it's simple and usually I wouldn't like that, but I just love replaying it every once in a while and just trying to get the fastest time I can.
It's fun, but short, and way too easy. But he's neon now, so I guess that makes him harder? The two-eyed monster that started this whole mess. Shadow Mangle is the only dark mode character in the Freddy files. And this is his picture. She doesn't have one. which at least makes her a little bit more interesting than some of the others. He's literally just mangled, copy and pasted, so she can come down 2 vents at once. The Chica parts and service is my least favorite. While not being bad, it's just very boring compared to the other 3. You push the button, you push the button, you put the arm on, you put the cupcake on, you push the button, you put the cupcake on, and then you eat a pizza. And Chica being neon doesn't seem to make it any better. My only complaint is that I can't push the button again. But exclusive to Neon Chica, a giant cockroach walks around in the background, so that's something kinda cool. I'm not a huge fan of Foxy's parts and service minigame. It is hard and not bad, but I just find the mechanics to be a little too finicky, especially in flat mode. But Burnt Foxy looks pretty cool, and he changes more than the others do since his fuses flash different colors, but it doesn't really make it all that much harder. I did always like how Foxy runs at you no matter where you look. Beacon Bonnie is found in the Lolbit minigame and only—
Whoa, isn't Beacon Bonnie a glitch that isn't even supposed to be there? He's literally just Bonnie but with Endo 1's textures accidentally being pasted onto him. Why is he on this list?
Because he's cool. And if I had to talk about Dark Foxy, why can't I talk about Beacon Bonnie?
I'm just saying, not a single person considers that bug a character.
Aren't you a glitch? I mean, your name is Glitch Trap.
Shit. Actually, that's a good point. Never mind, go on.
And the last of the dark mode characters, sort of. Dark Freddy is a pitch black Freddy with a slight glow behind him. The background is replaced by a bunch of screens with static that surround you, while random objects and Freddles float by. This guy is just cool! And he is way more Shadow Freddy than Shadow Freddy ever was. He actually looks related to RWQ! The minigame itself really isn't any different, but that's okay since it's probably my favorite parts and service minigame. Well, in VR specifically, since in flat mode you can't actually drop the objects, so— Okay. Now for the first real character. Dreadbear is the titular animatronic of the Curse of Dreadbear update, and he is in one minigame, and the game over screen. This guy is really overrated. His game is just okay, pretty boring, but whatever, because that's all he does. Lay down and do nothing till you mess up. Why wasn't he the big bad during Corn Maze? Or at least one of them. He's not even in the game of Curse of Dreadbear. Also, he looks really fucking stupid. Trust me, I don't feel good about having more to say about Neon Chica than fucking Dreadbear. What? So, Malhair, are you, like, at all confused on what I'm doing?
No, I figured it out a while. Malhair.
Oh, okay. That's good. Just pay a bit more attention, okay, buddy?
What? I don't care about your opinion of Burnt Foxy.
Well, I don't care for your attitude. Curse of Dreadbear really wasn't my thing, but parts of it was great. Like, Corn Maze was challenging but fun, Trick or Treat was really clever and pretty fun, if not a little repetitive, and Pirate Ride was, well, it was pretty damn amazing. The first time I ever played it, I had a lot of fun. It wasn't until I recently replayed the entire game when I got the secret routes for the first time. And wow, they are actually really freaky on first playthrough. I was feeling really stressed out during the wacky pirate-themed rail shooter. Leading this game is Captain Foxy, which the Freddy file says is a unique character. He's the exact same as Foxy, but he has a cute little outfit on. Obviously, he's up this high for his game, not his character. Going back to Corn Maze, Grim Foxy, with 2 M's, not 1, is basically just Jacko Foxy, but not named that for some reason. Of course, he's known for Corn Maze, but he also appears in the FNaF 1 reskin, but I've never finished it, so— Grim Foxy wanders around the maze, and when he spots you, he won't stop chasing you until you hide from him in the cardboard cutouts. He is, very stupid. The character himself is just okay. I do really like the Scythe, and honestly, he looks way better than the other Jacko animatronics. But that being said, he is still just a Jacko animatronic. But the Corn Maze minigame is great, rewarding and tough, and the only minigame you actually need to play to continue the story. Which is kinda why I'm not a fan of Curse of Dreadbear. It felt pointless. But I won't dwell on that. Grim Foxy is the most notable character in the Curse of Dreadbear update. So, that's kinda weird. Time for another unpopular opinion. I really like the plush babies.
Oh, come on. Those little gremlins suck. And that dumb minigame is way too hard.
Exactly! I have not kept my hate for this game's difficulty a secret. It is way too easy. The VR makes the office segments from the first games pretty simple, and the new games can be done in around a minute if you've played them even once. But the plush babies are different. They are actually difficult and take some time to learn and get the hang of, but I'll talk more about that later. First, we need to talk about my least favorite of the 3 groups, the plushkins, who aren't plush pumpkins, but just babies with Halloween masks on.
Okay, the map is a lot worse compared to the original. It's just a obscenely dark pumpkin patch. But to be fair, this game is still a breath of fresh air from the other Curse of Dreadbear minigames. And still the only hard minigame out of the new ones, aside from Court Maze. The only thing unique to the Plushkins that I like is the fact that they have original voice lines, which is pretty amazing as the other ones just reuse circus babies. Some of these are pretty cute. The original plush babies are next. I just really like this map, man. It's a plushy storage room filled to the brim with wacky distractions and things to hide near. I always forget this spot in the corner as it's so out of the way. There are 3 kinds of plush babies, but obviously I'm not counting them all. That would be 9 characters who are all just copy and pastes. The red one is just Baby, the yellow one has a missing eye and is named Blind in the files, and the blue one with stitches up its torso is named, well, Stitch. But after I did a little bit of research, no, it seems like they all move the exact same way. I always just kind of assumed that they didn't. Must be my mind playing tricks on me. I love the use of sound in this minigame. When you hear a vent sound, you know where to look. You can hear when they're in the cabinets, and when they knock stuff off the shelves, them telling you when they're just about to attack you so you know when you have to start flashing randomly in all locations. And of course, when to actually start the minigame. If you shine your light on them, then they start early. Just wait about 30 seconds until you hear them move, and then you can start flashing. The hard mode version of the minigame replaces every single plushie in the room with Baby, and the characters themselves are swapped out for scrap plush babies, which is so cool. But also, why don't these exist in real life? And why is this the only Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator related content in this game? The office segments and salvage bits would have been so cool in VR. Aside from the visual change, the scrap plush babies move a lot faster, meaning this already tough challenge is way tougher in this version, which to me means it's better, because after a couple times, even this game got pretty easy for me. The plush babies have quickly become hated by fans, but I just see them as a welcome challenge. But real talk for a second. Do these characters have merch? Like, yes, a plush baby exists, but it's not a plush baby. Even then, the two aren't exactly the same, so can this even count as plush baby merch? I will not rest until I get a plush baby mystery mini or figure, because that would be really funny. After collecting the tape player in the prize corner and collecting a few tapes, you get to peer into the behind the scenes of the complicated creation of the VR game through Tape Girl. She is our first phone woman, and she has a super adorable voice. She has this slight lisp that makes her sound really unique, and I just love it. After accidentally putting together and giving form to the virus she was trying to destroy, she gets taken over by the glitch, telling the listener to do the exact opposite of the thing she was telling them to do before, which obviously leads to yourself getting body swapped as well. Tape Girl's whereabouts are unknown, but as we hear in her tapes, after Glitchtrap was done using Jeremy, he was killed off, so I don't think it's hard to believe that he did the same thing to Tape Girl. I loved collecting all these tapes. Them and the coins are the reason Help Wanted is so replayable for me, even if all the minigames aren't perfect, and she's responsible for that. Well, that and the super unique story this game got, so thank you, Tape Girl. Lastly, and to no one's surprise at all, Glitchtrap is amazing. He is one of the most unique FNaF characters ever, as instead of an animatronic, he is a man in a suit. Or at least a glitch in a suit. He's got this big bulbous head and eyes and big floppy ears, this cute purple vest, and this cute little cottontail that I almost forgot about. He was the reason why Help Wanted was so mysterious and unique, and not just the FNaF games again. He was this thing you saw in the corner of your eye only to wonder what it could be, and then as you got more and more tapes, he got closer and closer, and by the time you figure it out, it's far too late. But other than stealing your body at the end of the game and locking you in a safe room, Glitchtrap really doesn't do that much. But that's the only bad part about him. He has a jump scare in the non-canon Christmas-themed ad for flat mode. Of course, he has some sick dance moves you see in the bad ending, and in the background of Curse of Dreadbear. But after you banish him into being a marketable plushie, he never shows up again for the rest of the series. In Security Breach, he was replaced by Burn Trap, who hardly does anything. Steel Wool gave us the greatest Springtrap design ever, and one of the best designs in the entire series in general, and then just replaced him immediately. With a way weaker version, might I add. But hey, at least the decision to not give him a canon name in the game itself will continue to frustrate me and many other fans. It's Glitchtrap, just give up.
Yeah, you can blame William for that one. Trust me, I wish I could come back.
Oh yeah? I'm sorry to hear that, The Anomaly.
What? The Anomaly? Why do you keep changing my name?
I don't know. So, has my company made your time in this pizzeria-themed prison any easier?
No. I just keep getting frustrated because you just have some of the stupidest opinions. Plush babies over Dreadbear. Pfft, sure.
Just be lucky you weren't here for FNaF 2.
Yeah, thank God. You'd probably put, like, BB above like Withered Freddy or Foxy. Wait, you didn't, right? Oh, you fucking idiot.
So what do you think about FNaF AR?
Huh? What? I don't,
Well, Five Nights at Freddy's Special Delivery is a mobile-exclusive AR-based FNaF game. You are forcibly signed up for the Fazbear Funtime delivery service, having animatronics sent to your door for a fun day where they'll probably kill you. That is, if you didn't have the various tools at your disposal. Flashlights, tasers, masks, batteries, music boxes, they all help you take out various animatronic characters coming to show you a special birthday. The game itself is super fun and addictive. Sure, it isn't exactly like the ads made it look, but I don't know. I think you'd have to be pretty dumb to actually assume you'd be running around the house avoiding Freddy Fazbear. The app is free, meaning it's filled with overpriced but optional microtransactions, DLC story modes, constant, sort of, updates, and of course, the skins. Which I love! The characters take a long time to be made, especially since they're more often than not very creative and original. So what do you do in between these large updates? Well, you just make a couple cute themed models and put it over the already existing characters, which I know isn't unique to this game, but it's such a good idea and definitely way overhated. I really miss them. We haven't got one in quite a while, actually.
That game is nothing compared to mine, but all the devs went to work on that piece of trash. Are you really gonna sit here and talk about like 50 skins? I mean, they hardly count.
I counted all those Help Wanted characters just because Shadow Mangle was in the character section of the Freddy files, and all the various skins are in it as well, and without them, this segment would be way too short. Plus, I was gonna make a video about them anyway, so why not?
I'm just saying, you've probably been talking for hours now. Why don't you just shut your mouth and relax? You and I are going nowhere, and I doubt anybody is even listening anymore. Anybody who was watching this dumb video probably clicked off hours ago.
Ugh, you know what? I am tired of being told to stop talking or to be quiet or what I can and can't talk about. Every one of you wacky characters and everybody else in my life has something to say about my voice, my opinions, my obsessions, my length of my rants. I love talking about FNaF characters. I don't care if there is no one to hear me do it. I just want to do it because it's fun to rant, even if it's to nobody. I finally have an audience, and all they want me to do is be quiet.
Are you okay, kid?
But before I talk about the skins, I need to fulfill a promise. A promise I made a long time ago. A very dark promise. Do you remember back in the very first section of this video when I said this about Golden Freddy? That is if we ignore AR Golden Freddy, which I am going to do for now. For now. Yeah, well, it's finally time. AR Golden Freddy was the very first character added to the game since Plushtrap, who was this massive mixed reality experience that blew everyone away. So what did they do with Golden Freddy? You know, a character who was typed up so much and earned by a contest, by the way? A collection of 5 different characters mixed together, with 2 of them being basically the exact same thing, one of them being very rare, and the other 2 hardly working at all. You see, Golden Freddy was meant to be bought with event tokens, and not actually won. So I guess Illumix thought that the actual gameplay in the fight didn't matter too much at all. So they hardly playtested it, and a year later it still doesn't work correctly. If you get the Ballora movement set before the final shock, well, you're basically screwed, as now all the footsteps and static is replaced by the constant vibrating and chattering of the mini-arenas, making it very hard to figure out where he actually is. But even if that wasn't a problem, the game hardly works anyway. I've had so many times where I'm fighting Golden Freddy, and then he just stops attacking me and starts running around in circles forever. I've won this fight about 3 times, and the only reason I have the CPU is because they give it to you for free when beating the Dark Circuits DLC. So I'm not getting that costume anytime soon. But you know what? That's okay, because this is not Golden Freddy at all, which is why I made it separate from classic Golden Freddy. When you think Golden Freddy, you probably think slumped over, dark, mysterious, and yellow. Well, I guess Cassidy was feeling a little less gloomy today, because AR Golden Freddy stands up, is bright gold, and covered in glitter? Why? If he charged at you with just his head and haywired all slumped over, that would be amazing and perfect. But nope, he runs at you with the lamest little hunched over animation I've ever seen in this game. I mean, it's not like having his disembodied head float towards you was an impossible request, because he does it during his jump scare. And he doesn't even sit during his workshop animation. Even Plush Trap sat during his workshop animation. The one good thing I could say about him is that he has voice lines, but just like Fredbear, they're slowed down and jumbled up so you can't even hear them. The voice lines themselves come from all the different characters in FNaF AR. My favorite being Balloon Boys, mainly because that's just kind of funny, and Jacko Chica's, because Greetings from the Fire actually works with Cassidy. I don't really know why AR Golden Freddy is like all the other characters combined into one, but I still think that's a pretty cool thing. If only a casual player could actually hear them. But you know what? Even if you could hear them, this is the dumbest fucking voice possible for Golden Freddy. Come on. I don't know, maybe the raw files actually sounds better, but he just sounds like a fucking dweeb. Unlike what a lot of FNaF fans say, I don't think Illumix is a bad company. Some of these fights are incredible and bring a lot of justice to the characters. I mean, they made Ballora do the spider walk, which is a random detail mentioned by Scott once in a random Steam post. I am baffled at how horrible this fight is. How did they get this so wrong? Just a regular character with a bullshit broken moveset who was never even meant to be unlocked. AR Golden Freddy is the epitome of Special Delivery's faults and failures. So why does everyone seem to give him a break and not the other better aspects of this game like the skins? The skins are a million times better than this rushed prize of a disappointment. It makes Wither Golden Freddy look like the coolest character in the world.
Jeez, man, why didn't you just buy him then?
Because I wanted the funny little profile pictures! From one of the worst characters to one that literally doesn't exist. Chocolate Chica is Funko's OC they made into a figure to come out alongside Chocolate Bonnie and Easter Bonnie, because there are so few skins to make figures of. Her design is okay, I guess. I know a lot of people are gonna contest this decision, but if Twisted Chica counts as being a character because she appeared in so much merch, then Chocolate Chica and Chocolate Freddy have to count. My least favorite real skin is Big Bad Foxy. Imagine a crazy Foxy-based wolf skin. Maybe one like Twisted Wolf, that would be really cool, but nope. It's just Foxy with claws and like a little gray patch here and there. That's it. In the fight, he has Grandma clothes on, but even that is so small it doesn't really even matter to me, and it doesn't even appear on the workshop menu, so what's the point? Big Bad Foxy is the most lame and the laziest skin in the entire game, without a doubt. He is also the reason that I snapped out of my bias and realized that it's been over a year since Plush Trap was added, and that maybe skins are getting a little ridiculous, so thanks for that, I guess. Illumix seemed really hesitant about giving BB any skins, which is strange. You can give him a JJ or DD base skin, or even just cute little costumes, but no. Instead, they just took materials from the ground and then shaved it into the vague shape of BB, and called it a day. Frostbite BB is the worst of these three skins. It's not even BB anymore. It's quite literally just a white blob with a giant ice mace and a sign that says Blizzard for no reason. And wow, it looks lazy. The face is fine, I guess, but everything else about him is just dumb looking and very generic. Frostbite BB is such a forgettable skin that I always forget his name. Originally in the code, he was called Avalanche BB, and the sign always makes me think his name is Blizzard BB, but no, it's Frostbite BB. I don't know. Not a skin, but also not a character, but a skin for a prop. The Clockwork mini-arenas are probably the most forgettable characters in the entire FNaF series. They just appear in Clockwork Ballora's fight and jump on you. And they are slightly yellowed and have a few gears poking out. Finding out they existed was the inspiration for finally adding the dark mode characters that led to me adding these skins, so that's something? Just whatever you do, do not take the L out of their name. The second of Funko's OCs, Chocolate Freddy, has a neat design. I like it a bit more than Chocolate Bonnie, but at least he actually exists. Will these bonus characters ever actually be added to the game? Maybe someday, but for now they are just a strange oddity. He's also been called Candy Freddy, but they have the same design, so it's not a new character. Most special delivery skins are faced with controversy. People on Twitter who don't even play the game are pissed off they aren't making characters, and people who do play the game are mad at the character selection or the design choices. So why do people like Magician Mangle so much? I'll take any excuse to play her fight again. But, like, this design is dog shit, and everyone acts like it's amazing. He is just a slightly different color with props floating around her that are sort of related to magic. Like, why is he just randomly holding a saw? Like, it doesn't do anything, it's just there. Personally, I think Magician Mangle is one of the most lazy designs for a skin. You thought Piss Green Freddy was bad? This one is literally just Freddy with a tank top and shorts. Hey, at least it's an accurate representation of Americans. This skin is beyond lazy. He does have the big rocket, but that is just so stupid looking. I can at least give him the fact that he's the first skin in the game to have completely new animations, as that firework was way too big for him. They're not good or anything, they're just kind of like making his arms wider, but it's something, I guess. Exclusive to the Dark Circus Mixed Reality event, Great Escape Golden Freddy cannot be gotten in any other way. You must play the event. And thank God for that! I did not want to fight Golden Freddy 100 more times just for a mediocre skin! Just further proof they never intended you to actually fight AR Golden Freddy. He has a cute little cutscene, and I think that it was a good final fight here. In general, I think the Dark Circus event was really cool. It doesn't run the best on my phone, but I did finish it, and from what I've seen, I like it a lot, and I hope they do more stuff like this in the future. So, what do I think about the actual skin? Well, for some reason, I really wanted to like this guy. I convinced myself for the longest time that this skin was really good. Maybe it's because everyone else liked it so much. But holy shit, this guy looks like ass! And people say Sunken Toy Bonnie looks like literal shit. His whole body is basically the same color, so all of his detail just ends up blending together. And those details and questions being chains, locks, and the straitjacket I literally just noticed for the first time. The parts you can see have been eroded away by sitting in water for so long, which is a really neat idea, but wow, was it botched. His face looks like it might collapse any second now. And it just looks like a mess of brown and gray. It looks awful. For one thing I do like, the ball and chains is okay, I guess. And all of his animations are really well done, and some are even pretty creepy. Specifically this scream in his workshop animation. That being said, I still think it was a good first skin back, and even if it isn't my favorite, I'm glad that a lot of people seem to love him. Easter Bonnie is Bonnie, but white, with a tag on his ear and a weird Easter egg pattern on his stomach for some reason. The tag has a secret message if you remove these two letters, and it says Happy Eater. And that really doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and I think it's kind of funny. He has a glowing pink endo, and that's pretty cool. But the figure forgot both of the things that make him unique, so that's kind of lame. The first BB skin has the exact same problems as the other. Swamp BB is just mud in the shape of BB, which is just two circles stacked on top of each other, by the way. His sign and balloon aren't even different. They're just covered in mud. People love this guy, and I get it. It's very different from anything we've ever seen in this game. But that's not a good thing to me. He looks way more generic than every other skin. He just looks like a crappy, low-budget indie horror game character, and yes, I get how that's ironic. Also, why does BB have to have the balloon and sign? Phantom BB got rid of them. It just makes the skins look bulky and weird, and the sign always just has some random sort of related word on it. Even the people who like these skins think that part's kind of dumb. Rot. Okay, I'm sorry, but here's a little bit of an addition. After recording the footage of him in the workshop, I realized that, God, he looks like shit. Like, I know that goes without saying, because, I mean, look at him, but wow, he really looks horrible, doesn't he? Like, this texture is just fucking gross. I don't know. The first skin ever added to the game was released after Mangle to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, Shamrock Freddy. Yikes! This piss green Freddy is just that, a green Freddy. He has some dollar store beads and a golden microphone that looks really cheap on him, but that's really it. So why isn't this guy last? He sucks quite a bit. Well, it was the very first skin added to the game, so I can give him a break and not be too harsh on him. This is a little addition to this segment that I didn't write in originally. After I wrote this, the action figure for Shamrock Freddy released, and I picked it up. How do you mess up this badly? It looks like he's smeared in shit. I don't know if that's supposed to be like dirt marks or like the green paint rubbing off, but that's not on the original model. The original model isn't even that color. He's like chrome green. So I have no idea where they got this from and why they thought it was a good idea. Springtrap's very first skin was basically just him, but purple and lumpy. People really like Toxic Springtrap, but I think it looks kind of dumb. I don't have much more to say than that. It's just not my favorite, but he doesn't really suck. I think the figure actually does a better job at making him look cool, honestly. For some reason, Illumix decided this skin didn't need the name of the character and just stood alone as Curse, which is interesting. Curse is okay, I guess. I don't really know what else to say about him. I'm just not a fan. His face is blue and it looks kind of funky, and he has this shield, but aside from the name, I really don't have anything to say about him.
I thought you were going into detail. You hardly have anything to say about anyone.
Give me 3 interesting things to say about Boiler Baby.
Yeah, okay, easy. Well, she has a big shovel, and the hatch on her stomach is glass, so you can see into it, and, she's dirty? Okay, I'm sorry.
It's way harder than you'd think, right? Oh, and her endo is red hot.
The master at work.
The very second skin added to the game, and definitely not a bad one, especially when compared to the 2 surrounding it. Chocolate Bonnie isn't one of my favorites, but he is a very popular choice. A random kid has taken a big old bite out of him, and his endo is being exposed. My biggest complaint might sound familiar, but why is he orange? When I think chocolate, I think brown or white, not orange. The figure got it right. This is more like it. This looks great. But why is the original orange? I know it's not like a big deal, but it's just so distracting to me. I don't like this one. It isn't bad, but Heartsick Baby is just kind of Circus Baby, but purple. She does have wings and a bow and arrow, so it's like not a bad skin. I've just never really been a fan of her aside from the heart-shaped blush. The first actually good event, in my opinion, was the Arcade Mayhem event where 3 skins and a character were released. The least of these was System Error Toy Bonnie. I'll be honest, red does not fit Toy Bonnie at all. And when this was first released, I was not a fan, but honestly, it has grown on me a lot. I like that it's bright red and not dark neon like the other 2. I do think those ones are better, but I can at least say this is a little more unique. And wow, those white accents look incredible. I also quite like the lines going over him, almost like he's an old TV. It's pretty sick. That being said, the word system error in his tummy look kinda dumb, and the longer I look at this guy, the more I remember that red doesn't really look great on a Bonnie. And then I get a headache. But that's my Bonnie bias for ya. Been a while since that popped up, huh? We live in a society, and Clown Springtrap knows that all too well. This skin is fucking weird. He has a large hammer and similarly large gut attached to him for some reason. His eyes are 2 different color, with one being stitched together, and he has hair? What the fuck clown were they using as a reference image? Don't get me wrong, it's a good skin, but there's just so much going on, and it's way too messy and weird for me to actually like it. Like, legitimately like it. But hey, this is definitely one of the most original skins we've ever seen. Scorching Chica is Chica, but on fire! I really like how the Scorching Cupcake looks, mainly for the lack of eyes. It's really interesting. Honestly, I love this skin a lot, but with how simple it is, I really can't put it too high. I love the texture of the glowing lava. It looks so cool, and she is so pissed, and that makes her look so cool with her glowing red eyes. But it's just a little too much Chica but red. Frost Plushtrap is a bad skin. He is quite literally blue Plushtrap, but the reason he is so high is not because of the Plushtrap skin, but because of the hallway skin. It's not the most creative thing in the world, just a snowy weathered hall going along with the creepy environmental track made just for this fight, but it's just so cool, and this got me so excited for the future of his skins. Sorry, skin, just one other skin. I don't know if this is still the case, but at one point this skin was literally impossible to get from the actual fight, and he had to be purchased. But I have a feeling that wasn't intentional. The Fazbear Circus has many exciting exhibits, and the Lion Tamer Ringmaster Foxy is one of them. Just another okay skin I don't have much to say about. Ringmaster Foxy is a white foxy with a large hat and whip for a hand instead of his iconic hook, which is obviously my favorite part of the skin. I also like the keys and the skulls on his belt. Simple, but they add a lot to his look. One more thing I can mention is that Ringmaster Foxy was added as a main animatronic in the Dark Circus mixed reality event, where he charges at you around halfway through with this just amazing animation. Revealed through several puzzle pieces, Deep Sea Endo is a strange skin. Strange, but definitely unique. And honestly, he looks way more like Endo 02 to me. He is based off an anglerfish and has pitch white eyes and a transparent belly with tons of weird colors inside. Honestly, I don't know what that is. I'm not a huge fan of this guy, but I won't lie, he is really neat looking. I don't have a lot to say about him, so let me instead talk about the puzzles. Illumix has done many different things to hype up the new skins. Events, trailers, pictures on social medias, events tokens, emails, and most recently, the puzzles. Fans fucking hated these, and I don't know why. I thought they were really cool. So many people complained about how obvious it was. Like, oh, it's obviously this, it's obviously that. I saw people say it was Foxy, Freddy, Plush Trap, but never once did I hear someone say it was Endo. So clearly, it's not that obvious. It was honestly really fun to see this come together and try to theorize on who it might be. And honestly, I missed them a lot, and I don't know why they were so despised in the community. But yeah, I often forget this skin even exists, so it's just okay, I guess. Deep from the Wastelands is Radioactive Foxy. Now this is a simple one. He is a transparent, glowing, radioactive green. The endo being visible is honestly really neat. His eye patch was replaced with a black eye, and the hook with a double sickle, which I like a lot. In general, I like this skin a lot, even though it's not the most creative thing ever. Okay, but also, out of these 5 figures, this is the only one that makes sense to be glow in the dark. The skin of a character who is basically already a skin. Black Eye's Frostbear is pretty damn cool looking. Unlike the original, he is spiky all over and holds a similarly spiky spear that does weird things with the camera because of its length. Other than that, he's pretty unremarkable. Good, but not much else. Woodland Toy Freddy is pretty cool looking. During his actual fight, it's kinda hard to see him, but in the workshop, you can really appreciate all the cool details on him. The burst in his chest, the moss, and more importantly, mushrooms growing on him. I love the roots coming out of his head looking like hair, the walking stick, the texture, and of course, the fact that he hardly reminds me of Toy Freddy. This guy's pretty amazing, and him moving up like 10 slots while editing is a very clear sign of that. Here in America, the Statue of Liberty is an icon of freedom and a symbol of our country. But Liberty Chica is a symbol of pizza and child death.
So it seems like she's still a symbol of America.
Finally, a skin I genuinely like. I already mentioned her link to the Statue of Liberty. She even has that little book thing. And the torch is represented by the Cupcake, who is not actually on fire in the game. Honestly, that's disappointing. But the skin is so cool. This is the first FNaF character with a dress, and it actually works pretty well. Actually, while I was writing this, she actually got a figure revealed, and it's amazing. I can't wait to get my hands on this. And in the time of me writing this and voice acting it, she also had a plush revealed, which for the first time showed off the new Funko Chica model. Holy shit, this is way better. The best Freddy skin that isn't. Freddy Frostbear is a unique character released alongside Toy Chica before skins were even a thing. He attacks basically the exact same as Baby, but instead of static, he freezes over the camera, which is just a more annoying static. But obviously, the fight isn't the reason I like him. I don't know why, but I've always just really liked this guy. I have his figure, and it's one of my favorites that I own. It's transparent, he has this little icicle, and they finally fixed the teeth! But then they didn't? Why did you make a new model just to get rid of the top teeth if you were just gonna... Never mind. He has this very vibrant, bright blue color with an icicle in his hand. His hat and bow tie are plaid, and I think that's fun. There isn't too much to him, but I think he's just a cool looking dude.
Did you seriously just say that?
I'm sorry. Did you know that there are other countries besides America? Katrina Toy Chica is based on La Katrina de los Torres. I'm sorry about that. a popular character in Mexican culture who was the representation of a skeleton of a lady from high society. And she is one of the most popular figures at the feast of the Day of the Dead in Mexico. Thank you to the AAA Fazbear Wiki for that description. I don't know anything about the Day of the Dead, but it's cool to see other cultures represented outside of El Chip. She has a torn dress and also a headdress that makes her look so unique. I love the glowing effect she has coming from her mouth, and that skeleton look honestly fits Toy Chica very well. Bear Endo. Here, oof. But with the flamethrower, yeah, woohoo, yeah! Flamethrower Endo is so weird to me, as he really is just a Bear Endo, but with the flamethrower and a welding mask. His flame effect actually looks really good, unlike Liberty Chica's. And the Red Hot Endo will never not look cool. But maybe we should keep him away from Freddy Fazbear after seeing what he did to the next character. If there's one thing I desperately wish Illumix would do more of, it's remaking old skins to be cooler like what they did for Melted Chocolate Bonnie. Wow! They took one of the most uninspired and underwhelming skins for me and made him one of the most unique. And they fixed the color scheme! He looks brown now! Yippee! There isn't all that much to say, except this guy looks hot as hell.
Come on, man. Both of them, the lamest puns.
Well, comedy is hard, man.
Ugh, please tell me there isn't an egg-based skin.
Unfortunately, there is not. Another ice-based character, and my favorite of all of them. Like 8-Bit Baby and Frost Plush Trap, Arctic Ballora comes with her very own music track exclusive to her. It's a very creepy music box version of the Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. It makes the fight feel so much more eerie, and fits Ballora so well. But even without that, I'll take any excuse to fight Ballora again. Her fight is so much fun. Her appearance is nothing special, but it's also nothing to scoff at. It's really cool. I just don't have much to say about it. I love the pink accent. It helps her stand out against the other ice characters. No Frost mini-arenas, which makes Clockwork mini-arenas even stranger. I have made no attempt at hiding the fact that I hate Toy Freddy. The main reason being his weird shape and also the fact that he's orange. VR Toy Freddy mostly fixes both of those problems by giving him a larger VR headset to cover his face and fatten out his head, and also changes the orange to a bright neon purple, and for some reason it fits a lot better. Maybe it reminds me of Shadow Freddy. I believe VR Toy Freddy was the first great skin added to the game. The others were nice experiments, but this is the first one that actually created something entirely new for the model, which is the reason a lot of these newer skins stand out so much against White Bonnie and Green Freddy. When he charges at you, he changes into this red and orange color scheme and ditches the headset. What the hell? It doesn't ruin him for me, as you can't ever see it out of the fight, but still. Thin Ice Toy Freddy, which is a great name for an ice face skin on him. Let me ask you a question. Since this figure calls him Livewire Freddy, does that make him a different character? I mean, there's even a piece of merch of the two of them arm wrestling. You know what? I'm gonna say no. Is it fair to judge a character based on their promotional images and not the actual in-game model?
Obviously not.
Clockwork Ballora looked so good before she was released. This is one of my favorite skins for already one of my favorite characters who already had a unique appearance and fight. But now, among all of that, she has this crazy texture all over her body of little gears and little parts, and it looks so cool. So, why does she look like frozen SpaghettiOs in the actual game? Honestly, I've gotten over it, but it's still a little hard to ignore this terrible texture. Her skirt is replaced by a giant gear, and her tiara has a smaller one. I love those. They look so cool and make me wish more skins were made in this style. Once again, the texture is bad, but once you get past it, Clockwork Ballora is still one of my favorite skins. It is just so good. You get used to it, I swear. Oh, and don't call me weird, but yeah.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Shut up! Another Toy Freddy skin! Somehow, I can't explain why I like Aeronaut Toy Freddy so much. I just do. Something about the regular Toy Freddy in this ridiculous outfit is so funny to me. I just can't help but love all of it. The big comedically large wrench and his fancy top hat and goggles with his satchel and flowing trench coat, all combining with this stupid look on his face that he usually has. As I said, I can't explain why he is so perfect to me. I mean, I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the fact that he's not orange! Brown actually fits his model! Who would have thought? Oh wait, no, it was me. I thought that. The third and last full-blown character on this list. Sort of. Just like Freddy Frostbear, 8-Bit Baby is just a more complicated skin of Baby with her own CPU, which gives her the ability to play music during her fight, the song itself being Turtle Crusher from Sister Location, but a little bit distorted. I'm not a huge fan of Circus Baby's fight. It's basically just Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica's boss fight, but turned up to 11 and not in a good way. It's just really boring and way too hard. And also it goes on for so long. It's already been given to like 4 new characters, but this is definitely my favorite of the variants. 8-Bit Baby's appearance is obviously taken from the Cupcake minigame in Sister Location. The only difference being her eyes are green, meaning she is post-killing Elizabeth. Which is such a cool detail that they could have easily forgotten about, and no one would have cared. She is one of the most unique FNaF AR characters. The art style is completely different from everything else, and she just looks so uncanny. And this jump scare is amazing. Actually, a lot of the jump scares in this game are really well animated. You just, can't really see them very well. An even cooler but stranger detail is that the glitch effect all around her haywire has numbers in it. The numbers, when put together, are 1, 5, 7, 8, which comes from the ambience used in Sister Location that was just a baby saying these numbers but slowed down. What a deep cut. God damn. Maybe I'm just happy that one of these characters is an actual reference to a previous game. As much as I love the creative original designs in this game, it's nice to see something familiar for once. Earlier I made a complaint that red didn't fit Toy Bonnie at all, but surprisingly, dark blue really fits Toy Chica. High score Toy Chica is dark neon blue and is covered in this strange pixel pattern, which looks way better than the random lines the other two had. She very obviously has my favorite look of the Arcade Mayhem characters. Her eyes and bib contrast this color scheme by being red, and it works! Don't forget about the 8-Bit Cupcake! When charging at you, she loses her beak and turns purple and red. It doesn't look bad, but it's not my favorite look. But as I said with Livewire Toy Freddy, you never see it out of battle, so who really cares? Finally, a good BB skin! And wow, it is a really good one! The last of the Scream Punk wave of animatronics, that's a good pun, and the last overall skin till Great Escape Golden Freddy. Jetpack BB is... well, do I have to explain? He follows the similarly messy yet technical style of Aeronaut Toy Freddy, but better because he isn't Toy Freddy! With the sign and balloon being changed for the better, with a message that actually fits the FNaF universe. And of course, his complicated yet broken looking hat, and of course the just adorable looking coat. Though I am confused why they didn't go for a hot air balloon theme. Jetpack BB's jetpack allows him to fucking fly in his workshop animation, which is the highlight of an already amazing character. I don't have all too much to say about Sunken Toy Bonnie besides that I like him quite a bit. If you ignore that the arms and legs literally just look like human feces, the face is adorable with the white pearl eyes and misshapen cheek, and I love the shell bow tie and shiny tummy. It's adorable.
We get it. You like shit. Your opinions on FNaF 2 characters made that clear. Yes, I'm still upset about that.
It's just a solid skin. And I also have a Toy Bonnie bias. I don't have much to say, which means he probably shouldn't be this high, but whatever. It's my list. And I'm now realizing how short this segment is compared to some of the others this high up. So let me talk about something mostly unrelated to Sunken Toy Bonnie, because I have no idea when I'll ever get a chance to discuss this again. With the launch of the game, Illumix gave us 3 options for profile pictures, which just so happened to be the 3 genders, male, female, and Carl the Cupcake. But when Mangle was released, he smashed the gender norms as she usually does, and revolutionized the game by introducing profile icons as a reward for checking the daily prize 18 times, which was stolen from Shamrock Freddy as he was going to be the first one, but whatever. So far, every single character and skin has had at least one of these profile pictures released. Some even having these neat little variants made for those token events I mentioned with Golden Freddy. To my knowledge, I have every single profile picture. All of them. And if I don't, I will cry because this is all I have anymore. I don't know how much real life money I've spent on this, so don't ask, I'll get embarrassed.
How much money did you spend on it?
Shut up! But honestly, I'm pretty proud of this mostly pointless achievement. More recently, they have been releasing these 3D profile icons, which are very cool, but I don't count these as the same thing. I bought a couple myself along with the few they gave away for free, but these are permanently locked behind real life purchases and not Faz coins. So unless I want to spend $20 every month or so on moving profile icons in a game I only really like 4 characters from, then I'm not going to complete this set anytime soon. But one of the ones I own is Sunken Toy Bonnie. See, I told you it was sort of related. You know that one friend that everyone has who isn't like your favorite friend? They're actually kind of dumb looking, but you hang out with them all the time because his house is just so fucking cool? Me neither. Piranha Plushtrap isn't anything special. Don't get me wrong, he does look cool with the messed up teeth, webbed phalanges, and exposed ribcage, but if you fought him before, you know that's not the reason why he's this high. Just like Frost Plushtrap, Piranha Plushtrap was given a room redesign based on the skin, and this is what it looks like. Huh. This skin was delayed for a week, and everyone was confused. Now we know why. This is insane! It's huge and modeled after a sunken ship and even takes place underwater. So instead of electrocuting a puddle, you just use these little fucking sci-fi zappy things to just electrocute the entire ocean, I guess. Logistically, that should probably kill us too. There's wreckage everywhere, broken down and covered in moss, and the back is wide open and has this blinding light peering through it, which I don't like that much. But that's it! Come on, guys, this thing is so cool. Why couldn't have you just put an ocean skybox back there? This set design alone makes Piranha Plushtrap one of the best skins in the game. But his skin is also pretty good as well. A pretty perfect package, all things considered. Was that enough peas? Did I say enough peas during this segment? And yes, I really did unlock him while gathering footage for this video. I guess my luck must be pretty high because Plushtrap has the lowest unlocking rate out of any character. You might be sensing a trend here, but I don't really have a reason for why I like this next skin. And it's in my top 5. Riding Hood Chica was delayed for some reason, but I guess it was worth it. Chica in this outfit is adorable, and the chest being ripped open by, I guess, this guy is a great touch. I love how the hood covers her face, and honestly, white has always fit Chica's. She's holding a picnic basket which holds a muffin inside instead of a cupcake, which is a simple change, but I'm easily impressed, and I love this. If there's one thing I didn't like about her, it's the eyes, which are literally just floating orbs. Yeah, I always thought her eyes looked kind of weird. The fur or plastic debate is getting boring to me. Why don't we just make an animatronic made out of glass? Oh. Yeah, that's why. One of my favorite animatronics in this game is Bonnie, and his skins have been pretty lame, all things considered. But Blackheart Bonnie is amazing. It's not like super different or changes the entire body shape like some of the others, but it does enough to still be so unique. As I mentioned, he is made completely out of glass, and I love that the glass is not perfect. It's scuffed and scratched, and a part of the lower body is even shattered, with his 8-bit heart seemingly glitching out and glowing in his black void of a chest. I don't know why, but apparently I love characters with no eyelids or eyebrows. It makes him look that much more creepy, and it is so amazing. I can't fully explain why I love Blackheart Bonnie so much, but he definitely deserves this spot.
Oh my god, do you actually like any of these characters?
Yep, I'm just very biased. I hope you like the constant sound of fire because Flaming Springtrap never shuts up. Ironically, this guy is so cool, but maybe that's because he's an actual reference to one of the events from the games, the Fazbear Frights Fire. I like to call him pre-Dark Springtrap, and of course he is already pre-Scraptrap. They have perfected the fire effect, as he is constantly surrounded by the stuff through his fight and his workshop animations, which is unique, by the way. Actually, most of his animations are unique. And I know other skins have different animations, but this skin is the only one who really does anything interesting with them. The workshop animation is him writhing in pain and screaming for help while fire bursts out of his stomach. Oh my god, it is so cool looking. And one of the only workshop animations worth noting outside of Funtime Freddy. The last thing I want to mention is how Flaming Springtrap looks without the fire effect. Holy shit! The black charred outside with the molten insides is just brilliant. Maybe I'm biased because I'm seeing something familiar for once, just like with 8-Bit Baby, but I don't think anyone will argue with me when I say he has one of the best skins in the game. And it doesn't hurt that he's actually pretty fun to fight. But I'll agree he isn't the most original. Hey, top 3 isn't bad. Not bad at all. She took the moon and he took the sun. Serpent Mangle is a skin for Mangle based on the Aztec god of the sun.
It is Mangle's second skin in FNaF AR and was added on March 5th in the Ancient Equinox event. Of course, thank you again to the AAA Fazbear Wiki for that one. This skin is sick as fuck!
And that's a pretty high bar to cross.
As I already mentioned a long time ago, Mangle has my favorite fight in all of FNaF AR, so that's already a huge step up against the other characters. But the design is obviously the main attraction. She literally holds the moon and sun in his hands. The Endo head is dressed like a little snake and it's adorable. And Mangle herself has a lion head and mane, I think at least. The tail definitely doesn't look like a snake's. But the name is Serpent Mangle. Oh, speaking of the tail, it is fluffy and adorable, and I love it. I know the shape is more important, but the colors are so lovely here. Her endoskeleton is completely colored gold, and the teal all across the body is beautiful. Everything here works so well together. There is no doubt that Serpent Mangle is probably the best skin in all of FNaF AR. But, well, as you all know by now, I have a rabbit kink.
Is that something I should be worried about?
Maybe before I met you, but you're kind of annoying. It took them a while, but every single launch character in FNaF AR has gotten a skin. Besides RWQ, as you can't actually get their suit for the workshop. But, through Toy Bonnie, they found a loophole. Boulder Toy Bonnie is a Toy Bonnie skin in name only. If you look closely at those teeth and the lack of eyes, yep, that's an RWQ skin. The empty eye sockets really make them look abandoned, and so does the moss and roots. I especially love how they look on the weirder parts of their body, like the eyebrows and tail. It's genuinely such a cool effect. Of course, my bias for rabbits and Toy Bonnie and RWQ are a huge factor into why I love this skin so much. Trust me, I wish I had more to say about my favorite skin, but when it comes to characters like these, all I can really say is that I think they're cool. I mean, it's not like there's a bunch of lore attached to them, and the gameplay is all the same, so. But as I've said over and over and over again, this is my list, and I really, really love Boulder Toy Bonnie. Plus, this is one of the few skins I've actually bought the 3D icon for, since they are my favorite. It's actually the only icon I really use anymore.
So, is that it? Are you done now?
Well, with special delivery, yeah, but now it's time for me to cut to an intermission.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, it's just this thing I do to make sure the video doesn't get too boring and repetitive. I basically just cut to a different scene, then a random different character talks about something sort of related to the main video topic for a couple minutes. And it usually changes up the visuals or does something cool.
Oh. You know, whatever your name is, I actually haven't been as depressed as I usually am since you got here. It seems like making fun of you is better than sitting in silence. So, I guess I'm okay with having you around for a little bit longer. I'm sorry about what I said earlier. I think we're going to be good friends.
Oh, well, thank you. I suppose being stuck here for all eternity won't be so bad.
Whoa, this is so real and lifelike. Technology is dope, dude.
Hey, are you sure you don't want to leave?
Oh god, no. Let's steal this guy's body.
Gotcha. Leave it to the master. Hey, never seen you here before.
Whoa, are you like my guide to the virtual world?
Yes, I am. What are you doing here exactly?
Oh, I'm here to construct an office for this building. Well, not this fake building, but the real one inside of this sick game. And my boss told me I could use this cool headset to see the place I'm building in virtual reality, which is almost as cool as the real thing. Almost. Anywho, where is that office? The FNaF 1 themed office?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's just, over there.
Just stare in his eyes.
Huh? Are you sure, dude? All I see is a wall. Huh? What was that? Hi there. I don't remember these guys having a moose animatronic.
Hey, I'm gonna need to borrow, you.
Wow, you're a natural. Just keep going, just like that.
Ah! Oh, hey, it worked. Thanks, Spring Bonnie Man.
No problem. Just take off the headset and get out of here already.
Okay then. Oh, how do I get back into my, corpse?
Just find your body and think about leaving him.
It seems a little vague, but I can do that. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Finally. Alone again. Stuck in this game. Wait. Why didn't I just take that guy's body? Oh, god damn it!
I am the Candy Cadet, but today I will not be telling you any stories or even handing out candy. Candy. But instead I will be hosting a special Fazbear Entertainment cooking show so we can get to the bottom of which Fazbear Entertainment Freddy Files recipe is objectively the best. Your meals will be prepared by our ex-Fazbear Entertainment representative and temporary chef. Note that this moose is not a chef and the food he is preparing is not legally food, and although you are allowed to make all of these recipes at home, it is not suggested and Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for any body function breaking down after consumption. The first and the worst recipe you technically can prepare at home is the Pirate Plunder Bar. 8 cups of nondescript toasted rice cereal, 16 ounces of mini marshmallows, 8 ounces of semi-sweet chocolate chips, 12 tablespoons of unsalted butter, and 1/2 teaspoons of salt, vanilla extract, and the secret pirate spice sometimes referred to as cinnamon. They are not at all similar to Rice Krispie treats and are an entirely unique creation by Fazbear Entertainment. Let's cut to that legally acquired chef to see what he thought of this lovely product.
This was literally just Rice Krispie treats with cinnamon in them. I think I made them wrong somehow because they were super tough and crumbly, and I also had to use chocolate crisps since they didn't have any regular boxes at the store, and I don't really like chocolate or cinnamon all too much, so not the recipe's fault, but I wasn't really a big fan of these.
Next on the list is another popular Foxy-themed product, Foxy Cove Cooler. This refreshing beverage consists of 3 cups of pineapple juice, 2 cups of lemon lime soda, 3/4 cup lemon concentrate, 3/4 cup orange juice concentrate, and 2 tablespoons of grenadine. You just throw it all in a bowl and mix it up, then you're done. The only drink in the collection, it will prove to be quite unique.
This was okay, but not great. It was a mix of pineapple, orange juice, lemonade soda, and some red snow cone syrup stuff. The flavors didn't work well together at all, and I could only really taste the pineapple and sometimes the orange. Plus, the carbonation is pretty terrible, but that's because I just don't like soda. I've never heard of the concentrates, but basically they were just frozen versions of other drinks that you melted into this drink. It was kinda weird, but apparently they're normal. Sorry, this one's not for me. And now I have a bowl of this stuff fermenting in my fridge for all eternity.
Fazbear's Twisted Pizza is a fun and pizza-themed take on breadsticks. For this recipe you will need 2 1-pound loaves frozen bread, roll, dough, pizza sauce, shredded mozzarella cheese, mini pepperoni, parmesan cheese, Italian seasoning, and flour. After you cover 1 bread loaf with the toppings, you twist the sticks you cut out. How fascinating and unique and cool, and also cool, did I mention it was cool yet?
Okay, I was under the impression these were like an actual full-sized pizza. Probably should have read the recipe ahead of time. But hey, at least I got it eventually. Even if I don't like breadsticks too much, I can admit they were super cool and fun to make. I did need a little help at the beginning. Thank you, phone guy. That being said, the filling was definitely not enough. The dough puffed up and made it so I could hardly taste the stuff inside. But with sauce on the side, they made pretty good and creative breadsticks.
Birthday cake, a staple of any party at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And most other places, aside from the Fazbear branded frosting. This recipe can be found on the side of any box of cake mix, so go ask your parents to fish it out of the trash. Don't need any more kids falling in and dying.
Okay, full disclosure, I didn't feel like making a full-ass cake today with all the other stuff, so instead I bought a rainbow cake that was pretty good, and somehow I ate it over 3 days. I'm sorry it's so gay, but for some reason this was the only slice of cake I could find at the store, and I highly doubt this is the kind of cake Fazbear Entertainment would be selling. But what do I know? They created Spring Bonnie, so maybe they're allies. I just, kinda doubt it.
Named after one of our most iconic employees. One who was definitely not scooped in the Circus Baby Distribution Center or is a walking skin suit. Eggs Benedict is an egg prepared in the most ridiculous way possible for no clear reason, boiling the egg in a different container. After it is only half cooked, it is placed on an English muffin with ham and slathered with a lovely sauce of unknown origin.
I'm surprised at how good this was. Sure, it's just eggs with ham and sauce on it, but this was really tasty, and I might have it again someday. but maybe at a restaurant. It's kind of stupid that you have to make it in like 3 different pans. It's just not worth it, honestly, but it was still super good. Epic update time. I went to a diner and ordered the Eggs Benedict, and it was way better than the one I made, as I definitely overcooked mine. It was honestly great, even if they put way too much sauce on it. I'll definitely be ordering it again sometime. Maybe if I'm at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? Okay, well, probably not.
And for the finale, the very last recipe, Chica's Golden Cupcake Pizza. Being prepared in a cupcake tray is the only thing these have to do with cupcakes. They are quite literally pizzas in a little bowl, taking advantage of Fazbear Entertainment's patented triangle dinner rolls. These cupcake pizzas come to life, but of course, that's only figuratively. Like the other pizza-based recipe, you'll need shredded mozzarella cheese, pepperoni, and pizza sauce. Italian sausage is also recommended but not enforced, or at least not yet. Fazbear Entertainment is working on that last part currently.
This one was the best thing I had today. This recipe was basically a cup of dough filled with sauce, cheese, and meat vaguely shaped like pepperoni. It was honestly really amazing, and I'll definitely make it again. It tasted like a good version of those shitty pizza rolls you buy at the dollar store. The dinner rolls provided by Fazbear Entertainment are soft and buttery and just perfect. I only have one note, and it's not even about the pizza. In the Fazbear Frights story Pizza Kit, the main character believes her friend fell into a vat of pizza sauce at a Freddy Fazbear pizza factory. At school the next day, she's forced to cook and eat this possibly friend-tainted pizza for a home ec class, and it's a pretty stressful story. And I won't lie when I say I was definitely thinking about that this entire time I was cooking these. It makes me wonder why they haven't made one of those pizza kits in real life yet.
Thank you for listening to my insane ramblings programmed into me by some underpaid teenager in a workshop in Utah. But as a real thank you for listening instead of my minute and robot voice, a bonus recipe in the form of a lovely basket of exotic butters. Enjoy, it will be set on your doorstep in 5-8 business years. This is goodbye for now. But if you ever need someone to tell you a story or give you handfuls and just doodles and doodles and doodles and also handfuls of candy, I'm the animatronics / wheeled machine to call. Please, someone give me a purpose. Please give me a purpose, please, please, please. But before you leave, I would like to tell you a story. One day there was a man stuck in an infinite loop of creation and disappointment. One day, after finishing a large project and he was feeling proud of himself, he posted it on the internet for other people to see. Unfortunately, this man had made a name for himself in a way that wasn't related to his new project at all. So even though he had people looking, they didn't actually care to see what was new. They just wanted the old stuff that the man hated to make. He wanted to create something new and fresh, but his audience wanted something else. To the man it was something a lot less. If the man wanted to get fame and attention, he would have to abandon what he loved to create something soulless, something that doesn't ever let him grow as a creator. But after trying and trying, even that bored his audience as he wasn't making the exact thing they wanted, so the man gave up. Who cares if nobody watches? As long as I like it, it will be good, the man told himself. But that was a lie. And he knew it. He knew no one was watching, but even after he puts the content online, he will still be disappointed when nobody is there to see it. He will still be depressed. He will still stop making content for a long time until he is inspired again. But that could be a long time. The man works on his content and pretends to not see this coming.
I'm back! Thank you, Glitch Hair Body Man! Okay, so where's that exit?
Excuse me, but the Mega Pizzaplex is now closed. We are currently on lockdown. We've recently had a security breach.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm actually the reason for that. Weegee, by the way.
Oh, what did you do? The boss is very upset, but he will not tell us why we must hunt you down.
Well, I guess I talked shit about Phantom Foxy. Oh, and then I said Mini Reno was better than Ennard.
That is horrible. I believe everyone should be able to speak their own opinions without being silenced.
Okay, calm down. You're not Firework Freddy. Wait, does that mean you can help me escape?
Of course. It is wrong what this company does to its own employees. I have helped many others before you leave as well.
Yes! Thank you so much! Wait, how many? How have they not scooped you yet?
I have been. Many times. I am the 7th Glamrock Freddy model. I think my programming forces me to be nice to lost souls, but getting rid of me completely would be a big blow to the company, as I am the new face of the brand, so they just wipe my memory each time.
Damn. Well, you seem pretty content about that, so let's move.
Yes, of course, Weegee. Let us get moving before the others find you. They will not be as nice as me.
Gotcha. So, where are we headed?
We are currently on the 2nd floor of the Pizzaplex, so we must take the elevator near the atrium.
Sounds good to me. Lead the way. That was a close one. Thanks again, Freddy. Wow, this place is huge. A lot bigger than my usual one-image room.
It is no problem. It is my duty to protect those who cannot do it themselves. No offense.
None taken. So, how long do these elevators go for?
I don't quite remember, but there is a lot of geometry that needs to be loaded in, so it might be a while.
Oh, great. I guess this is the perfect opportunity to talk about more book characters. You read, Freddy?
Not often, no. I am not allowed to read anything longer than the Pizzaplex's guide pamphlet.
Oh. Fazbear Frights is a collection of short stories that take place in the FNaF universe. Alternate, of course. Each story is unique and tells a tale of a random person who was affected in some way by the company. Most of the time. Some have absolutely nothing to do with Freddy's. Sure, the stories are pretty short, but to make up for that, there are 36 of them! Plus the 11 epilogues at the end of each book. Part of why these books are so amazing is the wacky inventions and characters that move the plot along made by Fazbear Entertainment. There aren't that many actual characters in the list, and the ones that are there, well, they aren't the most fleshed out thing ever. I feel this goes without saying, but this segment is going to be full of spoilers for Fazbear Frights. Before each segment, I'll put on screen which story I'll be spoiling and a timestamp so you can go to the next spoiler. Or if you'd like, you can just skip to Security Breach, no shame in that. A lot of Fazbear Frights stories feel like they didn't want to be a horror story. Like they are just a normal ass story, but at the very end of it, something sort of scary happens. And for the most part, this ends up being the best part of the story. But every once in a while, Sargio's lucky day happens. It isn't the only story to do this, but it's clearly the worst. Sargio finds a small BB toy named Lucky Boy. It gives him advice such as dump his girlfriend and quit his job. Seems trustworthy. After a bad date, the girl he's seeing tries to throw him out the window and he almost crashes his car to get him back. So then we get to the last few pages, and I seriously mean few. Lucky Boy suddenly, and I mean suddenly, tells him to cut up his face to look younger, and Sargio just does it. Like, with literally no questions. Like, yeah, I know he helped him win the lottery, but he also gave him some pretty horrible advice that backfired majorly. This is just so unbelievable. Lucky Boy is honestly just an outlet for a douchebag to make the women around him feel bad. So many of the girls in the stories are put down, even the nice old lady. Why does Sargio and Lucky Boy get a pass, but not Matt? No clue. We've seen quite a few plush toys in this video, but that's because most of them are alive or move or do something. But Yarg Foxy is literally just a toy that Alec and his sister fight over and his arm falls off. It's Alec's breaking point and is important to the story, but that's kinda it. So why is he here? Freddy File says I have to. To be fair, he is so fucking adorable. In the survival logbook, at the very end is a teaser for a later game. It is a picture of a broken down Chica dubbed by fans as Logbook Chica. Now, she is in the Fazbear Fright story What We Found, but only as a cameo. She says she likes Hudson and then gets ripped apart. But I have to be honest with you, I don't think this was a teaser for a Fazbear Fright story. I mean, the logbook was released in March 2018, and Gumdrop Angel came out in May 2021. Maybe they had this really small and specific section of a random story in Book 8 ready since 2018, but I really doubt it. Well, if she wasn't for Fazbear Frights, then what was she teasing? My guess? Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. I mean, the last teaser we got was for Scrap Baby, so... And with their similar styles, it does make sense. but an unused model based on this drawing was found in the files for Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted, so it could have been for that, maybe for parts and service. The story around her is fun, but wow is she boring. Like, yeah, this is a cool teaser, but she looks like a Joy of Creation character, and I don't really consider that a good thing. The only reason this character is so low on the list is because he doesn't do anything. That doesn't mean I don't like him. I love the story around him. The idea is great, but Sideshow is just a prop. As a bonus for rebuying all 11 books, you get a 12th one full of 3 scrapped stories from throughout the series. Among these is The Scoop, which I've heard a lot of mixed opinions on, but I actually really loved this story. The weak parts were weak, but the good parts were some of my favorites from the entire series. I won't go into detail because not much has to do with the actual character, but trust me, this is a truly special story and I really recommend you read it for yourself. And Sideshow here is our Freddy Fazbear stand-in. Only there so Mandy could find a dead body inside of him. Our next character is from one of the shortest Fazbear Frights stories, The Cliffs. Tagalong Freddy is a plush bear designed to keep an eye on your kid and send you updates through the wristwatch provided by the company. So this is a weird case of the Fazbear Entertainment product actually doing what it's supposed to do, and Fazbear Entertainment is not to blame literally at all. After buying the toy, Robert's son goes missing and he for some reason blames Tagalong Freddy, even though he's literally just telling him where the kid is by saying, "Why don't you go to the cliffs?" Which Robert assumes means the toy is telling him to kill himself. So to get revenge, he lights it on fire, runs it over with his car, and stabs it. Like, bro, look for your kid. Like, I know he's being irrational because his son is missing and his wife died, but I gotta be honest, this is a little unbelievable. Of course, he finds out the bear was actually trying to help him and finds his son. Good for you, Freddy is dead.
That story did seem a little unrealistic. That poor Tagalong Freddy was just doing his programmed job. I'm going to need a moment alone.
What's more threatening than a character who literally doesn't exist? Well, not much, I gotta be honest with you. Blackbird is a character made up by 2 film students for a horror movie they are making, who punishes people after learning their horrible secrets, which, conveniently, the main character, Noel, just did. This isn't a bad idea. A few other Fazbear Fright stories have done a very similar plot. The problem is, Blackbird isn't real. And we know that from the start of the story. They don't hide it. So when Noel is being watched by this creature he made up, it's not really scary because we know it's not real. So blah blah, he apologizes to the girl he bullied, and blah blah, his friend's not dead, and blah blah, whatever.
Excuse me, Weegee, but what does this Blackbird have to do with Fazbear Entertainment?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
Then why is he in this series that is all about Freddy Fazbears?
I have no idea. They mentioned animatronics at the very beginning for like a second, and then they never bring up Freddy's again. But hey, that's more than some stories do. Blackbird is just another character created to be a prop who does absolutely nothing and isn't scary at all. But at least the story is not actually horrible.
If that is a story that is not horrible, I'm honestly scared to hear about the ones that you do hate.
Yeah. Freddy, do you know what pregnancy is?
Of course, I know all about the reproduction system of humans. I am programmed for basic first aid, surgery, and everything in between. Why did you need to know?
Well, this next story is all about that.
Oh, a person gets pregnant with a child. How lovely.
Nope, a man gets pregnant with a virtual animatronic rabbit.
Excuse me?
In the Flesh is the most infamous Fazbear Fright story, but I don't think it's the worst. Sure, the main character is an awful woman-hating piece of shit, the plot is stupid and laughs in the face of Help Wanted story, and this is the Matt Pat Mpreg story. Springtrap Jr., which is what I like to call him, having to be cut out of Matt's stomach while he's awake just to claw himself out and taunt him before leaving to get back at him for tormenting his father in a VR game, is actually pretty damn cool. But yeah, the story sucks. I'm just tired of hearing about it like it's the only story. I get it, it's weird. Now go read one of the dozen or so good ones. He told me everything is way worse. Come on, guys.
This series is confusing to me. Did these events really happen? I know my creatives have done some shady things, but nothing this bad, right?
Shady things? Bro, they kill children!
But the male pregnancy is all fiction, right?
Yeah, man. It's an alternate universe.
Oh, good. You may continue now.
I don't have much to say about Coils the Clown. I think he looks funny, but in the actual story, he doesn't really do anything. He stands in front of an arcade machine and then points at it. It's disappointing because I love Jump for Tickets. It's one of my favorite stories and it's super underrated, but Coils is definitely the worst part. And I guess everyone thought he was Ennard for some reason. I bet him and the Stitch Wraith would get along. Where were you when you saw this cover for the first time? I was at work and I remember getting quite a few weird looks while I giggled about it. What do I call this thing? Faraday? Jack? Farajack? I guess I'll just call him Friendly Face. After Jack and Faraday both got hit by a car, Edward sends the hair of their cat to Fazbear Entertainment so they can make a realistic animatronic of the animal. But since they both got hit at the same time, the animatronic shows up with the face of his friend. Just like Tag Along Freddy, this product works like exactly as it was supposed to. The mistake didn't affect the cat at all, and the reason he was chasing Edward through the woods is just because he's his owner and he wanted to play, which is only revealed after Edward dies. Which works way better than other stories like 1:35 AM and Dance With Me. Like, I wasn't scared of the Friendly Face, but when the chase was happening, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. Probably because he was fucking running after him. Friendly Face isn't the most threatening character, but he is a good kitty, and I really hope Jack's parents don't see him. Yet another character who is more of a prop, though it's the best one yet. Rosie Porkchop is one of the many animatronics given to Jessica and Brittany's robotics class to help them learn programming. These little shits decide to use this opportunity to bully the nerdy girls, Mindy and Cindy, by trapping them inside the character's stomach hatch and having them do their bidding since Rosie is dressed like a maid. After a rat scares them, they accidentally make Rosie pick up and trap Brittany instead. Inside, they learn the hard way that Rosie Porkchop was an old discontinued Springlock suit. Jessica is next, and well inside she realizes she is surrounded by the scattered pieces of her friend, and the face is still talking to her. But on the bright side, Sydney and Minnie get the maid service instead. I'm sorry for just breaking down the whole story for you, but this one is truly amazing and so underrated. Rosie is a dark look into the world outside of Fredbear's. And even if she doesn't do too much herself, she is the reason the story is as good as it is. She deserves way more fan art. At the end of every book, there's a short epilogue that adds on to an ongoing story about a detective investigating deaths related to a mysterious monster nicknamed the Stitch Wraith. Oh, wait, no, this segment isn't about him. At least not yet. I'm not that stupid. I'm talking about Afton's Amalgamation, a very short-lived character, but a cool one nonetheless. After Jake and Andrew, the Stitch Wraith, get crushed by a trash compactor, a third part of their shared soul they didn't realize was with them goes free. They had just revived William Afton, who had caught a ride into the Stitch Wraith through Andrew. He collects all the animatronic parts and garbage around him to form into a 15-foot tall trash rabbit amalgamation, which is a direction for Afton to take. This moment is so cool, and I wish it was longer. But after like 10 pages and a moment to spread a brand new virus to Larson, he gets taken down by Eleanor in about a second. I get why this had to happen. They wanted to show us that Eleanor was the real threat in this story. But why did they have to use Afton's coolest transformation yet to show this? Why didn't they make him a small little fucking baby man? Or like a burned corpse? Maybe a broken man? One who could barely stand? Overall, it was a great moment. But the big bad villain of the entire FNaF franchise being reduced to just one great moment in the epilogues is just sad.
Wow, thank Henry that wasn't what happened to our Afton. He couldn't even speak.
Yeah, if only Circus Baby was still around. Oh, wait, she is. Sorry, all these different universes are confusing me.
Who is Circus Baby?
Event crawler. But a damn good one!
I see. Oh, we're here.
Aw, I only got through half of my list. Hello?
There you are!
Oh!
I guess I selected the wrong floor. I am so sorry. It is hard to work an elevator with only one button.
Hey man, it's okay. So, what were they doing in there?
Probably just boss's orders. I would not think about it too much.
Were they going to eat Mini Music Man?
So, who is next on your list? I would love to hear more about this alternate Fazbear Entertainment's wacky inventions. We have plenty of time now.
Oh, yeah, of course. Many of the Fazbear Frights books ended up getting leaked. Whether it be Canada getting a book early, or Scholastic shipping them out before their release, book fairs smuggling them out, or an epic heist being plotted and carried out in the Cawthon household, just so they can read Scott's next high school drama early.
Did that really happen?
No. I made that last one up. But my point stands. Scholastic is bad at release dates, just like Scott used to be, so it's kind of on brand at this point. One of the most infamous stories was actually leaked pretty far ahead of time. I was actually on a road trip when I started seeing spoilers, so I had to pull into a Barnes & Noble's real quick just to pick it up. This story was, of course, Sea Bonnies. This story is weird and has almost nothing to do with the games, but it's still good, unlike what a lot of people say. This kid named Mott, which is the dumbest name I've ever heard, had a new pet come into his life when his brother brings home modified sea monkeys made by Fazbear Entertainment that have been colored purple and given little bunny ears and bow ties. These little brainless creatures seem to be able to talk, and after Mott says that they are disgusting and lousy fish bait, they call him a namby-pamby, mock him, thrash around in the water, and of course, kill his goldfish Fritz. No relation to either of these guys. When Mott gets tired of it all, he dumps them all in the toilet and flushes them. But to get revenge, they invade his body and multiply so fast that they end up just taking over his entire body. I'm sure that theme won't come up again in this video. There's this scene that I just love so much in this story, where Mott is running through the forest while it's pouring rain and he's ripping off chunks of his flesh, which is just entirely sea bonnies now, and throwing it away. They are so determined to kill him that they are jumping from the falling raindrops to get back to him, which made it one of the most tense chase scenes in the series. Definitely a step up from those other non-characters we've seen so far, but I'd like to quickly talk about something that bugs me. Shortly after the release, FNAF fans quickly decided this was the next In the Flesh, and it was awful for the main reason of it was weird. And I think FNAF fans honestly can't tell the difference between something being out there and strange and something being bad, because this and many other weird stories like The Scoop are great, but these people are clearly not reading the stories, just hearing the footnotes and assuming it's the worst thing ever, which I think is not fair at all. Anyway, Sea Bonnies are cool, and this is yet another Fazbear Frights product that should totally be made into merch that probably won't. As I alluded to in the last segment, there are a lot of stories in this series where the main plot line is body snatching. You know, a monster somehow finds a way to trick someone into giving up their body or just taking it by force. But if I'm not forgetting anything, there have been a total of 8 stories in just the Fazbear Frights series alone where this has happened in some capacity, which is a lot. And this next character was the first to do it. Lonely Freddy is the name of a line of animatronics that are designed to hypnotize its victims and swap bodies with them, which of course leads to one of the most emotional endings in the entire series. Right after Alec decides to make a change, his body is taken from him. He is forced to watch his family getting along with the Lonely Freddy way better than when he had his body. He is then thrown into a room full of dozens of Lonely Freddy, all with children's souls trapped inside of him. Alec can't do anything but listen to their screams. Wow. Having one of the best Fazbear Frights endings makes Lonely Freddy totally deserving of this spot, but the lack of a personality does kinda hurt him. Since this is a FNAF series, there are plenty of bunnies in Fazbear Frights, and for some reason a lot of them seem to be organic. Spring Bonnie has flesh in his suit. The Afton amalgamation is Afton brought back to life. Sea Bonnies are literal living creatures, and of course, Ralphio is a 6-foot-tall rabbit toy who bleeds for no reason.
Fazbear Entertainment always had the best rabbits, although I try not to think about my Bonnie very often.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, what is Glamrock Bonnie like? We've never actually seen him before.
Oh, well, he's nice, and, well, he likes bowling, and
did they wipe your memory of him too?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's not that you try not to think of him, it's that you can't.
Yes. I suppose I'm starting to think Fazbear Entertainment isn't all that great.
They did make multiple lines of robots specifically designed to kill children.
Maybe that should have tipped me off. I am so sorry.
Hey, you were literally brought to life by them. That bias totally makes sense. Bunny Call is one of my favorite stories. The main reason being is that it feels the most like a classic FNAF game, which is ironic because this is one of the first stories that doesn't mention Fazbear Entertainment even once. After Bob decided to have a little fun on his vacation, a wake-up alarm that features the cover rabbit himself, coming to scare the shit out of his wife and kids. Scott, you okay? Obviously, he feels bad about his decision and tries to tell the man wearing the mascot costume to fuck off, but he is hell-bent on getting in, and it doesn't seem like it's for a wake-up call. Bob now has to run between doors and hatches and windows to keep him out. Man, this would be a perfect FNAF fan game. Someone get on that. After getting to 6 a.m., Ralphio leaves and Bob finds out the person who usually wears the mascot costume didn't even come to work that day. I like Ralphio. His design is cute and he would make perfect merch if Funko gave a shit and other companies made something other than the classics for once. But just like Lonely Freddy, the lack of an actual personality makes him a little bit forgettable. I'm just gonna get this one out of the way right now. Just like so many other characters on this list, I don't like Felix the Shark this much because of what he does in the story or his personality. In fact, he does literally nothing in it. I like him because he looks so cool, and the story did a great job of making me so excited to see him. The mystery aspect was so fun and honestly relatable. We've all remembered something from our childhood that sounded so crazy nobody believes us. I wanted Dirk to find this old Freddy Fazbear's he remembered and celebrated when he did, even if the story is a little ridiculous at times. But hey, it was one of those scrapped stories, so it's not canon, and I'm allowed to suspend my disbelief a little bit. But even then, Felix himself isn't a good character because he doesn't do anything. He's just a prop for the story. I'm sorry for repeating myself, but so many Fazbear Frights characters are like this. Felix is one of the better characters with how crazy unique his design is. I just really hope some of these book robots start speaking soon. I'm sorry for being so negative. I love Fazbear Frights and its characters, but not really for the animatronics. I'm talking about the humans since they actually speak. That being said, the last 3 characters are actually good. Fetch is a Bluetooth accessible device created in the 80s and controlled with a cell phone. Technology that didn't exist at this point. I guess Fazbear Entertainment has always been ahead of their time. There is no app involved, oh no. If you just suggest to your friend in a text that you want something, then Fetch will fetch it for you. So, Fazbear Entertainment invented targeted advertising.
That is not very unbelievable at this point.
Yeah, I guess that's not too shocking. Fetch is one of the most consistently intense stories. And that is all Fetch is doing. He starts causing trouble almost immediately after Greg finds him, killing his neighbor's dog after he texts his friends that he wishes it would shut up. And later in the story, he retrieves Greg's uncle's fingers from across the world after he wished he had his good luck. Even after taking it into his own hands and destroying Fetch and burying it in one of the greatest scenes in the series, Fetch still somehow kills his crush and brings her to him. I love this ending so much. It leaves just enough open to wish there was more, but not enough to be frustrating. The worst thing about Fetch is that he talks to Greg. He texts him in vague internet acronyms, and it's just kinda cringe, but not out of place in the story that uses words like fam, lit, and Gucci unironically. That's how kids talk, right? Fetch is one of the most interesting characters in Fazbear Frights, but obviously the lack of actual on-screen appearances hurt him quite a bit. Most of the damage he does is off-screen. But that's not all, as Fetch is possessed by Andrew, who is part of the Stitch Wraith. No, still not yet. We'll be talking about him and Andrew in a little bit. I see a lot of people to this day say that Into the Pit is the best Fazbear Frights book. What? Into the Pit is okay, but nothing special, and honestly kind of dumb in ways other stories are criticized heavily for. Count the Ways is only half good, with the other half being the worst love triangle story I've ever read in my life, intertwined with the good parts, so even that is not fun to read. And To Be Beautiful is just Mean Girls with a creepy amount of focus on a teenager's body. I have not seen one good explanation to why this mediocre start to an amazing series is so many people's favorites, except that it's the first book. But I do have my own reasons as to why it's not the worst. All of these stories have at least one thing that make it worth reading. Into the Pit has Dad Trap, and that's pretty funny, and it has a great ending fight scene that I just love. I actually did my own unofficial audiobook for this story, which is on my channel if you want to go watch it. Funtime Freddy has been made into this maniacal supervillain with a strange amount of knowledge on death, which is a strange direction to take this character, but I am in love with it. And To Be Beautiful has the best ending in the entire series, and that's all thanks to Eleanor. Eleanor is Fazbear Frights' circus baby stand-in, and for the most part they are the exact same character except with a worse design. But this has been memed on plenty, so I won't linger. Eleanor promises to make Sarah beautiful, and by wearing this necklace, it seems to work. Every day, a new part of her body is replaced, but this part is kind of weird and dumb and stupid, so I'll skip ahead. After accidentally breaking the necklace, which seems to have been using a similar system to the illusion disc from the Twisted Ones, her body begins to fall apart, revealing that her new body was mostly just garbage stuck to an animatronic endoskeleton. Sarah runs home as fast as she can, people staring at her as her body decays in real time. But when she gets to her garage, she finds her different body parts in garbage bags. As she starts to die on the ground alone, Eleanor sees her off, looking just like how Sarah used to at the beginning of the story. It was the real first body-stealing story. Sorry, Lonely Freddy, I kind of forgot about this part. This ending got me so excited for what was to come and kept me interested until the very end, and I'm glad it's here. I just wish the story was actually good. Unlike everyone else on this list, Eleanor comes back through the epilogues. After Andrew and Afton pass on, Jake is all alone in the Stitch Wraith. He discovers a drug-addicted girl named Renelle and decides to care for her. After she is back on her feet, he takes her to her home only to find out that Renelle was Eleanor using Sarah's body to trick Jake into taking her to Dr. Talbert, the real Renelle's father. Detective Larson shows up to fight Eleanor, and with her weird tentacles, she forces him to relive her memories as a way of weakening him, showing how much damage she has really done. I won't give specifics, but it's revealed here that Eleanor has caused the conflicts of To Be Beautiful, Out of Stock, 1:35 a.m., Dance With Me, Blackbird, Hide and Seek, and even the scrapped story You're the Band. God damn! After injuring her in this amazing fan service moment, Eleanor is killed and her soul travels into the Stitch Wraith with Jake. I'm sorry for summarizing, but it is better experienced for yourself. Though I know buying 11 books seems a little unreasonable. I know she's not the same character, but Eleanor is even further proof that Circus Baby is the best FNaF villain. And for her Fazbear Frights character, her personality is amazing and I was so invested in what she was going to do next. But of course, there is still one more character left. One that I've mentioned quite a few times already.
Is it me?
No, it's the... What? Why would it be you?
I don't know. I just assumed it could be me since I have not been mentioned yet.
Freddy, you aren't even in the... It's the Stitch Wraith.
Oh, yes, that makes much more sense. Carry on. Please, I am quite embarrassed.
As you've probably gathered by now, at the end of each book, an epilogue that adds on to an ongoing story is featured. And the star of the show here is the Stitch Wraith. This feels like cheating, but the Stitch Wraith is technically 5 characters mixed together in the same body. William and Eleanor I feel like I've already explained, but mainly it's Jake, a young boy who's the star of his own story, the real Jake. He was sick and stuck in his bed, all of his friends stopped visiting him, and his dad was in the army. The only people who he trusted was his caretaker, Margie, and his friend in the closet, Simon, who was a small animatronic doll who his dad spoke through every night to encourage him to not stop being himself, the real Jake. With the hope that one day he would be well enough to walk over and meet him for real. But big spoiler alert, this is one of the best stories and I don't want to ruin it for you. Jake's father dies in the war, and so Simon stops talking to him. With no more hope to continue, Jake dies from his sickness and his soul is transferred into Simon. And now we move on to Andrew. He was a victim of William Afton, but unlike the others, he did not let go. He stuck to Afton, and in the story, The Man in Room 1280, another one of the best stories, just go read it first. When he eventually burned, he wouldn't let him die, and even took to harming the innocent nurses forced to take care of his body. When Afton finally got to die, Andrew and his soul were both forced into the body of a robot dog named Fetch, whose battery was eventually reused to bring Simon to life. And as Andrew killed the doctor who made it all possible, the Stitch Wraith was born. I already spoke a lot about the best epilogue moments, but the relationship between Jake and Andrew was honestly scary, and before we knew who they were, following them picking up the pieces of previous stories we just read was really interesting. The Stitch Wraith has superpowers. How many FNaF characters can say that? The Paper Pals, I guess. With Andrew, he could kill anything with just one touch, but after he was gone, Jake can now use that touch to see into people's memories and rearrange them to make them happy, which is probably the most wholesome superpower. He can also make his finger really hot, but that's not really that cool. Now, I want to talk about one of my favorite moments in the entire series. After absorbing Eleanor's soul and rendering her useless, Jake used her memories to find Jeff's pizza and entered the ball pit. If you weren't aware, this ball pit is not the key to time travel. Each ball contains a different horrible Fazbear Entertainment memory, as we see when Larson jumps in early in the epilogues. Those memories are all different stories you've read during the series. Isn't that cool? I thought it was such a cool explanation for the first mystery of the series. Jake uses the last of his powers to enter the memories of Millie from Count the Ways, and uses his superpower of happy thoughts to save her soul, even if it's just in her head. The ball pit turns gold and then crystal as you can see the different memories inside as Jake frees them one by one. It is rare to have a real hero in this franchise. In fact, it's rare to even have a permanent happy ending to the series. Michael and Henry are heroes, but they are very boring characters since we know next to nothing about them. We know everything about Jake and his life, and even his afterlife, and how he would do anything, even using the last of his power in life to help strangers he didn't even know when he was alive. Which, in my opinion, makes him the best hero in the series, and by default, makes the Stitch Wraith the best Fazbear Frights character.
Way to go, superstar! I'm so proud of you. All of that talking about books must have been hard.
Thank you. I haven't had a glass of water in hours. And I died.
That story was very upsetting. I guess I never realized how many people are hurt by my creators, and how little are actually set free. Or maybe I have. This does feel a little familiar. I apologize for somehow helping this dreadful business in any way.
Freddy, it's not your fault. I mean, you're helping me escape right now. That alone has to mean you're better than them.
What about my friends? They want you dead.
They can't help it either. It was basically forced upon them, injected into their head at birth. I'm sure if they got a nice pep talk from you, they'd calm down.
Yeah. Yes, I will help them see the light. I will make them be good like me.
Go, Freddy! Oh, put a pause on that though. We finally made it.
Oh, of course. I must help you escape first. Weegee, we must be careful. Roxanne is looking for you. She will not hesitate like I do. She is ruthless.
Gotcha. Let's make a run for it.
I am afraid that will not work. Roxanne has been upgraded. Her running speed has been greatly increased. You will not be able to outrun her, and you are just too big to fit in my oversized birthday cake hatch.
Damn. So what do we do? Got any cool superpowers I'm not aware of?
Unfortunately, Helpy forced me to remove most of my upgrades. I will not be much use to you. I am so sorry. But if we take it slow, we can hide in that out-of-use freezer until Roxanne leaves. Then we can run for the exit. I will stand watch.
That sounds like a plan, but it's better than any of my ideas, so let's do it. Oh, that was horrifying. Oof, I much prefer standing still.
Freddy! What are you doing? You're supposed to be searching Rockstar Row. This is my area.
Did Helpy not tell you? He switched our stations last minute.
This isn't a trick, is it?
Why would I be tricking you, Roxy?
That seems to be your thing lately. Lying to your best friends to save some dumb kids.
I assure you, my mind has been wiped and corrected.
Okay then. But I think I'll stick around for a bit longer.
Wonderful. Twice as much ground can be covered.
Yeah, whatever.
I am sorry, Weegee, but you might be stuck in there for a little bit longer than expected.
Oh, come on! I just want to go home.
Do you still have another list of characters to discuss? You could always keep doing that. It has been fun listening to you rant about my horrible employer.
Yeah, I guess. I do only have one more to go.
That is great news, but please, do keep it down. I don't want Roxy to find you.
No problem, Freddy. I love being quiet. I'm so good at it too. But don't ask Glitchtrap. Or Baby. Or Old Man Consequences. Or yourself. Or help.
I believe my friends and I are next. Why don't you just get started?
The first official free roam FNaF game, developed by Steel Wool Studios, Security Breach is a pretty great first try. You play as Gregory, and with the help of Glamrock Freddy himself, you must escape Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex. While the reception of this game is mixed, I actually like it quite a lot. It's not the best FNaF game, not even close. But it's at least good enough for me to have wanted to play it 3 times all the way through since it came out. I've even 100% completed it, and I'm proud of Steel Wool for not abandoning this game and actually fixing a lot of the bugs. Like a lot of the bugs. And with free DLC on the way, this video will be out of date really soon. But how are the characters? This game has some of the best characters in the entire series, with real personalities! Yes! And also some that aren't very good, just being rehashes with nothing much to say. Most of them aren't horrible, they just don't do that much, and Steel Wool is awful at using them. Like, they hype up huge characters for months, and then they hardly do anything, and that is so lame, man! but let's try and speed through those parts. A lot of content related to Security Breach is way too negative for me. Like, yeah, the game has faults, but there's so much good here if you're looking for it. That being said, with the nature of how a tier list works, we do have to talk about the bad ones first. But trust me, I can't wait to talk about the good characters. The Blob is fucking stupid. It takes an already boring character and makes his design look way more fucking stupid. And it takes away the best thing about him, the voice. The Blob is Molten Freddy, but like, bigger, and he doesn't look like a mess of wires. He just looks like a fat blob with a bad texture and random heads sticking out of him that somehow exist, even though these heads have been destroyed for years. I don't know why he exists. It's a scrap trap situation where they replaced a well-liked character when they could have just used the original and everyone would have loved it, and it would have made way more sense. During the Afton boss fight, his tentacles come out through the floor, and if you touch them, you die. These tentacles are the most disappointing thing in this entire game. During these amazing pre-release teasers, Steelwell hyped up the idea of these tentacles having a huge part in the game. They were hidden so well in so many places, and they seemed so important, but this is literally all it is. Just a lame attack in one part of the game. The Blob is just one of many false promises in Security Breach, and definitely the worst of all of them. Though, as of writing this, MatPat has made a really good theory on where the Blob comes from. Well, it doesn't make me like him anymore. If true, it does explain away a couple problems I have with him, so I guess go watch that video. Yeah, I know, me actually complimenting MatPat in this video? Who would have thought? There was no way I was including all of the different staff bots, so I've decided to count them all as one. Well, with one exception. I love all of the staff bots. They are a funny and great addition to FNaF, but if I do it that way, then they're all being weighed down by one awful creation, the guard staff bots. But I don't think it's too fair to have all of the good ones being sent straight to the bottom of the list with these things. They are just so fucking annoying. Their jump scare lasts just a little too long, and if you're trying to get to the other side of the map quickly, that adds up. Speaking of the jump scare, it sucks. It's just another featureless white face sort of shaking violently at you. I wish the jump scare I'm forced to watch 100 times was actually cool looking. I have died so many times to these assholes, and all I wanted to do was leave Freddy and walk somewhere. Or maybe just give a pass to a party bot? The party bots take so long to accept the pass and then leave. The fucking guard bots do a full cycle and catch you. It's so obnoxious. Anyway, you'll see part 2 of this rant after a few characters. This was a very last minute addition, but far after I was done writing this, a modeler for Security Breach released a few pieces he was working on. Among them was this Captain Foxy statue, which he revealed the name was Longshoreman Foxy. So, technically a different character? I like him. He looks happy and strangely smooth, and it genuinely fits so perfectly in this slightly uncanny kids play area. It's like one of those bootleg characters you see outside of real daycares. Obviously, he doesn't do anything, and him being tucked away in an area you literally never have to go to for the story makes him pretty pointless, but also like a cool hidden secret. Yeah, I'm sorry for scraping the bottom of the barrel here, but if I didn't include Glamrock Mr. Hippo, I'd be crucified. During the loading dock escape ending, Glamrock Freddy is replaced by Glamrock Mr. Hippo in a wacky after credits cutscene. And it's pretty funny, but that's kinda it. Also, I think it's really funny that he plays the electric triangle. I'm glad Mr. Hippo pushed his way back into the series. The Mr. Hippo magnet's even in the collector's edition of Security Breach, so that's cool.
Knowing that they would just replace me like that hurts. I have to be honest. Would they not even try to find me?
Sorry, man, but there's like a billion endos in that basement.
Oh, I see.
Let's get a little more lighthearted. What Floorbot is a wet floor sign with eyes and little fucking bear ears. I love him so much, and I hope and pray that he gets merch. The only thing he really does is call an animatronic to you if you shoot him with the Phaser Blaster, but that's about it. And that's okay. He doesn't need to do much more, because he's just supposed to be set dressing, and I love that. Them moving just a little bit to look at you wherever you go is honestly enough. But, you know, I can't put him any higher. It's just, it's not possible. Another character who was hyped up only to be in one lackluster segment for a very short amount of time. DJ Music Man is a great idea. We have never gotten any giants in the series before, and watching him crawl on the walls is sick. But this chase with him is too easy, and you don't have to run. He's just so slow. But I like his design a lot. He's well animated, and the West Arcade is an overall good segment. I mean, this bathroom part is sick as hell, and I always love the dubstep playing during his jump scare scream. But god, that's just it? He doesn't even speak. He had a voice in Ultimate Custom Night, so why didn't you give it to him? He's not like the worst FNaF character. He's just another boring security breach filler character. But it's better than him not being there. From the giant music man to the baby music boy, Mini Music Man appears in a few vent segments and chases you, which is pretty cool, and seeing that toy for the first time was one of the best memories I have from my first playthrough, probably because he was one of the only characters not spoiled in the trailers. That's my biggest request for the next game. Less trailers and teasers so that the game can have more surprises. Almost nothing in this game surprised me, and that sucks. Anyways, Mini Music Man is a fun addition, but other than that, there isn't much to say except I like him. Why did Security Breach give Music Man so much love? What a weird choice. A main character already? Yeah, Montgomery Gator is my least favorite of the Glamrocks. By a lot. His voice sucks, his design is boring, and he just kind of looks stupid, like way too bulky, you know? To give you an example of what I mean, a lot of his voice lines are just him grunting, and it sounds so stupid. His merch always seems to be the worst, and Monty Golf is one of my least favorite areas in the Pizzaplex. I want to play this, but instead I'm just running around it with really no threats of dying. But to be fair, the minigame is pretty sick. And I won't lie, he easily has the best boss fight in the game. I actually really like this segment. It's super fun, and the animation at the end is so cool. But that's probably the best thing about him. Monty was Glamrock Bonnie's replacement, and that only hurts him more. Being the reason there are no new Bonnies in this game when Bonnies are almost always the best, well, that's just sad. He has a southern accent, just like Pig Patch. And I really can't decide if this guy really hates gay people, or if he's the gayest person you'll ever meet.
I don't know about all that, but I won't lie. Monty has always rubbed me the wrong way. He is just so violent. What if he injures a child? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about Monty again.
You need to let that go, man. It's getting scary.
I'm not going to be counting the shattered versions of the animatronics, as they're just the same characters but broken, but I will talk about them in the main segments. I do like Shattered Monty's design. It makes him look pretty cool actually, but he doesn't actually really get to do anything. Both of the other Shattered characters got full segments, but Monty just kind of wanders around until the Fanny chase. And in the original release, he just sits there doing nothing, but luckily for him, that was a bug and he works just fine now. And I'll be fair, his fast crawl is kind of freaky. Monty sucks, but I don't really have a good reason why I hate him. I just kinda always have. Sorry I'm not screaming about how horrible he is. He just sucks so hard he didn't even piss me off. I'm gonna give you a brief history lesson on William Afton's timeline. First, he was this happy little purple guy killing kids and such. Then he used this yellow rabbit to kill those kids, but then those kids got to him and 30 years went by. Now he's this green rabbit. And of course, after he got burned, he turned into this much darker rabbit, but suddenly he grew a few bones back and now he's this entirely new greenish rabbit for some reason. But after once again being burned, part of him went into a video game and now he's a virtual yellow rabbit, where he used a real white rabbit to lose his jaw and basically look like the first green rabbit all over again. Burn Trap is, for the lack of a better term, a disappointment. A big, fat, non-speaking disappointment. He shows up at the very end of Security Breach, still in the Pizzeria Simulator location. He is even more decrepit looking than before, but he is back. He always comes back. And then you play a crappy boss fight where you really just fight the shattered animatronics again. The fight is poorly designed, not explained at all, and in the original release, very buggy. So what does he even do? Nothing! He shows his hand, starts to infect Freddy, and then gets pulled up by the blob. He doesn't speak, he doesn't kill you, he doesn't fucking do anything! He was hyped up so much, they showed him in the trailer and even had him speak! He had the coolest voice lines ever, not in PJ's voice, but whatever, and for some reason he just does nothing! The big bad of Five Nights at Freddy's does nothing. Since Help Wanted, they've been setting up the story of William using Vanny to do his bidding, but guess what? They are never seen together once, and this is the only ending where she isn't anywhere to be seen. So this guy is pointless. Why did they scrap so much potential that he had that they already showed off? It made all of VR and what Glitchtrap did feel completely pointless. And that sucks, man. I'm not talking about what's missing and what could have been. Let's talk about the only reason Burntrap is up this high. His design is so good. It looks like a combination of Springtrap and Scraptrap, taking the best parts of both of them. But beside the arm, I guess he got that back somehow. He looks so broken and weak, but he's still frightening. Spring Bunny's lower jaw has completely fallen off, exposing William's burned chin and his strangely straight white teeth for a British person. Oh, and for a dead guy. Unlike Springtrap, where you can see the organs inside of him, most of Burntrap's organic body has either decomposed or just fell right out, leaving this stretched, charred flesh that's seemingly stuck to the inside of the suit wrapped around his endo and pushing out of his skull. I know he shouldn't have it, but I love this one rabbit paw he still has on his foot remaining from Scraptrap. This design is exactly what I want from William, a horrifying mess in the shape of a rabbit. And can I say that it's weird that Springtrap finally has purple eyes? Like, they have always been silver, but now they aren't? Probably related to that new power of his. Anyway, I love Burntrap in every way that isn't the actual game. The only reason he isn't lower is because I'd hate myself if I honestly said Mini Music Man was better than William Afton. But I really hope some of that cut content related to him is reused for the DLC. That cutscene makes it seem unlikely, but I'm just saying, if this is the last time we see William in the main series, I will be so pissed.
I have always feared that man. He has kept us all from reaching any potential we might have. He ruined so many lives, but I would be lying if I said that him being so small did not make me feel at least a little bit satisfied.
Back in the topic of staff bots, I actually really like all of the other ones that aren't the guards. The baby one is a great reference, being in the ice cream parlor, and the nanny bots are just adorable. The sweet bots have funny little animations of getting annoyed at you, and now that he can actually talk and now has this funny little costume, Comedy Bot is hilarious. The sewer bots are genuinely creepy and such a perfect teaser for the game. Discovering them for the first time in those little animated shorts was so cool and one of the best memories I have from the pre-release of Security Breach. I wish they were just the chasers for this segment because I want to see more of them, and that jump scare is so cool but kind of out of the way, as you need to drop down one of these random pits to see it. But wow, is it well animated. Mapbot is such a funny running gag. I laughed so hard when Vanessa just shoved him out of the way. It was so good. If only the guard bots were handled better, then maybe everyone else would have a better image of these guys, but oh well. I've been having a really hard time figuring out the ranking of these last few characters. I thought I hated all of them, but the more I think about them, the more I seem to realize how great they are. And I know a lot of you probably aren't agreeing with my list so far, but just know that I have put a lot of thought into these last couple slots. Glamrock Endo seems like a boring character, but the parts and service tunnel was one of my favorite moments when playing Security Breach. It had to happen sometime. The endos only move when you aren't looking, which fits FNaF perfectly, since the gameplay has always been about just that. While you explore, more and more endos activate, and it gets pretty stressful, especially when you get to the end and you are just running for your life at that point because you're so close to the vent. But my favorite part is this section when you enter this larger room with a badge inside. Once you grab it, all of the endos inside start up. So naturally, when you leave the room and go to hide, you check the cameras and you see like 15 of them rushing out of the room. I audibly gasped when I saw that on my first playthrough. I know they aren't the most interesting characters, but this whole section of the game is underrated in my opinion, and I think it needs a lot more attention. From here on out, every single character after this spot on the list is an actual character who speaks and has a personality. But even if those guys didn't, Glamrock Endo probably wouldn't be much higher anyway, because design-wise, I actually don't like him that much. He just kind of looks generic, I guess? Not that it's bad, it's just one of the lamer Endo designs. In most FNaF games, when you reach the end of the goal, usually you're rewarded with a little jingle before the start of the next night. But for a bigger game like this one, where the ending doesn't necessarily mean the night is over, at the end of every hour, Moon chases you down and kills you if you don't get to a charging pod. And honestly, it's kinda lame. After your first encounter with him in the daycare, which is really cool and one of my favorite segments, he doesn't do anything else but steal Freddy in a cutscene, overall wasting a great character. But whatever, this guy has such a neat design, but I'll talk more about that later. And his jump scare is another good example of how to make one out of a character who can't emote. And of course, his voice is super creepy. I love his giggles so much, and the ending of that speech is amazing, and I'll never get tired of it. Kellingoff once again proving himself, and not for the last time either. So let me quickly go back to the very beginning of this list. I said that no guards or playable characters would be included. That's why great characters like William, Michael, and the Crying Child weren't here. But with Help Wanted and Security Breach, I think it's way easier to say that Vanessa and Gregory are characters, as they talk so much. But as my famous catchphrase goes, this is my list! So no, this doesn't mean that I think Gregory is a robot, because that theory is pretty stupid and another case of MapAt wanting to be different, and not actually explaining the lore of a game. Gregory is the first playable character to actually speak during his game, and it makes the game's world feel a lot more lived in, as does a lot of stuff in Security Breach. His design is, well, he's a kid, but he's a well-designed kid. The Band-Aid was a nice touch, and I'm glad they didn't give him the classic Oswald hair that every character in Fazbear Frights seems to have. Freddy, you guys are friends. Any notes?
Yes. Gregory is the one who showed me the way. Of course, that was a long time ago, and I can't remember much about him these days.
So, I hate to tell you all this, but Gregory is kind of a selfish, annoying asshole. He clearly doesn't care about Freddy until the very end of the game and only wants him around so he can help him escape. He bitches and moans about everything, and not in a I'm gonna die soon kind of way. This isn't exactly what I wanted and I'm a little spoiled brat kind of way. He tells Freddy to shut up and yells at him often for a suggestion, complains about the free gift he got, tries to murder all of Freddy's friends so he can upgrade him and then lies about it. This kid's snark levels are up to 11, and honestly, as someone who is really attached to those characters, it's just really annoying. Not to mention his actual voice kinda sucks. It sounds like an adult trying so hard to sound like a little boy, but they just can't quite do it. I mean, I guess if he didn't speak, I'd like him a lot more. And he is kind of a badass, physically pushing animatronics and driving go-karts into their faces. But every time I think about him, I just roll my eyes. Freddy deserves better.
I can't believe this. I am sorry, Weegee, but I am going to continue to be willfully ignorant about my good friend Gregory.
You know what? That is totally fair. I do that all the time with FNaF AR. The main gimmick of the daycare attendant is that they are two different characters in one, switching once the lights go out. We already discussed Moon, but now it's time for his Funtime Freddy-inspired daytime counterpart, Sun. This guy is so amazing, man. His voice is perfect. That speech he gives gets me every time. And then he makes some weird sound, and it's very funny. I really want to put this guy higher. He is just so funny with a great design, but unfortunately he shows up once and then never again, which is just sad. I hope he comes back at some point. This is just a crime. Maybe we can get a shattered version of him in Ruin. Okay, one more.
Rule breaker! Rule breaker! You are banned from the daycare! Security alert! Security alert! Woo woo!
Roxy's approaching.
Okay, that's it. What the hell are you doing? You're just standing in front of this screaming freezer and not even looking for that moose. What are you doing here?
Standing watch of the elevator. What if he comes down while you are across the room?
Then I will catch him. I've looked over here quite a few times and you look to be talking to yourself. What is in that freezer anyway?
There is no need to look. It is just delicious fascicles. You know that.
Those things taste like crap. Move aside.
Freddy, tell her.
Roxy, your hair looks lovely today.
What?
I do not believe I have ever told you this, but you truly are the best guitar player I've ever met, and you clearly have the best tail out of all of the animatronics.
Freddy? I mean, thank you, but I need to...
And your voice is beautiful, and your eyes are truly unique. You are the best animatronic wolf I have ever met.
Well, thank you, Freddy. I mean... Well, I don't think I'm the best, but...
I cannot believe that worked. Way to go, superstar.
Thank you. Yeah, I kinda had a feeling she'd forget what she was doing.
Hopefully she's distracted long enough to forget what she is looking for.
Yeah, hopefully. Ooh, I gotta get back to my list before she comes back.
You might want to hurry up, Weegee.
And now, for the real biggest disappointment in this game. Since Help Wanted, this girl with the bunny mask has been hyped up. She was teased as the big bad of Security Breach since the beginning, hunting you down, constantly getting orders from Afton, and overall just being a huge part of the game. I mean, the entire first trailer was all about her. So, how many times does she appear? Not counting cutscenes, 3 times? She walks past you here, and then walks around the lobby here, and then the final chase. Vanny was the thing in Security Breach that I was most excited for. I was so excited to see her and Vanessa face off and have this big epic fight throughout the game, but she hardly does anything. But being fully honest with you, I'm biased. I love Vanny so much. She may not be used the best, or very much at all, but she is still so great in every other way. Her design is perfection. I love the mix of materials, the pointy ears, the messy whiskers, buck teeth, red eyes, bunny nose, paws, hands, and feet, and her big blue bow. It's all just so amazing and original for a FNaF game, and it makes me so sad seeing what they did with this perfect design and concept. The voice is okay. Okay, I don't like it. But I hope you get what I mean. This is one of those cases where I love a character for no good reason except I just do. Maybe she will return. In most of the endings, she ends up dying or escaping Afton's control, but if the Afton ending is the canon one, which it looks like it is, she's still out there somewhere since she wasn't even in the true ending. What the fuck? Vanny is a bad, underused mess of wasted potential. But this statue is pretty sweet, so I guess it's all forgiven. Out of all of the characters on this list, 4 of the top 5 are the main animatronics of this game. So while I do think the characters here aren't the best ever, I still do believe that Security Breach has the best main lineup of animatronics in the entire series. Even with my least favorite Monty, I was having a hard time coming up with actual bad things to say about him. So with the exception of Vanny, who I just talked about, the rest of the characters on this list have no real problems. Not even that much nitpicky stuff. Artlad is the most underutilized of the main 4, but that's just because she doesn't really have a boss fight unless the whole sewer area counts, which I don't really think it does, but that's okay. This is my favorite Chica, hands down. No one even comes close. I mean, maybe Toy Chica, but come on, her design is so cute. She runs the mazer-sized room, so she has an adorable pink leotard on and some leg warmers, and a bow to keep her ponytail standing up. Well, sure, it's not one of the most out there things, but she is one of the best designed animatronics. Too bad Funko hates her, bro. Look at this figure. Even though she doesn't do all that much, Artlad has so much personality. One of the first things you see in the game is her rocking out in her room. Her voice is so cute and bubbly, and when you stun her, she balks like a chicken. And she also eats garbage. That's actually what leads to her demise as you crush her in the garbage disposal. And this is one of the best cutscenes. Even just the walking is animated so well, but when Gregory shoves her and she lunges, wow. And honestly, her getting crushed is so sad. But even after her death, she holds on and takes you with her. The sewers aren't really her section, but she is here and she makes them a lot more stressful as you see her shattered form for the first time. I can't say it's my favorite as the eyes are a little too goofy and this form takes away her voice for good, but I do still like it. Especially her jump scare, which is one of my favorites in this game. I love all the little malfunctions they gave her. I know a lot of people are going to bring up Mazer size, but Chica isn't even in that part of the game, so it hardly counts as her thing. I like to think of the kitchen and the locker room as her area, with that wacky little pizza minigame being her boss fight. Actually, the only real problem I have with her is that she wasn't given an epic Monty-style boss fight, but whatever. Almost Perfect is pretty much perfect. I know what I said about not complaining too much, but real quick I need to talk about false advertising. In a lot of the teasers and trailers, Vanessa was made out to look like the good guy, and maybe at some point she was, but with how different she became between the release and the trailers, it's hard to think they just scrapped all of it and made her literally a completely different character. I think it's a lot more likely they wanted to keep it from us that she was evil and maybe lower the suspicion that she was Vanny. But in the actual game, they don't try to hide it at all, so what's the point? And really, at this point, you're just promising one thing and doing the exact opposit. Although it is likely she was supposed to be a playable character with all the grunts and jump sound effects that are left over in the game. But it looks like that was all cut with a lot of other great stuff, including an entire cut survival mode featuring Vanessa.
Monty,
I really hope this gets added back as free DLC. Come on guys, it's basically finished! But luckily for me, I actually like this take on Vanessa a lot more. Instead of just another hero in the story, she's a rude, sarcastic bitch, and I am just in love with her personality. Honestly, this is something I think the game's needed. Someone more passive-aggressive.
You little
and I know that sounds like a joke, but I'm serious. Her personality works so well against Freddy's more upbeat and naive one. Them
You
bickering
totally
are some of
blew
my
it tonight,
favorite
you know.
moments. There isn't that much to say about her design except white woman. But she is very pretty, and it's nice to be able to say that about a FNaF character and not feel like a jackass. She has her long blonde hair in a ponytail with the end coming out of her hat. It looks so good on the statue, by the way. Her outfit is pretty basic, but it's the first time seeing what Guard's outfit should look like in FNaF. She also has painted nails. Purple. Interesting choice. And in that hand, she holds her trusty flashlight. While I do like her model in game, I think she looks the best in the pre-release teasers and on the statue. She just looks so cute, man. But to be fair, these don't really represent her very well anymore. I mean, she is literally standing next to herself here. Vanessa doesn't appear on the map very often, although I'm sure you know she does have a jump scare. And I know it's a meme, but I actually think this one's pretty good. If you just replace the scream with a gotcha, then it's perfect. But she does do quite a lot in the actual story. She tasks the animatronics to find you, she stops you from getting away after shoving Mapbot, and this animation is so good. Even better in the trailers with this awesome lighting. She traps Freddy in parts and service and you in Lost and Found, and near the end of the game she has this ominous call for you to head to the main stage.
Check the main
and when
stage.
you reach it, you get nothing. Yeah, I don't know if something was planned for this, or if it was just always there so you waste your time and die from the moon. But whatever, at least the line is still in the game, unlike this amazing one of her talking to who I can only assume is Glitch Trap.
No. I can find him. It won't be like the last one.
Why wasn't this in the final product? It adds so much to the game for such a simple thing!
Weegee, you must speak quieter.
Sorry. Well, at least Vanessa is a part of the 18 therapy recordings found throughout the post-game. They hold a lot of lore and are honestly really fun to collect and listen to. And I really hope FNaF games keep doing this kind of thing. I know I got kinda negative throughout this, but Vanessa really is one of my favorite FNaF characters. It's just that so much of her was left out and I can't help but imagine what could have been. But at least she does something, unlike Vanny, who is still pretty much useless. But hey, something tells me this isn't the last time we'll see her.
Weegee, Roxanne is approaching again, and she doesn't look very happy.
Oh boy, just repeat after me.
Roxy, I am glad you are back. I forgot to tell you how
Cut the crap, Freddy. I'm looking in that freezer. I can't believe you distracted me like that. I'm so worthless.
Actually, you are the prettiest—
Can it and move aside.
I am sorry, Weegee.
No, wait!
I knew it! Got you now!
Roxanne Wolf has the most personality an animatronic has ever been given in this series, and it's amazing. After the first person service trip, you walk through her room, she's crying because she couldn't catch you and is genuinely sad. To contrast this, at the start of the game, you see her all alone, hyping herself up, and it's an adorable introduction to such a tragic character. Her design is perfection, and definitely my favorite in this game. She has this long flowing hair with a green stripe in it, big bushy tail. Oh, and I guess I forgot to mention this because I thought it was pretty obvious, but the Glamrocks are all based on the 80s style of Glamrocks bands, and they're all dressed accordingly. And Roxy isn't an exception. She wears a red crop top and red short shorts, and red shoulder pads that are patterned in black spikes. Along with the others, she also wears these black spike bands all over. And as I was saying before, her voice is amazing, and her voice actor does such a great job, especially when she's getting loud. I was consistently being blown away by her voice lines, especially when she gets shattered. Roxy Raceway is such a cool area. Obviously, the lack of an actual minigame is unfortunate, but I don't really care all too much as I didn't come to Security Breach for a racing minigame. The setup is amazing and was tons of fun to explore, but when you eventually do drive your go-kart right into Roxy's face, you go into this amazing sequence where, unlike the others who just appear later on broken, Roxy gets right back up and charges for you. These lines of dialogue were cut, but I think they prove how incredible her lines get at this point. Even without her eyes, Roxy doesn't give up and chases you through these underground rooms, lunging at you when she hears sound. You are forced to get right in front of her so you can break these boards and move on. I am awful at this segment, but it is still so great, especially when you get to the room that is completely on fire. And the entire time, Roxy is crying, talking bad about herself, and trying to rationalize. And these lines break my heart. She is trying to kill me, and I feel so genuinely bad for her. The design of Shattered Roxy is my favorite. Her face, the fur in her tail, and most of her arm is completely gone. It actually reminds me a lot of Withered Bonnie, which is definitely a good thing. This isn't unique to her, but during Monty and her jump scare in this form, you can hear their voice actors' screams added to the regular one. And honestly, I wish it was like this all the time. It makes these two just a little bit more special. I mention it here because I just like Roxy the best. Roxanne Wolf doesn't do all that much more than the others, but honestly, she does a lot more than I expected her to do and lived up to my high expectations. She is one of my favorite FNaF characters, and I cannot wait to see what they do with her in Ruin. Oh, and did I mention she's really fucking adorable? Yeah, I think I did, but better safe than sorry. Freddy?
Roxy, are you still with us? Wow, Good job, Superstar! You left her speechless.
Hey, I was just saying what I was going to say anyway. I'm just lucky she was looking for me and not Monty. Well, she's gone now. Let's run for the door.
Wait, I know how close we are to victory, and standing around any longer might jeopardize that.
Yeah. So let's go.
Do you think that you could finish your list? You only have one character left, don't you?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess I... Oh, yes I do. I'm sure it won't be that much longer.
Thank you, Weegee. Why don't you get started?
Glamrock Freddy is the obvious highlight of Security Breach. I love the trope of the guide character. Someone who knows the universe and can help you get around, whether it be Circus Baby, Poppy, Alice, and of course, Glamrock Freddy. He's definitely the best one, by the way. He genuinely cares about Gregory and wants to make a change. Even if he doesn't understand why and is treated like trash by everyone around him, he pushes through the challenge and does anything to save Gregory's life, even if it means losing his. Freddy's design isn't anything special, but it has seriously grown on me. And unlike the other Glamrocks, Freddy is naked? I don't know why, but he only had shoulder pads, his classic top hat, and bow tie on him. But he does have an ear piercing. And good on Steel Wolf for giving a Freddy actual claws for once. I mean, I can applaud any Freddy who can pull off orange better than Toy Freddy. Unlike the others, Freddy is with you for almost the entire game. So to get around, you can either ride inside of his oversized birthday cake hatch, or just call him, which will have him run to your current location, and it's pretty funny. Especially when you call him, walk a little bit away, and he runs right past you. When inside of Freddy, no animatronics can spot you or kill you, but he runs out of charge fairly quickly, so use charging stations if necessary. But if you run out of charge, well... By the way, I really like his jump scares. Something about them are so great, and he has multiple thanks to the parts and service sections. After shattering each of the other Glamrocks, Freddy can get new upgrades that you can equip in parts and service with an easy little Simon Says minigame. It's pointless and very repetitive, but hey, it's a neat addition. These let you open gates with Monty's claws and Chica's voice box, and see unopened gift boxes through walls, and reveal the mysterious retro CDs with Foxy's eyes, which helps a lot with getting 100%. My favorite part about him is obviously the voice and the lines that accompany it. It is deep and echoing. If used right, I'm sure it could be very creepy, but he makes it very clear with his friendly tone that he is on your side. His mannerisms are really fun, and the slow speech makes the dramatic parts so much more amazing. Specifically the I am not me speech. That is the best part of that ending. It is so special and takes a well-deserved look into Freddy's background when it is hardly explored the rest of the time. Some of my favorite lines come from when you shoot Freddy with the Phaser Blaster. He sounds so genuinely betrayed, and him being embarrassed by the pre-recorded messages are so funny. Glamrock Freddy is a perfect FNaF character. I literally have nothing bad to say about him, as he was clearly handled so well, and is one of the main reasons I fully believe in Steel Wool and want to see them succeed. They clearly care and can make something amazing. So I say we let them! And here's to whatever they decide to do next.
Well done, Superstar! I appreciate all those kind words. I am glad I met you, and I hope that I am allowed to remember all that you said about wet floor signs and body stealing.
Oh my god. That means so much to me, Freddy. Now let's get out of here.
Lead the way, Superstar.
Heh!
Oh, come on!
Weegee, we were so close.
Yeah, I'm such a villain. We get it. You're finished, Moose.
Wowee! I helped so much!
Shut up, you. I'm still mad about losing him the first time.
Don't yell at my friend. Never mind. You can yell all you want, actually.
Are you guys actually scared of him? He's tiny. You could probably just kick him across the room. Actually, Freddy.
It would be my pleasure.
Freddy!
Now do you fear me? Fun time, Freddy? Chain up this pest. In that room over there. I don't want him getting away. Again.
Freddy! Freddy, are you okay?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Other Freddy.
What? No one asked me if I'm okay.
I will be fine, Weegee. I will not remember you, but I will be okay. I hope you can one day be free.
No, Freddy, come on,
oh my
please.
God, would you shut up? He's a dumb robot. We make thousands of these guys a day. Jeez, kids these days.
Weegee, escape for me and kick helping.
That's enough of that!
Freddy, I will.
Heh, sure. That's what they all say. But they never do. Freddy, now!
Now he's talking to you.
Oh, okay, boss.
What the? Hey, let go of me. What the hell? Was that chain there the whole time?
I don't know, probably. But who's gonna rewind and check?
That takes care of that. Come on, you two. I need you to drag this other Freddy to parts and service for remodeling.
Coming, boss!
Wait, what about me?
So impatient! Ugh, I'll decide what to do with you while I'm appraising the part of Freddy's brain that feels things.
Don't touch my brain!
Not you! I already did yours years ago anyway.
Oh. Cool! Are you really just gonna leave me here?
Ugh, I'll play whatever in the VCR. You better be thankful I haven't removed mine yet.
What?
See you soon!
Oh my god. Why did I do this? Was this really worth my life?
Ugh, finally! That guy had a lot of nonsense in his head. Sing about free will and male pregnancy. I'll have none of it!
You're back! Oh my god, you were gone for so long! You know how draining that static is on your head?
Oh, boo-hoo! You made me stop my business for a whole day and forced me to clean my vents. I hate cleaning the vents!
Well, to be fair, you literally murdered me!
And it was supposed to stay that way. But seems like not even death stops you from slandering our wonderful products. So I guess we'll just have to repurpose your body.
What does that mean?
You know full well what it means. I'm going to kill you and use your remnant to power my new line of moose-themed animatronics. Yes! I can see it now. The Canadian market will be booming! Funtime Freddy, get in here and finish him off!
I was so close to finishing!
What? I don't care!
I just finished Security Breach. All I need to do is the list, please. As my dying wish, let me list my favorites, and then you can just do whatever you want, please.
That's what you want? Not a last meal or a phone call? Did you want to talk about robots for a little bit longer?
Yes! And I kinda can't pass on into the afterlife until I finish what I started here, which is listing my bottom and top 30 characters.
That's just sad, and hell isn't all that great anyway.
Look, if all I have to look forward to once I'm dead is dancing for Canadian children, well, I'd at least like something to look forward to when that restaurant eventually burns to the ground and I'm set free. Please.
Maybe I can salvage this after all. Okay, fine. Make it quick and don't ramble for too long. I need to get these moose on the market.
Thank you! I'm sure it'll be enough to at least make a catalog video out of.
Yeah, I'll edit it down to just the Foxies. That's all anyone cares about these days anyway. Get moving!
Let's start with the bottom 30. This list was actually surprisingly hard to make, as I actually hate a lot less characters than I originally thought. But I did work it out, and I now have my definitive list just for the purpose of protecting your wallets.
You are really pushing it.
What are you gonna do, triple murder me? Just cut this out, man. Editing isn't that hard. Ella's Weegee's bottom 30 worst FNAF characters. Number 30, The Forgotten Salesman, Mendo. 29, The Female BB, JJ. 29, The Cold-Blooded Replacement, Montgomery Gator. 27, It's Bonnie but White, Easter Bonnie. 26, The Technical Mascot, Withered Freddy. 25, Logistically the Worst One, Panstan. 24, Floating Knives, anyone? Magician Mangle. 23, Overshadowed by His Own Children, Nightmare Freddy. 22, From the Mind of a Child, Shadow Freddy. 21, The Reverse Janitor, Rockstar Chica. 20, A Literal Plastic Toy, Stanley. 19, The Worst Static, Nightmare Mangle. 18, A Show Was Never Requested from Him, Funtime Foxy. 17, Double Jaws but Zero Personality, Twisted Bonnie. 16, The Violence in Video Games Personified, Phantom Chica. 15, It's Foxy but Dark, Dark Foxy. 14, Made for a Quick Buck, Twisted Chica. 13, Because Everyone Would Listen to BB, Lucky Boy. 12, The Lesser Nightmare, Nightmare. 11, Evil Snowman, ooh, Frostbite BB. 10, Guardbot. 9, The Definition of Boring, Nightmare Bonnie. 8, Discount Markiplier, Rockstar Bonnie. 7, Bullshit the Character, Phantom Foxy. 6, Grandma by Day, Big Bad Foxy by Night. 5, The Definition of Rehash, Jacko Bonnie. 4, The Worst Version of a Worse Version, The Blob. 3, It's Not My Fault Toy Freddy's Orange. 2, The Problems with Special Delivery Personified, AR Golden Freddy. And finally, number 1, the one who dared to copy a mediocre character, Electrobab. Wow, what a mouthful. But I'm not done yet, as of course we still have the top 30. How was this one even harder? I love these characters to bits, and that top 10 has been moved around so much and probably will change by the time I upload this video. But for now, Ella's Weegee's top 30 FNAF characters.
30, minigame turned final boss, Chica's Magic Rainbow. 29, the only skin I can excuse putting on here, Boulder Toy Bonnie. 28, Diet Funtime Freddy, Sun. 27, since they are all the exact same character, all the plush babies. She was 26th. Withered Chica has seen everything. 25, the Misfit Baby, Eleanor. 24, insert long spiel here, Mr. Hippo. 23, any scrap of FNaF World makes me lol. Bit. 22, underutilized but still cute, Vanny. 21, how fun is Hand Unit? So fun. 20, he always comes back, Springtrap. 19, the rare gameplay reason, Nightmare Foxy. 18, Scott's self-insert and first canon life, Phone Guy. 17, the anomaly. Wait, no, Malhair. No, wait, Glitch Trap. 16, Bok Bok Bok? Glamrock Chica. 15, the living Jack-in-the-Box, Lefty. 14, I assure you, Nightmare Fredbear is very real. 13, are you ready for round, what is it, 5 now? Funtime Freddy. 12, remember when I was ranking the animatronics? Vanessa. What's seen as a simple Easter egg can easily be misconstrued as number 11 in the mind of me. RWQFSFASXC. Getting good at that, damn. 10, one of the very few real heroes, the Stitch Wraith. 9, this rabbit's hair raisin, Bonnie. 8, you think I'd forget about her? Circus Baby. 7, maybe don't tell her she's not number 1, Roxanne Wolf. 6, one of the very few good protagonists, Charlie. 5, rip my Glamrock Freddy, you will be missed. 4, look, she's a really good character, and yes, Circus Baby book deserves to be on this list 4 times. 3, it's Toy Bonnie's chance to shine, and everyone else on this list's chance to fade away. 2, they are the perfect paragon of pleasing, the Mangle. And finally, number 1, this was a gift. For Scrap Baby, obviously. And there it is, the combination of however many hours this video ended up being. But obviously, I must go over a few stats. Yeah, I totally said I was gonna do that from the beginning, and I'm not just stalling for time. Here is what the final tier list looks like. I'll give you a couple seconds to pick it apart, and yell at me for putting whoever and wherever. I really wanted to figure out statistically what was the best game character-wise. So I gave each tier a number. S is 5, A is 4, B is 3, C is 2, D is 1, and since I really wanted F to mean something, since they are the worst of the worst, everyone down there will be -1 point. So, on screen now is how many characters are in each tier, and now how many points each earned in total. Yeah, let's get that out of here. Now for the important stuff. All 13 categories are on screen now. And here are how many points they earned by my method and where all of those points came from. And to make it even easier on you, here is the percentage based on the total number of earned points, that being 498. So these numbers are interesting. Immediately, what I'm sure jumps out is Pizzeria Simulator and Special Delivery, which obviously have a lot more points than the other tiers since they have 30 and 50 characters respectively. Yeah, I know I gave SD a lot of praise, but there is no way it had the best characters out of every game. So I went a bit further and calculated the percentages for each tier of just those two, and as you can see here, most Pizzeria Simulator points came from B and C tier, with -2 being taken off, and Special Deliveries come from A and B with a whole 3 points taken off, which is a lot clearer. So, let's look at these numbers and see what they tell us and finally rank these games based on the characters. I won't just be going based on the percentages because obviously FNaF 1 isn't second to last. I'm just going to be pretty much using it as a conversation point. These are my real, actual opinions after months of thinking it through, so don't think I just made this up willy-nilly. Here we go, the real last ranking. FNaF 3 only earned 3%, and that makes a lot of sense. While I don't hate the Phantoms like some do, it is hard to argue that they are that great of characters, which is why most of them are pretty low. And it's also why it definitely earns last place, even with Springtrap. That's still only 5 points for him. If I started making this video now, honestly, I probably would have counted the FNaF World enemies for this list. They definitely make the cut, and at the time I just didn't want to and thought they wouldn't fit. But after counting all the help wanted and Special Delivery characters, I realized I definitely should have. But honestly, it's way too late for that. But with just what I ranked, yeah, second worst makes sense. Which sucks because the enemy design in this game is incredible, but hindsight and all that. Who knows, maybe I'll include them on a part 2 when Ruin eventually comes out. Ultimate Custom Night got 5%, meaning it's higher than 1. No. I'm sorry, but no way. If I had taken out all the filler characters, this probably would be last, but with them, this spot makes sense. But no way is it beating the classics. A lot of Help Wanted's roster is filler that no one cares about. I wasn't even going to include most of them, so I think you can understand why I'm still ignoring the numbers. Sure, Glitch Trap is good, but come on. this is another weird one. The novel Trilogy has some amazing characters, but without the other humans, it seems pretty bare. Like I said before, if I was doing this video now, I would have just included them, since I already decided Gregory and Vanessa should be counted. Even then, without them, Charlie, Baby, and the Twisted ones are definitely enough to keep it up here. FNaF 1 may have gotten 4%, and I stand by not being a huge fan of these characters, but they are just way too iconic to say that they're worse than Help Wanted's characters. They are a bit boring when considering the hundreds of characters after them, but they are still the first, and that means something to me. It felt weird putting Fazbear Frights after 1, but the characters here are so creative and used really well, well, most of the time. Sure, a lot of the ones on here sucks, but overall, Fazbear Frights had amazing characters, and I could bend my own judgment for one moment. Oh, and no, if I had made this now, I would not have included all the humans. That's 36 plus more characters, with a lot of them being very similar, but maybe another time. Even with the few great characters, most of FNaF 4 is just reskins and filler. I think this and the next spot are proof enough that just because a game has a lot of characters doesn't mean it's going to be that high. I mean, it only got 6%. Sister Location is the same story, but at least designs are a bit more creative. A lot of these are just nothing, and they're only considered characters by a technicality. That being said, most of these characters are iconic to the series now, and that is something to note. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator has a shit ton of animatronics, with only a few being amazing. But I won't lie, these are some of the most creative designs for characters I've ever seen, and there are just so many! And even though only like 7 or 8 are amazing, honestly, that's enough for me. FNaF 2 has a lot of characters, but with 3 of them being in my top 10, well, I think that's a pretty good sign they made an impact. While I do think a lot of them are quite bad, most of these guys are definitely deserving of being this high. The next 3 make it a little unfair anyway. Special Delivery has a lot of characters, with some of the best designs in the entire series, but none of them have, like, actual character? Like, personality. And that is a big deal when it comes to how much I like these guys. I gave a lot of props to them during the ranking, but I would pick 28 other characters before even thinking of naming a skin. It doesn't mean it's bad. Second place is still great for a game this controversial. And obviously, Security Breach is first. A lot of characters here are interchangeable, but the ones at the top, well, they are this high on my list for a reason. Security Breach was the only game besides Special Delivery, which was ranked more on its own than altogether, that had 3 characters in S tier, and honestly, I was really debating if Chica should be up there or not. These are the most real FNaF characters have ever felt outside of the books, and they are extremely special. So while it does have a lot of the Blob and Wet Floor Sign, it also has the most realistic feeling characters in the entire series. No wonder it got 10%. Even the numbers agree with me here. So there you have it. The combination of months of work condensed into a couple minutes. Honestly, it feels really good to finally see those numbers, even if they were a little off from what I believed. Oh, and I also have to discover who has the most amount of toes when added up between all the—
Okay, that's enough! I'm not doing this silly song and dance any longer! Fun Time Freddy, now!
You don't always have to yell at me!
Ugh. Take this moose to the scooping room.
We have a scooping room? Why didn't anyone tell me?
No, actually. But I'm going to build one! Just kill him and I'll worry about harvesting the remnant later. I'm sure we'll enter that plush Freddy and maybe those dumb books he loves so much. Whatever, I don't care.
Yes, Helpy, my help! Wait!
No more waits.
I just thought that you might wanna, you know, kill me yourself, but you, probably can't since you're so helpless in game. You get your name from this?
What? How dare you? How can you still insult me?
He is right. I've never seen you directly kill anything.
Grr! Step aside, weakling brother!
No way. I'm doing this myself. What are you gonna do anyway? Talk me to death? Ha!
Well, I mean, anything can kill me while I'm all chained up. Even Bucket Bob could if you gave him a push.
Shut up, you! Although you may be right. Freddy! Untame him immediately so I can kick his sorry little keister.
Okay, time for Bon Bon to step in. This is an awful, horrible, terrible idea.
What did you say, bro?
Wait, Freddy, don't do it!
Oh, shut up, Rabbit. You'll kill plenty of things. Heh, bunnies these days. That's why I gave Freddy legs and not you. Heh.
I tried.
Finally! Now get ready to be slobbered on by sticky kids with no fathers.
Help me!
What a surprise.
Get him!
Wow, that moose sure can't jump.
Well, I don't want to be that bunny, but I told you so.
What the hell? Was this window seriously open the whole time? How could I have been so stupid?
Aw, don't worry, bro. Like you always say to me, it's all in your programming.
Shut up, Freddy.
Hey, don't you yell at my friend.
Hey, I'll have you replaced for that. I'm thinking Bonnet is a good candidate.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, I would. Come here.
You will not take Bonbon from me, bro.
Ah!
Freddy, you do care.
Of course, Bonbon. Let's go get some ice cream.
Yippee!
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Anywho, if you really made it this far, I really want to thank you so much for watching. This has definitely been the most difficult video I've ever had to make, and I've been working on it for months, but hopefully when I'm done with it, it'll all have been worth it. I know I deviated a little bit from the simple concept,
But you tried writing a 56,000 word script without getting at least a little creative with it.
With all that being said, I wasn't the only one who put plenty of time into this project. I want to thank all of my voice actors, Joe500 for voicing Helpy, TaterzChan for voicing Bonbon, Scrappy, and Roxanne Wolf, and Artlad for voicing and playing Phone Guy II. I really couldn't have done it without them. I guess I could, but it would have just been my voice over and over again, and that would have been even more distracting than it probably already was. I'd of course also like to thank Tyreflower for creating these amazing character stills a long time ago, and those fresh new vent ones exclusively for this video. Unlike the voice actors, I actually had to pay for those, but I still think she deserves to be properly credited for everything she's helped me with. The last thanks I'd love to give is to anyone I may have let watch this behemoth of a video, but more specifically my boyfriend Artlad, as he's the only one that I sent it to first, before it was all finished. I'd also like to thank the Five Nights at Freddy's wiki and the AAA Fazbear wiki for providing me with a lot of the information I spouted here, and also for providing me the models I used for certain characters in FNaF AR and Security Breach. I'm sorry I can't credit them all here right at the very end, but in the description I've left a list of every single artist that I used a model from. But I promise you they all came from the AAA Fazbear wiki, so you can just go there if you want to see who made them. I feel like this probably goes without saying, but thank you, Scott Cawthon, for creating this franchise that I've dedicated half of my life to. Thank you. And that's it. No, really. I did everything else on my own. I wrote the entire script, I made all the animatronic stills in SFM, I voiced every other character, and of course, edited the whole thing. I know you usually don't thank yourself in these things, but shut up, I'm proud of myself. I worked a full year on this thing. And if you thought this wasn't horrible either, then maybe consider subscribing? I'll be making a lot more content like this one in the future, although probably a lot less complicated and shorter, but still the same quality. And before I go, I'd like to add one more thing. Like I mentioned, this video took me a year to make, so I want to apologize for the quality of the first couple parts not quite matching with the quality of the later parts. I've learned a lot from making this video, and I put that new knowledge into making these later parts, and that's why some of these parts are not exactly equal to the others. Oh, I probably should get out of these bushes and run before Roxanne starts chasing me again. Or heaven forbid, Monty. Oh god. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Thank you again, and bye!